her trademark slogan, Sending Love, she's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. X is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J-Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity and the history surrounding it. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Ross, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking for everyone. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. TJump is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to our program. Sure, what's that?
Because you are our awesome representative from the Great White North. And
I do try.
Yes. And I'm just really curious, being the president of Canadian Atheists up there, have you ever had by chance had a run-in with AIG Canada?
No, is that Atheists in Genesis? They have a Canadian branch now?
Yeah. So Answers in Genesis has a Canadian branch, and it's run by Calvin Smith.
Genesis, they have a Canadian branch now?
Yeah, kind of parades himself as kind of like the Ken Ham of the Great White North. So I've taken to calling him Canadian Bacon.
I'm going to have to look him up. Thank you. That's going to be interesting. Maybe I can have a conversation with him one day.
Oh, absolutely. So, but I think he's because he was a former youth. He's a former youth minister from Guelph, Ontario.
He's former Creation Ministries International, one of the hosts of their video channel.
Yeah, he hosts like 2 podcasts. He's doing like Great Conversations and like Basic something. I can't remember, but yeah, he's an executive director for Answers in Genesis Canada. So
I'll definitely look him up. We'll talk about it in a private message. Maybe you can help me find him if I have some trouble locating him. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. You can check out my latest, when you get an opportunity, when you have some time, you can check out the latest video on my channel. I address him directly. So all the information about him is in there. But yeah, just because you both are up there. So the president of Canadian Atheists.
Hey, this sounds like a plan. I'd be delighted to engage with him. Oh, and I forgot to mention when we started. Thank you, JL. I forgot to mention when I started introducing everybody that you can find out more about the Theist Helpline at www.theisthelpline.com. Also, a special thanks to our sponsors, the Politics Discord, for hosting these stages for us and sharing their audience with us. We're very happy that people are tuning in here. Thank you, everyone. And also Canadian Atheists for some back-end support.
And also Pepperidge Farm. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Excellent.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
So I guess, Taco, go ahead.
Yeah, we've got Meryl and Q. Y'all ready to get started?
Let's do it. Let's do it to it.
Hello.
Good
All
morning,
right, so
Meryl.
real quick, if you're a theist and you need deconverted, raise your hand.
I'm not a theist. I'm not a theist.
Meryl. Okay, well,
I just want to ask you one question again.
so you're an atheist.
I started substitute teaching as a part-time thing, and I see a lot of kids, like I'm talking about high school kids, like still believe in religion, like even though the school teaches like critical thinking. What's wrong with our society? Like, why are schools unable to teach kids critical thinking and introspection of what beliefs they're fed into? And why are people still irrational? Like, it boggles my mind. Like, they still believe in this archaic belief, whether it's Abrahamic or other.
There is no successful way to teach critical thinking. It's a big problem in academia. It's not easy to do. Secondly, evolution makes us believe fallacies, biases, illusions, delusions, etc., and there's no way to stop that yet.
Do you think kids need philosophical introspection or some kind of,
it's not about what they need. It's not possible. There is no successful way to teach critical thinking. It's one of the biggest problems in academia. We do not know how to successfully teach critical thinking to people. It's an unsolved problem.
Yeah,
what about basic epistemology?
Part of the problem there that TJump's mentioning there has to do with the fact that so many people have so many different learning styles. I know here in Canada, we've been gradually adding more critical thinking components to education. I feel that what would be helpful as well, and we are noticing this with our own kids, that there is more emphasis on critical thinking being taught. But I do agree with TJump that there's a long way to go yet. The thing I think would be very helpful is start right from kindergarten and just maybe 1 hour a week teach some basic philosophy and some basic critical thinking skills, bring it all the way up to grade 12, and then people will be better prepared to become better educated. That's my thinking.
Like, the other thing is parents and the society expects kids to just listen and be done with it, right? And they avoid kids introspecting stuff and curious about it.
So education from home is a big component as well, and if the attitude is that education is a chore, then of course that will be reflected in the students' attitudes as well, because a lot of what children learn is from the parents. Now, I'm not blaming parents here, but it is a significant impact that parents have on their kids. Yes.
It's like you do this homework, you get these grades, you pass college, you do this job. Like, there's complete lack of foundation. Like, hey, these are the stuff you need to real life.
You imprint as a child on your parents. You basically take whatever they say as fact, and so you also absorb a lot of their religious beliefs.
I think that shouldn't be the case. I think schools must try to. Do you think schools must interfere in that?
I think that sometimes when you teach, they think that teaching evolution and just the public education system removes you from God. But I think what it is when you have more access to information and knowledge, it just generally tends to take you away from God.
But we should move on to an actual theist at some point.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, how would I say?
But thank you so very much, Meryl.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Just sort of one thing. What do you guys think? The impact of internet. Do you think that's further, conglomerated theists, in religion, decrease, experience, or do you think it's brought many really, religious people outside of their religion, by exposing to us information?
Internet is a tool to get people access to information and to communicate with others. If I had the internet when I was a kid, I probably would be doing a lot better academically, I think. But that's because I had an interest in studying as much as I could. Whereas when, it depends on how people use these tools.
Okay.
Communication is always, I mean, it's always going to be about the spread of good ideas and the spread of bad ideas. The internet has exponentially increased the amount of information that can be transferred, and with the exchange of good information and good ideas, also comes the exchange of the exponential
what's
increase
up,
in the
guys?
exchange of bad ideas. So,
Yeah. Hey, Jill. Like, any good movie you watched this week?
nothing this week. We're looking at some old stuff that's out there, but I haven't seen anything new as of recently. So,
hang on just a moment, guys.
But yeah, but hit me up in messages, Meryl. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, guys.
Yeah, take care, buddy.
Thank you, Meryl.
Thanks for bringing the
Thank
topic of education. Appreciate it.
And a knock at the cabin is pretty good.
The next person in queue is God
what's up,
Defender,
guys?
so we pulled him up.
God
Hello.
Defender, man.
Hello, God Defender. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yo, how you doing? Yeah, how you doing, my son TJump? How you doing? So, here's the thing, man. Why there's just so many conversations where it's just a bunch of like, oh, I see what you're saying. Like, let's have some like blood sports, man. Like, let's push back.
Do you have an argument? Do you have an argument?
Yeah, let's have a good argument. Let's have some good conversation. So, number one, a good argument for God is that if everything exists, then there must be a beginning. And if there's a beginning to that, then that beginning must be eternal. It must be intelligent, because in order to create everything. So that might not be like the God of Christianity or Islam, but that definitely gets you closer to at least something of a God, right?
No.
So that's my argument.
No, if everything exists, that doesn't mean there has to be a beginning. And if there is a beginning, that doesn't mean there has to be anything with a mind.
Yes, it does, because material reality is finite.
No. There's no evidence.
What do you mean no? You can say no or give an argument. Go ahead.
There is no evidence that material reality is finite. It's just you making shit up. There's no evidence of that.
No, of course it's finite. How many atoms are in a bottle of water?
Does that show that all of material reality is finite?
How big's the bottle? How big is the bottle?
Structure.
That's what I was going to ask.
The structures of the material reality are a finite number. There's not infinite amount of atoms within every single structure, which proves it's finite. There's a limit.
It doesn't.
Like, for instance, when you eat a bagel, bro, when you eat a bagel, that's finite.
Hold up. So the fact that one thing has a finite number of particles in it does not mean that all things must have a finite number of particles in it.
Everything that has been examined objectively does.
Shush. The fact
No, don't shush me, dude. Engage the argument.
Shush.
Engage with the argument.
Stop talking. You're going to get muted. What you're doing is called a composition.
TJump, stop interrupting me, or you're going to get muted, bro.
Mute his ass immediately.
Stop interrupting me,
Mute
TJump.
him now.
All right, let him talk. Come on.
All right, dumb shit. What you're doing is called a composition division fallacy, you dumbass. You're saying that
don't call
because
them names.
one
Come on.
property of reality, I'm going to call them names all day. So, but if you're saying
don't.
one property of reality is a part of some part, therefore it's a part of the whole. It's called a composition division fallacy. The fact that some part has a property does not mean the whole has the same property. Look up basic fallacies, you idiot.
Please don't call them names.
If he interrupts me, I'm going to call him names.
Yeah, sorry, Taco. He's just kind of sawing out right now. So let me explain my argument.
Stop calling people names, because
I think God Defender is.
Can I explain my argument?
For calling names, so we shouldn't do that ourselves either.
You've got two strikes, no more name calling. Present your argument.
So here's the thing, right? It's not just anything that has ever been examined since the history of material reality has been shown to be finite. Like, for instance, when something breaks, right? Why does something break? That shows it's finite. When you eat something, there's not an infinite amount of bites you can take out of it. Everything within that is finite. The second part of that is time, right? Time is also not infinite in this world, because there was a certain time when there was a civil war in America in 1776. That was a certain period of time. It's never going to happen again. It never happened before, at least in that same way it did. So ultimately, everything is finite due to time and also the structures of materiality, which then tells us there must be something infinite beyond everything, before everything, the beginning and the end, which is obviously has to be intelligent, which gives you to a God. It's that simple.
So you
just contradicted yourself. You said everything we know about is finite, therefore there must be a non-finite thing. You contradicted yourself. That's don't understand how logic works. Yeah, that's literally a contradiction.
No, you didn't listen, my son.
No, I did listen. You just don't know anything about philosophy.
I'm saying if everything's material, there has to be something before material reality, because it's finite.
Because you don't understand anything.
That's absolutely what I'm saying.
No,
and you can't have time.
You're confusing that there are some finite things, and then you're saying all things must be finite, and then you're saying here's an exception that must be the Sky Daddy. No, nothing in what your argument follows, because you don't understand anything.
Well, you're not listening.
No, I listen just fine.
Listen.
Do you have an argument for the claim?
Yeah, my argument is simple. When you look at material reality, it's clearly finite, meaning that if something is finite, right, there has to be like, you cannot just have infinite amount of finites before that. There has to be an infinite before everything ever comes into existence.
Where are you getting that
which must be
entailment,
intelligent.
though?
Yeah, it's a claim. We would need evidence for that.
No, you don't need evidence because it's self-evident. Because
we can
if something's
so
finite,
we can also
no.
dismiss it
because
we don't
listen,
have
listen.
evidence
For instance, bro, when a baby's born, right, there has to be a father and a mother, right? So before that, there had to be a father and a mother. That's a finite thing, bro. That's a finite thing in time and space.
But God Defender, there's no.
So you have an infinite God. You need an infinite father, bro.
God
An
Defender,
infinite God.
God Defender. There is no logical contradiction presented by an infinite regress of material states.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
That's what I'm getting at. An infinite regress. That's my whole argument.
No, but there is no. But there is.
contradiction.
But exactly, there is no logical contradiction entailed by an infinite regress of material states.
Of course there is, because how do you have infinite finite? That makes no sense.
Okay.
What's the logical contradiction?
If offspring
because
God,
listen, because if there's an infinite, bro, why am I being interrupted by every single person on the panel, bro?
But
Can I
that's
respond to
fair,
what you
that's
just
fair.
asked?
One at a time.
Am I allowed to respond, bro, or am I gonna get fucking piled by nerds, bro? Can I respond to that? So I made it very clear, right, that if there's an infinite amount of days before today, right, today would have never came. That simple fact means that you cannot have finite days before that day, because if it's infinitely going back, we would have never reached today, which means that there has to be a beginning to all of existence. There had to be a one point when time began. That means that before that, there had to be an existence where there was no time.
Nope,
and there had to
false.
be ultimately intelligence, which proves God, bro. That proves the existence of God, bro.
That's demonstrably wrong.
Defender, you're like straight up wrong, man. And instead of trying to pile on, I'm going to let TJump, because you're addressing him. TJump can explain to you exactly how you're wrong.
You don't need to dick ride.
How we know you're wrong.
I don't need you to dick ride. TJump, go ahead.
So that's provably wrong. Nobody in physics accepts that. The consensus in physics is that there can be an infinite regress. You're doing an assumption based on a particular model of physics called the A theory of time, where time is tensed, that the time in the present for it to exist would require the time previously before it. But that's not how time works in physics. This is something that theists have made up because they don't understand physics to try and include their God based off nothing. It's just something they've made up. So in actual physics, that's not how time is thought to work. Nobody thinks that's how time works. And so the fact that you assume that is not based on anything. It's just you making stuff up. Most physicists think time is not tensed like that, which means there would be no problem with an infinite series of past events, and you can still get to the present, just like I can count to 47, even though there's infinitely many numbers before that. How did I get to 47, even though there's infinitely many numbers? Well, there's another mechanism that can skip past the infinite numbers to get to the present moment. There could even be multiple present numbers.
Hold on, let me respond to that, bro. So that was an appeal to authority. Oh, someone's echoing.
No, it's
that
not.
was an appeal to authority. What you just did, TJump.
No, it's
you said
not.
the experts, the physicists, the scientists. That's an appeal to authority,
No,
bro.
it's not.
If you want to appeal to scientists, I can appeal to God. I can just say it's in the Quran, bro.
Hey, you made your
I
point.
can just say
TJump
it's God.
respond.
No,
Wait,
nothing,
I
nothing
can't
said,
make it a
nothing I
response?
said there
What?
was an appeal to authority. What I said was, in physics, the people who are actual experts in the field, which is not fallacious, appeals to authority are only fallacious if they're not actual authority. So appealing to God would be appeal to
not
authority
true.
because there's no evidence there. It is true. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Fallacies, number 9. It is exactly true. You not knowing the philosophy is your problem.
Nope.
The experts in physics
That's
who
not true.
actually know how time works, they are the ones who are qualified to this.
Nope.
Say your made up model of time is a nothing. It has
A
no
bunch of
relevance to Stop
experts
talking
doesn't
and
mean
mute
anything.
him. Mute him. Stop talking. Experts in the field who actually understand physics and time say your made up model of time that you've made up and pulled out of your ass based off of nothing has no relevance to reality. And so your made up model isn't evidence. In real physics, time is not tensed. The consensus of actual people who work in the field and who make testable predictions, who are not you and not the theists who have no evidence, the actual people working in the field say this model that you've constructed in your fake imagination, like your Sky Daddy, has no bearing on reality. There's no evidence of it. It's about as real as unicorns. It's a nothing. So there's no problem with having a present moment and infinitely many past events before it, because there's a mechanism that can have multiple future events, multiple present events, multiple timelines. There's all kinds of things that can ways to have infinite past regression and a present moment. There's no logical contradiction there. And that was your whole claim, that there's a logical contradiction, which I just proved false by giving you a logical counterexample without referencing authorities. And then I can show in physics these counterexamples are more rational than yours. So your entire worldview is just destroyed right there.
So now that you're done rambling, right?
God
So
Defender,
let me
if
respond to
you're
that.
done with TJump, I'd like to ask you.
Wait,
one single
Peter,
Bro,
he's
what?
responding
Bro,
to
he just
TJump.
spent 2 minutes
Give
rambling.
him a moment.
Holy crap.
I'm
do
just
have a
saying,
question as well.
if you're done, I have a question.
I do
Alright,
too.
I'll answer your question,
Maybe
bro.
me first.
Let me just speak. So, let me just read this to you. So, an argument from authority is in which an opinion of an authority on a topic is used as evidence to support an argument. So you, TJump, said, the experts, the experts, the experts. I don't care what the experts think. Let's look at reality. So you're just wrong about that. So,
Nope, I
Peter,
already
go ahead and
debunked you
ask
on
your
that.
question now.
Stanford Encyclopedia
No,
of Philosophy. Nope.
Okay.
You
That's okay,
read,
TJump.
your
That's okay.
ignorance is
Yo,
about
Peter,
to
go
get
ahead.
to mute him. I get to respond to his dumb nonsense.
Actually,
again.
yeah, you don't get to direct the conversation. I was trying to ask you a question before Peter, but go ahead. TJump.
Randolph.
Peter,
No.
Just ramble some more.
respond.
Oh, he wants to ramble some more.
No, you don't do this, God Defender. T-Jump is responding first. It's his floor right now.
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophies. Mute him again. Just mute it. We should just get him off the stage, actually. But Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, adverbitum fallacy. The argument from authority fallacy is only fallacious if you are referencing non-authorities in the field, like your Sky Daddy. So yes, I was correct. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. This is an academic peer-reviewed paper that actually has them. Your Google definition is garbage. I was correct. You were incorrect. And as I said before, I proved your dumb argument wrong by giving you a logical example of the present moment with an infinite past. If it was a logical contradiction, that would mean it would be impossible to have a logical example of that happening, which doesn't require authorities. You've been debunked, kid.
All right, anyone else want to ask a question now?
I did have
Please
a quick
finish
question
rambling.
for you because you had stated that offspring, children, have to come from a mother and a father. So I'm wondering, their God is paired up with a goddess. Then, can you tell us about this goddess?
No, I'm saying that at one point, see, you didn't listen to my argument. My argument was that at one point, someone had to create another living being. I'm not saying that that mother and a father has to exist in every scenario for something to be created. I'm just saying that there has to be some sort of creator, which is, in this case, a mother and a father for humans.
Okay, so humans must have a mother and a father. So if humans are if the first humans are created by a god, then there must be a goddess as well. Then, by your logic.
That's just ridiculous. You didn't listen to what I said.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. You'll have to.
I literally said it's because it's a creator, bro. I didn't say a man and a woman or a mother and father has to exist in every creation of everything.
But why a man and a woman then? Why can't just be a creator?
That's how God created it. Adam and Eve. That's how God designed it.
Is
everything created? You already gave us a claim that God couldn't create anything.
Adam and Eve. That's hilarious.
So is everything created?
How is that hilarious?
Because it's Applegate. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's the whole
can I ask?
thing.
Can I ask my question to God?
Yeah,
go ahead, Peter. Go ahead, Peter. Yeah.
Yeah, God Defender. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you say that if you have an infinite regress of days, you couldn't get to the next day? Is that what you said?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Did God exist for an infinite amount of days?
No.
So God's not infinite?
God's outside of time.
Yeah, he's not eternal.
Time is not a concept God abides by. There is no beginning and no end.
I'm asking a simple question because you said one of the claims you made is that there has to be a cause that is eternal. This cause was God. Didn't you say that?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So God is eternal. So if God is eternal, God has an infinite amount of regress in days, so he couldn't get to the day to create anything. You defeated yourself with
completely wrong.
With the attributes that
Lower
you
your voice.
yourself
Lower your voice,
gave
Peter.
to God and the limitations you said that eternal has. If so, you already defeated yourself. Thank you.
He is correct, God Defender. You can't just you can't describe God as having no end, no beginning and no end.
Okay, so do you want to speak for him or can I respond?
No, Defender, you can't say that God has no beginning and no end, and then.
Why are you interrupting me? Can I speak?
Can we just get this guy off?
Let him speak because he's going to come up with special pleadings.
Let me just blah blah blah. So when you said the concept day, right? Don't interrupt me. Mute Peter, bro. Can you mute Peter?
If they're not
Warren.
I'm being respectful. I haven't engaged in name calling. I haven't engaged in derailing you. So if you're going to do that to me, I'm going to do that back to you.
Actually, I'd
just
like
say
to. I would also like to hear the rest of what J.L. Warren had to say, because before God Defender interrupted him.
It's a commentary like that. All you're doing, God Defender, is that when Peter Detector is pointing out that you're basically describing God as having no beginning and no end, the definition that's literally the definition of eternal, meaning that it's always existed and it will never not exist. That is eternal. But then when he says eternal, eternal has a temporal implication. But you're saying that God is outside of time, which means eternal doesn't apply. So there's a contradiction there that you're running into. It's like you're defining it as eternal, but you refuse to accept the implications of eternal, which is weird. And I'm kind of curious as to how the heck you reconcile that. Oh, and by the way, someone in my live chat would like you to know that a sentence doesn't need more than one bro.
Yeah. Eternal is still a measurement of time, whether or not you like it.
Peter, can I speak?
Let him respond now, Peter.
Yeah, go ahead.
Finally, holy crap, bro. So, reality here is right.
I'm being respectful.
Can I speak, bro? Can I literally respond to anything?
No, because if you're going to act
I'm turning you down. Can you mute Peter?
I'm going to interrupt.
We need to get this
Peter,
guy.
please.
Can you mute Peter, bro?
Respectful to you. You can be respectful to me.
I'm not being respectful to you. Stop interrupting me.
I told you could talk, and then don't start whining, because I don't do that when you talk.
Come on, Peter. Give him a moment.
Can I respond?
Be decent. Be decent. Respond.
Okay, so now that you're done, now that you're finished, right? So here's the reality, right? The concept of a day, right, is a finite time term you use. So you say God is bound by an infinite amount of days, but the term day is a finite time number. There's 24 hours in a day. God is not bound by days because days is a time concept. There's no time with God. There's no beginning and there's no end. It's very simple.
One clarifying question: Are we talking about the Christian God?
No, the Islamic God.
The Islamic God.
Like there's a difference.
The Islamic God create, as far as I know, the Genesis in the Bible and the creation story in Islam are the same, correct?
It's a little different, but like there's a general sort of similarities to it.
And can I?
So
ask
he created in 6 days, was not bound by days. Explain.
Well, those 6 days were within the finite time period when he created the world.
If he's not bound by them, then how can he create in days?
Right. Well, he didn't create the world in his realm. He created a new realm of time, and within that time paradigm, creating the water, creating the worlds, that was within days.
Oh, so he created a realm in days, and those days then apply to him. Okay.
Right.
I don't see how he can create if he has no time.
Yeah.
Amy, come on, man. Stop trolling.
No, it's not trolling. Amy's correct. Creating something is an action over time. If you don't have time, you cannot create anything, because there's there's no state of affairs when something isn't created, and then a state of affairs when it is created, if there is no difference in time.
So God,
if those are not
create...
on a different moment in time.
So God created, right, time itself, and within that time there was days. But in his realm of no time, there was nothing passed. As far as God's concerned, no time passed in his mind, but time did pass in the world. If no time has passed
in his mind, he hasn't created
it passed in the world.
Because
it passed in the world, bro.
Peter, the real question. I'm not done. Peter, I will let you get to it.
Peter, fighting with themselves.
Peter, I will let you get to it. The real question is that if God is outside of time, Peter, if God is outside of time, and time does not apply to God,
please let me finish.
Peter,
I did not interrupt you.
I'm Peter.
I did not interrupt you, so please do not interrupt
me.
Guys, one at a time. Come on.
For 2 seconds. For 2 seconds, dude.
I'm talking to this guy. You can talk when I'm done. Okay?
Peter,
this is how the stage works.
No.
We wait for each...
Peter, you're...
Okay, one at a time.
What's going on, bro?
One at a time. Come on.
There is no time for God. Then explain to me how it works when there was a state of affairs when God hadn't created anything yet, and the state of affairs when God had created. Are those different moments in time?
Can you repeat that?
there was a moment when God hadn't created everything yet, and then there
Right.
was a moment when God had created everything.
Wrong.
Are those to God two different moments in time, or was everything already created for an eternity for God, or wasn't anything created for an eternity for God? Because
Let me respond
those
to that.
things are mutually exclusive.
Okay, so you just brought up another term. First you used day, now you're
No,
using moment. Was there a
no,
certain
I
moment?
said
Again, let me
time.
finish. Let me speak.
Okay.
Moment, again, is another concept within our material time reality. God is outside of that material reality. Me and you cannot understand God being eternal. It doesn't make sense in our 3-pound brains.
I
But the
can.
reality is that this is how the world works. And
No, no,
God
no.
created the world, and that was 6 days. But it was without of that. So you don't know what you're talking about, Peter.
I
You need to
didn't.
stop rambling and give an
You
argument.
misunderstood. You misunderstood. I'll try to
Okay, what
do
did I
this again.
misunderstand?
I'll try to do this again. In
Yeah, try
God's
it again.
existence, was there a state of affairs when only God existed and nothing else existed?
Nope.
No.
The time of a
So,
moment doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a moment.
hold on. So, for God, our universe has always existed.
No, the universe is finite and it was created by God.
It was created by God. So there was,
Yeah.
for God, there has been two instances where the universe wasn't created and then the universe was created. Am I correct?
There was a moment when
Which of
time.
the two is eternal?
The universe is not eternal.
No, I'm not talking about the universe. Listen closely. For your God, there was a moment where there was only God. And then there was a moment when there was God and the universe he created. Am I correct?
Yes, at one time, timing came
Correct.
into
Okay,
being.
stop.
Correct.
Listen, let's not derail. So, which of the two is eternal? The universe not being created by God or the universe being created by God? If both are eternal, then we have a problem. If both are not eternal but temporal, then God is bound by time.
No, God is not bound by
Yes.
time.
So explain to me how there can be two instances where God hasn't created and God has created without using time.
There's no way to comprehend that.
So if you're making a claim based on something that you can't explain nor comprehend, how do you know that your
Of
claim is
course.
correct? How do you know
I'll
that
tell
your
you
claim
why.
is correct?
I'll tell you why. So I cannot, as a human being, understand or comprehend God. And it's not just time. Every aspect of God, his intelligence, his perfectness, his moralness, I cannot comprehend that as a human being. I'll be honest with
Okay,
that. I can't.
I accept that.
But
I
let me
accept that.
finish.
But let's stick to this one
But let
thing.
me finish. Peter, let me finish.
Yeah, okay.
And this is the second reality, which is that even though I can't comprehend these things, I can still recognize the evidences and the proofs that there is something that we know as Allah. So this is the reality. Even if I can't understand God, I can still reach the material reality with the evidence to know that God is true.
You have no evidence for God. That's one.
That's a different
What I'm
conversation, though.
asking
We're
you,
talking about one argument.
you're now shifting the goalpost. I asked you to explain to me a specific claim that you made, not God, not a book. You made the claim that there are two different states of affairs, and apparently, according to you, those two states of affairs are not the same for eternity. They don't coexist. So, what is used to get from state A to state B, if not time?
Okay. So now you've used a third word. So now you've
No,
used day.
I'm still
Let
on
me
the same
speak.
topic. I'm
Hold
trying to
on.
explain
Hold
this
on.
to you.
Hold on. Try not to sway out. So you used another word here, right? You used day, then you used moment. Now you're using the word affair. All of these terms are within
Because
time and material reality. God is outside of time and material reality. It's a very
okay,
simple concept to understand. Even a 3-year-old
okay,
can understand this.
okay. If a 3-year-old can understand, explain to me how the state of affairs of God having not created the universe yet and God having created the universe, how those two can exist if not with a difference in time.
Okay, so there was no specific time moment where God created the universe because time itself is not something God abides by. There was only a
That's not
moment,
my
as far as we
question.
understand, when time was created.
How is it you cannot understand my question? Because
Your questions are rational.
I keep rephrasing my question. You don't seem to understand it because you keep answering a different question.
It's an irrational question.
No, it's not.
It is not. It is two different states of affairs. They can't be happening they can't be true at the same time. So there
You keep
is
using the
no
word time, though. God's not bound by time,
we're
though.
using the same word. Okay,
Peter, do you mind if I
at
try to
the
rephrase
same
it for you?
instance. Yeah, go ahead, TJump.
So-
Yeah,
Maybe you
try
can.
helping him out. He's struggling here, TJump.
Did the
Go ahead.
universe always exist with God?
No,
So there was a point where there was no universe but God.
right,
And then there was a point where there was God and the universe.
right.
So there was a point in time where there was no
Nope.
universe.
Nope.
Okay,
No
so
point in
what
time.
is the,
What is the point you're talking
what's
about?
the difference
No
between
point
those
in
two
time.
points? Where are
just
those
contradicted
two
yourself.
points? No, TJump is correct. So let's use the word point. You have 2 points. Points where?
You cannot use time, though. You can't say points in
And we're
time.
not talking
It's
about
irrational.
time. We have 2 points. We have the point where there is a universe and the point where there isn't a universe. Where are those
That's an
points?
irrational thing.
Where are those points?
But in order to have points, you have to have time.
You're not answering the question.
There are no
That
points.
is what we're trying to explain to you.
We're saying
You
there's no
cannot
time for
have-
God. Your
you
God has no
cannot
time for
have
Yes,
two
God has no
different
time. Yeah.
You cannot have two different states of affairs if you do not have time.
Therefore, God does not exist.
Therefore, God
No,
does not exist.
Time only exists
And
within material reality.
And you
It
gave
doesn't
us
exist for God. It's very
exactly
simple.
what we needed.
So,
You're struggling to
so just
understand it, but it's
clarify,
okay.
just to
No,
clarify.
you're struggling
Alright.
to
Yeah,
give
go
an
ahead,
answer.
clarify, my son. Try clarifying.
So
Go
I
ahead.
asked you a specific question. I said, is there a point where there was no universe and just God? And was there a point where there was God and the universe? You said yes to both of those. And now you're saying to have a point, you need time. So that's contradiction. You contradicted yourself.
It's not a contradiction. It's not a
It is.
contradiction.
How is that not
Was
a
there a
contradiction?
time? It's saying that there's a time when God and the
That's not
universe
what I said.
existed versus when it didn't is irrational. But if you're saying that there's there's no word to use here. Like there's just no concept of time here.
Well,
Yes,
You
there was
accepted
certain areas,
the word point
where-
that TJump used, right?
but
You
the
said
word point is
yes
still
to
backed up by
both.
time, so it's just irrational.
This
No,
is
no,
what-
no.
Yes, that's correct. You are being irrational because I asked you,
Yes.
No,
is there a
Nope.
point where there
Not
was
true.
like, is there a point where God existed and the universe did not exist? You said yes. And I said, is there a point where God existed and the universe existed? You said yes. And
I
so we
agree, yeah.
asked, okay. But
But then you said point of time after that. You asked me
No, no.
point of
you
time.
said time.
So then I have to
said
say
time.
no. There's no
I
point of time.
specifically
just
asked
a
you
point.
where those 2 points were. Explain
You said
those 2
time though.
points.
You brought up
No,
time
I
in that
did not say
equation.
time. I left that open
You're
for
lying.
you to
Tell the
answer.
truth, Peter.
Well,
Tell the truth, man.
You can play this
You're
back.
not telling the truth.
You can play this back. I said those 2 points. How are they different? What's the difference
That's not what
between
you
the
said.
points?
We can roll this back.
God
No, that's
defender,
that was
can
his
I
point.
ask
That's
something
exactly
different?
what he said.
So you're
Answer
just
the
lying
question.
right now.
So you
Answer the
don't want to
question.
You're just
answer
lying.
what the
God,
difference is
answer the
between the
question.
He's
points.
lying.
He just
What
asked
is
you a
the
question.
He said it was time, bro, and now he's trying to
I did
backtrack.
not say
After I cornered
time.
him, I cornered
TJump
Peter, and now he's
answered
trying to
the
backtrack.
question.
No, we cornered you. TJump explained it very, very concise. We talked about 2 points, and I want to know what the difference is between those 2 points.
I would also like
What
to know-
There's no
measurement
difference
do
because
you use?
points because there's no
What
time, bro. I've answered this like
measurement-
10 times.
What
There's no measurement because there's no time.
What
You need time to have
measurement-
measurements.
Let me finish my question. What measurement do you use to get from point A to
You
point
can't.
B? What is the
You
measurement?
can't measure it.
Okay,
There's no time.
then,
You can't measure it.
Then your God cannot exist.
Wrong.
Can I ask you,
That's
God
wrong.
defender, is
Completely
God
wrong.
God defender, is God part of everything?
What does
I
that
think
even
it would
mean?
be-
Like, I'm not a Buddhist, bro.
Is
Like, what the hell does
God-
that mean?
Is God part of everything? Is he
Clarify
considering
what that means to me.
Well, you said if everything exists, there was a beginning. I want to know what that everything means that you said. It just sounds kind of Buddhist. Maybe you can explain it to us more.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been reading too much Buddhism. So
Well,
all
it's
of
your statement,
existence.
so it's not me.
Listen,
It's
Buddha
you.
was just a fat slob, bro. He's a fat slob. I don't care about Buddha. So
I mean,
here's
you're
the
the one who
reality, bro.
made everything
The
statement.
time and space, blah blah blah. So time and space, right, was created by God at a specific point in time. Does that make sense to you? Or do you want me to repeat that?
Time and space was
Hold on,
able
hold
to
on,
form
hold on,
because of
hold
an
on.
expansion
Hold
Don't
event.
on,
interrupt
That's what
me.
Amy,
Don't interrupt a
Amy,
woman.
he
You
destroyed
shouldn't interrupt
himself.
women, Peter.
He's
That's
yes,
misogynistic.
I'm interrupting because I'm
misogynist.
going to point out what you just said. You said time was created by God at a specific point in time. You
Yep.
can roll this back. That is what you said.
Okay, so what's your
Time
point?
So
and
you're
space-
the one constantly
Peter.
bringing in time and then telling us that God is not bound by time. If he's not bound by time, why did he create time at a specific point in time?
There's no point of time, bro. You just keep.
Your words.
Listen, the problem is you're an NPC, Peter. You just repeat
Your
the same
words.
thing. Like you're
Those
an
are your
NPC. Like
words. Explain them.
You points of time, points of time. You're saying the same thing, bro. You need to like give a new argument.
So
At
time and
this- at
space.
this point-
I think we
Can I
at
just
this
ask you
point,
a
we can
question?
just
with
dump
the-
him.
Bro,
We gotta
Andrew
dump
Tate
him.
is winning,
Can
bro.
be done.
Andrew Tate's
he
winning.
just
Top G.
defeated
I
himself.
just have a
He's
little bit of a
accusing
back
us.
and forth with them.
Free top G.
Okay, so you said if everything exists, there was a beginning.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you would be able to show that. You're just asserting it.
I can't show it.
So, like, what do you mean by the word everything?
By everything, I mean space and time.
Okay, so is God part of everything?
Nope.
God is not part of everything. That's interesting.
No. God is beyond materiality.
So there are some things that God is not a part of, is what you're saying. He's not everywhere.
He's not a part of Haram, for instance. Of course not.
That's really weird. So he's not he's not the omnis. He's not omnipresent and stuff.
No,
like that.
God is not in the bathroom, bro. Stop trolling.
Interesting. You say stop trolling, but it's like you think that Allah created the
This
world
is
in
how
6
women think, bro.
days.
You guys don't think rationally.
Sure,
Like, women,
but you don't.
Women really don't think rationally, bro.
Hey, speaking of women, do you think women came from a man's rib?
I just want to say that was a
Oh,
misogynistic
here we go.
comment.
Here comes the pivoting.
Well, no,
That was
I
a
just
misogynistic comment.
want to
Just
go through
guy,
because
Dip him. Just dump him. Dump
Are you-
him. This is a waste of time. And all he's doing is, at this point, he's just trolling. Peter and TJump very succinctly
All right, he's
pointed
no longer
out.
in the room. Let's not talk about him. We
No,
all
I'm saying no. Peter and TJump very succinctly broke down why his argument is wrong, why he contradicted himself. Yeah, I know it took us a long time. We had to run a lot of laps to get there, but I think it was succinctly put out. And then when he starts speaking, coming out with the misogynism and crap, after blaming other people for it, it's just ridiculous. He's just trolling at this point. Let's just move on to someone who's more productive.
And I just want to point out to anybody who's wondering why he was removed, he's, first of all, accusing people here of being misogynistic by interrupting, and then, by them interrupting, and then he turns around and makes a misogynistic statement himself, so that, about women not being able to think rationally, which is all complete nonsense. That is misogyny, and this is the kind of stuff that will get you kicked off our stage, as what happened to him. Welcome, Catbot. Welcome to our firestorm.
Welcome. They're Panin and Theist. They have to reboot real quick.
Well, I just want to say while they're doing that, go over his claims very quickly. Everything exists. There was a beginning. That is an assertion without evidence. Time and space, as far as we can tell, came from the expansion event at the Big Bang, and they are uniquely tied together. You can't have space without time or time without space. And then he made really unique a la 6-day perfectness claims that I don't think he was ever going to defend. So just a tiny bow.
What did it for me is that he said that at a specific point in time, Allah created time and space and matter. And then he said he's not bound by time. He was the only one constantly wanting to bring up time when we did everything we had in our power to explain the problem to him not using time. He's the only one who brought it back to time every single time.
Hello, Catbot. Welcome to our firestorm.
Comments real quick. So if people are being clearly disrespectful like he was, we should absolutely be able to insult them or kick them off the stage. Those should be the only two options. There's no, we have to be polite to people who are clearly being disrespectful. Either kick them off the stage or I get to insult them.
I wouldn't. I wanna address this. I don't think that we should insult them. I think that one of the moderators should just mute him and then let us finish our point, and then he can come back. I don't think insulting helps.
I'll be more heavy-handed with the mute. Please don't call people names.
Yeah,
that's the good resolution. Let's get on to our guest here who's been waiting patiently. Welcome, Cantbot.
Hey, you guys can hear me? Yeah, it looks like it's
yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, I actually wanted to bring up an argument one of my friends brought up to TJump the other week in this, like,
what's the argument?
On here. Basically, it was Fleur. And so you guys had a bit of a disagreement on the first premise of the argument, which was that all sublations are dialectically necessary. And you kind of got pinned down on that premise when he was arguing for it. So basically, like a sublation, what was that?
It's philosophical gibberish.
It's not gibberish. So yeah, I'll explain.
Sorry, what's the argument?
So sublation is a function of absolute negation, which is negation of negation, and so it's canceling and uplifting in a sense. And so the example that Fleur gave you, which I'm giving you again because I don't think you remember, is that, like, let's say we have red and blue, and then we combine them and get purple. In that way, like, both red and blue are canceled, but they're preserved.
Okay, stop. I don't care about any of the gibberish. So give me an argument. No philosophical gibberish. Go.
It's not gibberish.
It is
This
gibberish.
is the premise. This is the first premise. Yeah, this is the first premise that you were arguing with Fleur.
Give me an argument with no
you got
philosophical
pinned down
gibberish.
on it last time.
No, I
It's
just
not gibberish.
Sorry.
I
Can you just
explain to you the term?
Cantbot?
Yeah, so I just explained to you what a sublation is again for the second time. And yeah, so now the reason why it's dialectically necessary, that just means that they have to exist at least within the abstract sublation, within the abstract contained within the absolute idea.
Could you
the sublation has to exist within the abstract of the absolute idea. No, I'm trying to show you. This is where you got pinned down last time. That's why you keep just saying gibberish.
That's all I need to say.
Yeah. Well, this is where you got pinned down because you said TJump. This is what you said last time.
Stop interrupting me.
Well, there's a logically possible world.
Stop speaking now. Stop speaking now.
Can you let me
Stop
speak?
speaking
You're gonna
now.
keep cutting me off.
Stop speaking now. Everything you're saying is philosophical gibberish. The Hegelian nonsense has never been a valid argument. Unless you can translate it into common English, then it's done. Your argument is gibberish. Done.
Again, I want to make it known that this is an argument that was brought to you, I think, last week by
Stop
Fleur.
repeating
And
yourself.
It's just the first premise.
It's just
the first premise that you're calling gibberish. It's not. You engaged with
gibberish.
So I'm repeating what you said verbatim because I watched the debate last time.
Unless you can convert it to meaningful English, it's gibberish.
Are you going to keep cutting me off?
Convert it to meaningful English.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So you said this is what you said verbatim. You said there is a logically possible world.
Argument in meaningful
English. Oh my
English.
God, dude.
Cantbot, please no. This is
you
not.
Said there's a logically possible world where red and blue don't make purple.
Excuse me, Cantbot.
That's what you said, right?
Hey, man, stop railroading. Come on.
Cantbot. This is not really the appropriate forum to take to task somebody's response on their own video. This is not about doing response videos of TJump or whoever. I am curious though, because I didn't quite understand what your question was that you're asking. Like, sublations are a what? I didn't get the what part. Maybe you can just clarify what you're trying to bring up this argument, and we can address it here.
No, I wasn't asking a question. That was just the first premise of the argument, that all sublations are dialectically necessary. It's an argument for panentheism, which obviously is going to commit us to. For this argument, it's going to require that we accept idealism, and so that's just the first premise.
To define what a sublimation is,
or a sublation. It's a sublation. Is
there you go. I don't even know what you're saying.
Sublation. Yeah, sublating is when you take like two opposites that look contradictory in their immediate nature, and you synthesize them through an internal synthesis, and it's a necessary synthesis in terms of dialectic, which is why I said that all sublations are dialectically necessary and not a reflection. So basically, sublation creates these total systems of integration where at first, like in their immediacy, all the contradictions through a conceptual analysis have like their true limits, but you don't get to see that. And then when you sublate them, you bring them like to this like sort of realm of clarity where you see the necessary logic between them. So when you sublate something, you're truly like understanding like the true relationships and the necessary logic between these like contradictory things. And that's just like when sublation creates something that transcends the limit and allows the two abstractions to move freely, but keeping the recognition of its own limited nature at the same time. So that's what that is.
It's a quick poll. How many people thinks that sounds like gibberish.
Well, it's just
Sounds like
interesting you're not
gibberish.
letting me point out how you got cornered because you said that
Well, no, my
basically
argument,
there's
wait,
a
wait, hold up,
logically
hold up. My argument was
possible
that was
world.
gibberish. That's my
Yeah,
argument.
I gave you the argument already. I mean, I gave you the premise.
Hold up. People in the chat, was
It
that
doesn't matter.
gibberish? Randolph,
not
Randolph, did
gibberish.
that sound like gibberish to you? Did that make any coherent sense at all?
I always thought that the Alfhaven thing was kind of goofy just from that start. Just I know what he's talking about. The whole concept that Alfhaven has multiple meanings that respect to negate and to also preserve, but it's always come off as kind of goofiness.
So,
Tom, do you think there's a logically possible world where red and blue don't make purple?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just because you can conceive it doesn't mean it's logically possible, right? Like I can conceive of a
That's literally
possibility.
what logically possible means.
Oh, okay. Well, I can conceive of a possibility where abstract objects can be like formulated or sensed by me in the concrete, but I can't conceive of myself seeing an abstract object. It doesn't follow analytically because an abstract object just it is insensible.
No.
So when you say there's a logically
stop.
No,
I can imagine
So when you say
stop talking. I can imagine an abstract object being able to be sensed by sense experience, which means it is logically possible for abstract objects to be imagined or sensed by sense experience. So yes, I can imagine that. It is logically possible.
Yeah, so when you say there's a logically possible world where you can sense an abstract object, at that point it's not an abstract object because you're violating a predicate of an abstract. Shush. You're violating a predicate of an abstract object. If it exists in the abstract, it doesn't exist in the concrete. It can't be sensible. So there is a true definition of abstract.
No, wrong. There is no true definitions. That's not how definitions work. There is no true definition.
It follows analytically.
It does not.
Because an abstract concept just isn't sensible. At that point, it wouldn't be an abstract. You're violating a predicate of what it means to be an abstract object.
I've already debunked
it's no longer sensible. It's no longer an abstract object. It's sensible.
There is no predicate of what makes something an abstract object. If there is an abstract object, it has an ontology. Its ontology does not include can't be sense experienced. That's simply the colloquial definition we use. There is no ontological entailment there. There is no correct definition.
There is an ontological entailment. This is an argument for you're begging the question.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
You shush.
Stop
Let
talking.
me respond.
Mute him. So
okay.
This is, well, as I said, there is no correct definition of an abstract object. There can be real ontological abstract objects, and there can be means by which we can increase our sense experience to be able to include those things. The fact that we could potentially do this does not mean they stop being abstract objects. You are just ignorant of basic ontology.
Yeah, there is an ontology. You're begging the question because the argument is for idealism, which would mean that there is an ontological entailment. That the epistemology and ontology are coupled together if this argument's true. So that's what we're trying to establish here. And what you're saying is that, well, because you can conceive of it, like I said, it doesn't matter because it's no longer an abstract object. If it exists in the abstract, it doesn't exist in the concrete. It can't be sensible. And that comes from universals. It comes from, I can give you an indispensability of universals argument. Do you think that we should ontologically commit to things that are indispensable for our scientific theories?
It makes no difference to the argument. Whether or not
answer the question.
It makes no difference to the argument, kid. I just
no, it does. Do you agree that we should ontologically commit to things that are indispensable?
Stop talking. So it doesn't make a difference whether or not you accept universals, and it doesn't make a difference whether or not you accept idealism. You can accept both of those things and still accept it's possible for abstract objects to exist and be sensed by sense experience. None of those entail a contradiction. So I can grant idealism is true, I can grant universals are true, and it can still be the case that abstract objects do not entail the universal that they can't be sensed. That can be a colloquial definition that we have given it that is not accurate ontologically. It could be ontologically the case that there are means to address abstract objects, and the actual definition is that they can't be sensed by the current ones that we have now or something. There is no logical contradiction there. You're ignorant.
So are you going to keep dodging or are you going to answer my question?
I literally just answered your question.
No, you didn't. My question is, do you agree that we should ontologically commit to things that are indispensable?
That's irrelevant to the argument about abstract.
It's a yes or no. I'm not going to let you dodge.
Yes, is purple my favorite color? It's irrelevant to the argument.
That's not. No, this is relevant.
No, it's
not. We're talking about the indispensability of universals.
Right.
So I'm asking you, do you think that we should?
Your dumb argument. I specifically said it makes no difference.
Oh my God! So you can't answer.
Stop
talking.
Dodging. Stop talking. It makes
no
so you
do. You're dodging. Tom, you're dodging. I'm not going to let you
stop talking over each other.
No, he's not. He's dodging. That's what he's doing. I'm not going to let him dodge. Can you answer the question?
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
Mute him now. Holy shit. As I said, it makes no difference to my argument whether or not you accept universals. I don't. Does that make a difference? No. I can accept universals. I can accept there is a universal fact about abstracts, and that universal does not entail that abstract objects cannot be sensed. So I can grant universals, and I'm still right that it is not logically necessary that abstract objects can't be sensed. Can we just move on? This guy's a waste of time.
Oh, okay. Thank you for coming up, Cantbot.
The big thing we run into is I recognize that the very first two people we had on the stage were people who were directly coming out to try and deliberately attack TJump, because they're not interested in like having a conversation about a particular thing. They want to revisit previous stuff or previous grievances. They just be like, they don't want to present evidence. They don't want to present sound argumentation. They literally just want to be like, TJump is wrong, and I have this grudge that I need to prove that he's wrong. And that's what we run into these for the first two guests here.
I think it means that TJump's really getting to them.
Yeah. It's nothing against TJump. It's like I see that's where they're going for. Is that it's like bam. It's like we're gonna target him. So without actually engaging with what the topic of the friggin' stage is.
The only thing I need to add to that, the only thing I think I should add to that is congratulations to TJump for getting through to people.
Version 2, really?
There's a number 3 in queue.
Okay, God Defender V2. Hello, welcome. How are you?
That's a pleasant
Your microphone
surprise.
seems to be not working.
Pleasant surprise.
You might try exiting out.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. You sound like the original God Defender.
There we go. All right. So first of all, you guys can't keep removing people because you get proven wrong, but that's fine. We're gonna move on.
No. I just clarified earlier that the reason we removed God Defender before is because he made misogynistic statements.
Oh, okay. So you guys removed 2 people at the same,
Oh my God! Get over the meta.
Let's go. No.
Let's just kick him out. Move on to somebody serious.
No, what do you mean?
We do sell tiniest violins. If you'd like to go on Amazon.
And speaking of violins, the reason this person was removed is because they continued to stay off topic. So let's talk to our next guest.
What were these 2 people removed on a different point in time for God?
Tippy top. I invited you up.
That was interesting, and fleetingly interesting. Welcome, Grav. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. Say, I was gone for just 30 seconds. What did the previous guy say? He got kicked out pretty fast.
He wasn't staying on topic. Are you? Do you have a question for us that's on topic?
First of all, just a clarification. What is a guy called who believes in God but doesn't like God?
There's two characteristics there. One is male theist because you specified guy. The other one is a mesotheist. Somebody who meso is a prefix indicating hatred. So they're a theist and a mesotheist.
Oh, okay. So that's what I am, I guess. Anyway.
Okay.
And just want to clarify, you guys know that time is not a real thing, right?
What? It's literally a physical thing.
No, time is not it is physical, yes, but it's not like the concept of time is made up in our brains. You know that, right? Like, for example, if we were to take a steel ball, melt it, but then return it perfectly with all the atoms arranged in the same way as it was previously.
Too much information right now. So time is literally a real physical thing that actually exists. It is a physical process in reality. It has nothing to do with our imagination. It would exist before we ever imagined it. It is an actual thing.
No, as a concept. That's what I'm saying.
Graph, quite easy. Do you have a watch or a clock?
Again, what we observe
that's
in
a yes or no. That's a yes, Graph. That's a yes or no question. Do you have a watch or a clock?
No, because I don't believe in time. Like, what kind of question is? Come on, bro.
That's a good answer.
I'm asking you a simple question. Okay, let's do this differently. Have you ever seen a watch or a clock?
Well, somebody posted in chat, so yeah.
Okay,
That was
what does it measure?
It measures a tick in
the passage of
processing.
time. The passage of time.
It's not. No. It doesn't do that. It's actually just a ticking process.
So it's not.
That's it.
Okay. This is already enough. It's not measuring something inside your head. So we're agreeing on that. So it's measuring something outside of your head. So yeah.
But it isn't measuring anything.
Rav, can I
It
take
isn't
your
measuring
example?
anything.
Let me take your example. So you were melting a ball and then you're making it perfect again. But it's not an isolated event. So somewhere on Earth, while you're doing this, the universe is expanding, the Earth is rotating, other things are going on, and at each moment when the ball was original, that is a time and a space. When you melted it, that is another time and a space reference, and then when you make it. But when you make it into a perfect ball again, you have still moved through time, although the object looks like it did in the past.
I have a question.
Time is just the observation.
I have a question for you. How much time do you need to line out your position to present us a god?
Well, after this one sentence, I would probably say it in 2 sentences.
That's not my question. But
I mean, I just want to make a clarification. Like, time is just the change that is happening that we observe, and we say, "Oh, okay, this changed. We can return."
It's not in your head. Okay,
no,
great.
It's not something that's written down.
Let's skip time. Let's get to the point where you present an argument for God. I think that's more helpful.
Sure thing. Yeah.
Because we don't have a lot of time to waste on. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
I tried to keep the conversation light, not trying to.
We have 99 problems, but time is one of them. So to the point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Crab.
My time is actually running out because I'm being called for dinner.
Oh, also time does exist. Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, apparently.
Why should we believe in God?
Time.
Let's get to it.
Oh, why? Oh, please, there's just too many coincidences and weirdness in the universe. It has like what kind of God would create, for example, like why wouldn't God create, for example, humans, or why wouldn't a God create the physical constructs that are around us and all this shit?
Yeah,
and
just look at the trees, right?
But it's also it's a plot device, and so.
Can I ask a clarifying question? First of all, what God are we talking about? Why do you hate him?
I think I do believe personally in this monotheistic God, and I do not like him because he made me fall in love with a woman that is impossible to have for me. I'm not destined to have, and since then I'm not a big fan of his.
Okay, that's interesting to me. So, and you don't have to give away privacy details. Why can't you be with this woman?
Too much. Literally 10,000 miles. No reciprocation of feelings. The fact that I'm 99% asexual and aromantic, and all the wrong things.
What makes you think that the unfairness or the absurdity of your own situation is evidence of a God that is cruel and not just evidence that the universe is just the way that it is without a purpose behind it and someone intentionally making it that way?
Yeah.
I mean, the reasons as to why it's so bad for me right now and the reasons why I believe in God are two different, but there are just too many things that lined up that just... there has to be someone holding a middle finger above me and saying,
Grab, no, but hang on a second. Grab, is it entirely, just to throw this out there, is it entirely possible that the difficulties that you're experiencing could be more attributed to
an uncaring, indifferent universe? Yes.
And you could have more of an effect on them than you think that you do.
From both perspectives, with a god or without a god.
Because you could improve your situation, you know, with consultation and therapy and communication, walking through these things, trying to understand them, trying to reconcile them with, you know, professionals who are trained in helping you do this.
Yeah,
and then your
I'm already
situation
doing
can
all that
improve.
stuff, but it's just I'm already doing all that stuff and blah blah blah. Yesterday, for example, I managed to run a whole kilometer straight without a break. Like, I was very proud of myself.
Good.
Well, Grave, what my biggest fear is that if you do find your true love or whatever, you're all of a sudden going to be like, God is amazing. And so I think that the reasons why I think that if a God were real, he would be evil are for things like the moral arguments, like pain and suffering, torture, the fact that if you believe in a specific God, there is an eternal torture chamber for finite crimes, just almost the entirety of the Old Testament. Like, there's just a lot of things to point to besides I assure you that you will find someone who will appreciate and love you. If you're looking for a partner, I believe you will find them. And so I think that there are way stronger arguments and things that get to the
That can only come from my own personal experience.
So I agree, but don't use so what I'm saying is, this is why I would like to have a stronger epistemological toolkit, because you're saying, and this is why I don't just like personal experience, because I think it's very biased. That's why I think we should use science, because if you find an amazing human, now God is a good God?
Yes.
I mean, come on.
I think a good metaphor is like and Amy Newman, I like where you're going with that. Like with someone in my live chat, Aaron Reese in my live chat stated, and this is a good metaphor. We understand that life can sometimes be just like pineapple pizza, you know? But, you know, the existence of pineapple pizza does not mean that God hates you, because eventually you will find the ham that makes that pineapple pizza amazing. And you can find that ham, and you don't need a God.
I'm a Muslim. I can't eat that.
Well, I wanted to say a few things here. So I think it's not
Make it
correct.
quick. I do have to go.
So you shouldn't say you can always get better if you try, because it's not true. It's not true that everybody gets better from therapy and things. You can get better. It's possible, but it's not always the case. And so we should be more careful about saying that you can necessarily get better.
Ah, TJump. Now I remember who you are. You lost this debate to Vosh once.
No, I've never lost a debate to Vosh. He's a moron. And that was never a disagreement we had? I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, it was about race, and you didn't make a lot. I was very disappointed because I watched a few videos before, and you were like so eloquent and intelligent.
I was correct.
You were so intelligent, and then you come to Vosh, and then
I destroyed Vosh on multiple occasions.
Not on the first one. Definitely not on the first one.
I destroyed him on the first one as well.
Watching it.
I've destroyed him on the first one.
We don't have time on the show for this meta. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Have a nice one, atheists, and
Graf, one more thing.
You have to be
about your situation. So the distance can be bridged by sending someone a letter. I would suggest that you don't come off as someone who is in love but trying to make friends, because there's a big difference between being in love and loving someone in a relationship. That is something that has to grow over time. I know time doesn't exist, but it takes time.
Okay, thank you.
I would try that, and you might even come to the conclusion that you might have been in love with this person, but it's not the person you're going to love forever. And maybe stop hating the God that doesn't exist. Get a better life. You have to work.
He just said follow my rules. I have nowhere does it say I have to love him. Only fear him.
Because loving him is not a rule.
What I'm trying to say is, you are in charge of what you make of your life. You are in charge whether or not you end up with a good partner. That has nothing to do with a God. God isn't keeping you away from someone.
I really gotta go though.
Just give it a try.
I will. Thank you.
I
See
will
you
say if
guys.
you're only in a relationship for fear, that's an abusive relationship. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, that's why I hate him. See you.
Or it's a BDSM
Graf.
relationship, but that's
you don't need God to find the chocolate for your peanut butter, man.
But at least that's consensual with the pink fuzzy cuffs.
We have three.
I just want to say,
Amy, there's a lot more than just pink fuzzy cuffs.
one of the things I found most interesting about Grab is when he first started, he was saying that wondering what the term is for someone who hates the God that they believe in.
God
So the meso-theist term that I brought up, MISO, is a prefix for hatred in case anybody's interested in that term.
Can we get rid of God defenders, please? Not any God defenders, just the same
no
God.
God defenders. Okay.
I'll change my name then.
Randolph, is it mesotheist or misotheist?
Yeah, my name's the same now. Okay.
It could be that way. I've seen it hyphenated the first time. That's why I've always kind of pronounced it that way. But you could be right. I could be wrong.
And I think it's pronounced mesotheist. Yeah.
And
Thank you, Ix.
I just want. Are you done?
I just want to reiterate. Well, you know what? I guess I said it, but just find someone of your own partner who actually appreciates you. That should not be the epistemology of why you believe a God does or does not exist, and whether they are a good or bad being.
And only tie them up and do unspeakable things if that is what they want.
Exactly.
If they ask nicely, yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Welcome.
How's it going? Gio? What you got for us today?
Yeah. So first of all, I got told by an admin that you guys can't talk about kinky stuff because that's NSFW, by the way. Second of all, can you guys justify the existence of the universe?
Is that your argument for God?
Yeah. Without the existence of God, there is no universe.
Gio, okay, hang on a second. Are you talking about like justify it from a mechanistic perspective or justify it from an agential, intentional perspective?
Either one. Whatever you prefer.
Well, from a mechanistic perspective, we understand the universe coming about by natural causes.
Yeah, which natural causes beforehand?
So for an example, we could read you a paper, Spontaneous Creation of the Universe from Nothing by Dongshan He, Dongfang Gao, and Qin Yang Kai. It says in the abstract, an interesting idea is the universe could be spontaneously created from nothing, and no rigorous proof has been given before. In this paper, we present such a proof based on the analytic solutions of the Wheeler-DeWitt equation.
That's illogical.
Explicit, yeah, I'm glad you think so. Explicit solutions of the Wheeler-DeWitt equation for the special operator show that once a small true vacuum bubble is created by quantum fluctuations in a metastable false vacuum, it can expand exponentially no matter whether the bubble is closed, flat, or open. The exponential expansion will end when the bubble becomes large, and thus the early universe appears.
Okay, so you're speaking about energy. Okay, you done? I know the energy expansion. I'm not a retard. So.
Let me finish. So with the de Broglie quantum trajectory theory, we show explicitly that it is the quantum potential that plays the role of the cosmological constant and provides the power for the exponential expansion of the true vacuum bubble. So it is clear that the birth of the early universe completely depends on the quantum nature of the theory. So here is at least one plausible theoretical physics explanation showing that it is in principle possible for the universe to come.
That's not possible.
That's just incredulity on your part.
Can you tell us why?
I can tell you why. Because as we could see, mass cannot be created nor destroyed by the laws of logic. And Newton's laws.
Did you say the laws of logic?
What?
Yeah, by all these.
You did.
Yeah, I did. Issue.
Those are physics.
We're talking about physics.
Thermodynamics. That is not the laws of logic.
Wait. What? I told you multiple things. I said multiple things.
You said that matter can either be, or energy can either be created or destroyed by the laws of logic.
And what did I say after that?
We interrupted you and said
no, you didn't. I spoke after that.
Well, you're gonna have to tell us whatever else you said because when
but your initial statement was matter can't be created.
Right. When
wait. Do you think matter can be created or destroyed?
No. Do you think matter can be created? That's what this is. You're asserting that matter can be created. You believe in a creator.
Yeah,
I'm lost. I'm a little lost right now.
No one cares, TJump, bro. You're lost in your diet plan, bro. That's what you're lost.
Oh, she's angry.
If matter can't be created or destroyed, that means it's always been there because it exists. That would justify.
That's a presupposition, but you in an atheistic world, you cannot. Yo, shut up,
Stop talking,
woman.
Stop talking. So if you agree that matter can't be created or destroyed, if we grant the laws of logic, genius, then guess what? That justifies the existence of the universe, and it couldn't have been created.
Exactly.
Yes, it can.
Not if you grant.
So
the
no, it
laws.
can be okay.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, it can by an all-powerful being, but it cannot be created.
Geo,
Stop
Geo,
speaking.
you just,
Stop speaking.
no,
Stop
Geo,
speaking.
no, hang
Stop
on a sec,
speaking.
Geo, no,
Stop,
Geo,
no, you
you're
stop
not
speaking.
you do not run this panel, Geo.
Are you not going to
Mute
let
this dude? Mute
Geo,
this
you
cat.
don't run the panel.
So,
Stop telling people to
Geo,
stop speaking, or
what
I'm going to
TJump
kick
said
you.
is what TJump is saying is correct. You just stated that matter can either be created or destroyed. Well, technically, it's energy because matter is just converted energy in that respect. But it doesn't matter if energy exists, then matter can exist. So if energy cannot be created or destroyed, then energy has always been there because energy exists. Energy has always been there. So we don't need the God because the energy is always there.
Sorry,
that's the logical
Hear me now.
entailment of that position.
Yeah,
You
give
can
him
unmute him.
He's still
Yeah,
muted.
let him address the criticism or
Yep.
dodge it.
Sorry,
Okay. So yes, you do. With my point of view or my paradigm, that I can have a creation because I have a creator. You guys do not have a creator. You guys just have a presupposition of all these things that have to happen, which is super illogical because none of them would happen, or none of them have the circumstances to happen. For example, the flattened existence of energy that isn't logical at all. You can't just have you can't presuppose something that
Something
had
can't
no
just
roots.
exist?
Yeah,
Really?
something can't just exist besides.
So what are the roots of God?
Hold on, can you, Jack
Well, no,
Burton, can you just hold on,
let's
like hold
just-
your wait 1 second. Can you hold your?
I'm a fan of
Can
brevity.
you just hold your horses
Yeah,
real
just
quick
drop the
and
meta.
let me?
Just what roots God?
What the hell? Why can't you just let me like finish? Because I was going to explain.
Because he's pointing out a very, very salient point about what you just asserted. The problem is
and
that
I right after.
Geo, shut up. The problem
What's
is
your
that
mouth,
you
boy?
keep jumping from point to point to point to point, and you are predicating each further conclusion upon illogical conclusions or fallacious conclusions. You just said, you implied that everything needs a ground, everything that exists needs to be grounded in something. So if energy exists and it has to be grounded in God, then what? Then if God exists, then what is God grounded in?
God is grounded in existence. He eternally exists. He is God. He literally is he's part of everything, in my opinion. I know a lot of other people are going to disagree with that, but
False
God,
predicate of existence is the overarching what? Entity
can
that
you define what
worship?
God means? Can you define?
Well, it's your God, so you go ahead and define it.
No. What do you think God is?
No.
He's an all-powerful.
We're doing
He's an all-powerful being.
critiques, yeah.
He is not
All-powerful,
limited. He's
okay.
not limited by anything besides logic.
I think
He's
God is
limited by logic,
imaginary.
so logic is an overarching constraint on God.
Not a constraint. He operates within it.
He operates within it. That would be
God
an
is
overarching
God
constraint
is
of
yeah.
God.
I guess so. Sure, but God isn't
Okay,
illogical.
so why don't you worship logic since logic overpowers God?
Because logic cannot manifest things into reality.
But God can.
Yes.
So God can circumvent the laws of logic, which he's operating under.
Wait, God, but they're not mutual. God, I don't know why I use the term overpowering.
I agree, they are not mutual. One's doing one thing while the laws of logic are doing the other.
Yeah, he operates by it. Logic doesn't do anything. You operate by logic.
Well, you just said God can make something out of nothing. He can make universes, so...
Yeah.
Okay, so God's not operating under logic, but he is operating under logic?
Wait, how is he not...
So there's a contradiction.
How is that illogical?
It's a seeming contradiction in your
Jack, if God is all-powerful, then how is that illogical to say that he can create anything?
Well, you're saying he's operating under the laws of logic, but he can create something out of nothing.
Yes, correct. He's God. He's all-powerful. He can operate, but that's not illogical.
Doesn't fall under the laws of logic.
Yes, it is. If he's all-powerful, therefore it's within his power. It's within his will and power.
Well, articulate how he's making something out of nothing.
He's God. He's literally all-powerful. If you presume that
that's just restating the claim. It's not explaining it.
Wait, no. What if God is? If I tell you, you ask
me, what part of that sentence confused
you? Can you just chill your ass down? Bro? Come on. So
my ass is pretty cold. Don't worry. It's a brisk morning over here.
Fuck? You're so weird. Yeah. So if you presume that my definition is correct and God is all powerful, an all powerful being, he can operate within logic by creating nothing or creating something out of nothing. Because he is all powerful.
Creating something out of nothing is incoherent. I don't know what you're talking about.
How is that not incoherent? If God is
you're saying nothing can yield something. Well, what the hell is nothing then? Nothing is just a mouth sound you're saying with no referent.
Okay, so if you can't understand the term "nothing from something" or "something from nothing," that means he can manifest something in the middle of no mass, no nothing, no energy.
Come from nothing?
Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, God
You
manifests
think
the universe.
No, but I'm asking, without a God, do you think the universe could just come from nothing?
No.
Okay, so you just contradicted yourself.
How so?
Well, what
You're
would
saying
it?
God can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, God is an all-powerful being.
But that
anything that exists,
work. That
anything,
doesn't work because
anything inside.
That doesn't work logically, because if God is bound by logic and God cannot do anything that is illogical and it has to come from something, but God, then you're saying God can create something out of nothing. You're contradicting yourself.
How? God is above matter.
This is a contradiction in your worldview.
Wait. Everything that you're saying is within matter. God is not within matter.
Okay, how about this? So if God
How about this,
Gio? How about this, Gio? If everything that exists had to be created, had to start, right? And you don't believe that the universe could come from nothing, and it needs something to begin it, which is essentially the God. But the God is creating the universe out of nothing. So
yeah, he's outside of matter.
That doesn't matter, because you basically
it does matter. Wait.
Gio, you have two states of affairs. You have God and nothing else.
And then you have God. Are you done?
Gio, your system is this: you have God, and at one point in time there was God and nothing else. There was just God.
Exist.
Then there was God and everything else.
Time doesn't exist.
What?
Time does not exist.
He's just skipping to a completely different.
Okay, then how about this, Gio? Okay, so if you want to go with this, Gio, here, check this out. You have point A and you have point B.
What if it happens instantaneously? Which has happened before in time.
Gio, you have point A and you have point B. Point A is the point of no creation. And point B is the point where creation begins. To get from point A to point B is a change in temporal states.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What if it happens instantaneously?
Then if it's instantaneous, if it's simultaneously, then it's Gio. If it's simultaneously, then it's the same point and there's no change in temporal state.
Yes, sirs. There can be a change in matter or state.
Was there ever
independent of
the
time?
Universe didn't exist? Was there ever a state of affairs when the universe didn't exist?
The universe did not exist at some.
Was there ever a state of affairs? I'm not even invoking temporal logic.
Say it again.
I'm trying to use as much non-temporal language as I can, but this is just a failure of the
I didn't hear you.
Human concept of language.
I didn't hear you.
Was there ever a state of affairs when the universe did not exist?
Not that I know. I'm not God.
It was a yes or no. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
I said I'm not God.
Gio,
so I can't
did
know.
the universe have a beginning?
No. Time doesn't exist.
So the universe has always existed.
No.
So the universe had a beginning.
A beginning in what sense? Of existing in matter?
For the beginning is that there was a point where there was no universe, and now there is a universe.
Yeah. The existence of matter.
Okay, thank you. So
look, we got temporality.
Wait.
Carry on, Jack.
But you said time. You said time, not in the sense of.
No, Gio. I said that right now the universe exists. Was there a state of affairs where the universe did not exist?
Yeah, it matters.
Okay, so we have a point where the universe exists, which is now, and then we have a point where the universe did not exist. These are two separate points. To get from the first point, to get from one point to the other point, is a change in temporal states, because that's what time is. Okay, is a change in state. Change is time.
Change is not time. Things can happen instantaneously. It's been proven before.
Okay, hang on a second. But if it happens
instantaneously,
but even if it did, but even if it did. But here's the problem. You're saying it happened instantaneously, which means both points exist simultaneously. But if both points exist simultaneously, that's two different state of affairs.
But you're asserting that no, it's not, dude. You're asserting that change has to happen over time. No, it does not. It can happen simultaneously.
No, Independent
of time.
Gio, no, I'm trying to explain that. Stop interrupting. If two different states exist simultaneously at the exact same time, then they are indistinguishable, which means that you have two different states that are contradictory, where something exists, something does not exist, existing simultaneously at the same time.
In fact,
that is a
No,
lot.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, dude. You keep saying that. No, shut up, Amy. Shut up. I'm speaking to him.
No, please, actually, let me.
This is a one-on-one. Okay, fine. I'll let you speak.
No, it wasn't a one-on-one, but okay, there you go. So the reason that the Big Bang is an expansion event was because at a certain point, all of space and time was at a single thing, and without space, you cannot have time. They are intrinsically connected. And so when you say time does not exist, I don't know what you're saying. You're saying by that mean you're also saying space does not exist because we have things moving through space. Okay, what do you mean?
Well, so just to clarify, can I jump in? Geo, I'm on Geo's side on this one. So Geo is correct that you can have space without time and time without space. They are not logically entailed. It happens to be that our space-time are the same thing, relatively speaking, but it doesn't mean that they're necessarily the same thing. There could be other fields that have one and not the other. And so you can, in physics, have change without time. That's totally fine.
It's a recent thing.
I agree with that, and there's still debate between whether it's
not a debate
the
anymore.
A or B time theory of that. I'm talking about something else. But what I'm trying to get to is this physical universe that we have and that we observe right now. Space and time are linked, and so I want to know. Okay, what do you mean by time? When you say time doesn't exist, what do you mean?
Time. Okay. Well, I mean, I mean that when I say time doesn't exist, I mean things can happen irrespective of time.
You mean just quantum fluctuations, things popping in and out?
No, things happening instantaneously.
Like
for example, when something changes the state of matter without going through the stage of changing. I mean, without the 1 second. Like if I were to point at a graph, it'd be going from say X minutes to X minutes. It would just do instantaneously at the same time.
What
say
argument was
ice
this
becoming
relevant
water. They asked me for an example. I don't know what it's relevant to.
The problem is I think he's using instantaneous wrong. The problem is that he's already conceded that there's a state of affairs in which the universe does not exist, and then there's a state of affairs in which the universe does exist.
Yeah, which happened at the same time.
Then you're trying to marry these things by they occurred simultaneously, which means that the infinite regress of the universe not existing, because in your worldview, God is eternal, and God is outside of time, and it has no beginning, no end, which effectively is eternal. And there's this infinite regress of this God existing, and in which there is no time, and then all of a sudden there's this universe exists. These two state of affairs, okay? And then you're saying that they both exist simultaneously amongst each other when you're trying to invoke this instantaneous thing. Well, what do you mean? Like, it doesn't matter. It's like there's a point where creation occurs in your world.
And that's not the beginning of time.
Okay, so time existed before the universe existed.
No, time is irrespective. It doesn't matter.
Again, what argument? What's like the core argument that we were getting back to? I'm lost.
That the universe can exist without time. It is unimportant.
Okay, well, no. Ultimately, I mean, Ix already gave you the entire breakdown of how this, because you initially asked, like,
in space as well.
No, so Gio, your initial question was, you asked, how do we justify like the existence of the universe? And I asked you for clarification. The clarification was, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like the mechanistic justification, like mechanistically, how do we know this universe exists? Like what state of affairs led to what? Or are you implying an intentional agential like purpose for this thing existing? Okay, so because the universe can come about by natural process that with no intelligence behind it. And then we can derive a purpose for ourselves. The universe doesn't have to exist for a specific reason. There's a mechanistic reason why it exists, but it doesn't exist necessarily for an intentional reason. Like, I made this universe to accomplish a particular task. That implies the existence of something there to indicate that it needs the universe or it wants the universe in order to accomplish a thing. But there is no discernible purpose for the universe. The universe exists and is a result of naturalistic process. We understand this by the evidence, but there is no evidence to indicate that the universe exists to do a thing or have a purpose for anything.
Show evidence? You mean proof? Because I could say there's evidence.
What evidence?
God told me.
Well, yeah,
That's
I
not
was going to
evidence.
actually say, I have it in quote, if you assume. And it seems to me that you are just presupposing God exists.
Well,
Yeah,
no, he's
that's
saying
the
he's
only
a prophet
logical.
of God. He said God told him directly, so
Yeah.
it's an even grander claim.
Okay, how can we
God told me he does not
differentiate
exist.
between... Yeah, how can
That's
you
evidence.
differentiate
Wait
That's
a
between
minute.
that is witness. That is
But-
witness. I
But how
witnessed
can
it.
you differentiate between a voice in your head just saying it and God?
A voice in my head and God, because
Yeah, like...
wait, that's subjective onto my
Oh, I agree.
interpretation.
So,
Yeah. So it's still evidence. Could you say if I brought you to court and I told you, like say for example you're raped or something, and someone goes, "What's your evidence?" I say, "I saw it." Okay, how do you know it was just a dream?
It's only evidence for things that have an empirical basis. So if you had eyewitness testimony of unicorns, miracles, magic, mythical creatures.
Okay, I saw God then.
So if your testimony of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, etc., and you brought that to a courtroom, that would not be permissible as evidence because there's no precedent for it.
Yes, there is. If I were to say I saw
this
unicorn,
is the thing. So in courtrooms, miracles, magic, UFOs, those court cases have been brought to court and they are thrown out because they have no evidence, because eyewitness testimony doesn't count as evidence for things that have no empirical basis: miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs.
What was the empirical basis of O.J. Simpson's court case?
People have been murdered and we've seen it empirically.
Yeah, wait, but he was innocent though.
No, we don't need empirical evidence of the exact thing. Your testimony is only evidence. Like if I said I saw a dog, we have empirical evidence dogs exist, and so eyewitness testimony is evidence of dogs. If I said a unicorn exists, empirical evidence is required for the unicorns outside of my testimony. Otherwise, my testimony is not evidence.
That's incorrect.
That is correct. That is literally legal.
That is not
statute.
correct. Empirical evidence, empirical existence, or things existing within matter does not need to be required for
testimony
for the
to be
court
evidence.
case.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
There's
rape doesn't exist within. Wait, rape doesn't exist
Yes, it
inside of matter. No, it
it's
doesn't.
empirically verifiable in matter.
No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
is. What are you talking about?
No, rape only exists as a concept, not
It's
matter.
an
We just got deep.
event. It's an empirically verifiable
It's
event.
an action. It's an action. It's
Which
not.
is
It's not an actual.
empirically
it's not,
physical
it's not
event.
matter.
It's an empirical physical event, which we have demonstrated exists.
Wait. It's an action. It doesn't exist within matter.
It does exist within matter.
This is a weird
No, it doesn't.
this is like a weird.
You're like
semantics.
saying wave functions don't exist. This is
it's very weird, Gio. But I want to kind of.
I never said it doesn't exist. I said it
Gio, I
doesn't
kind of
exist
want to
in
get us on
matter.
track. I want to get us kind of like back on track.
Yeah, it's the same thing as saying wave functions don't exist.
So Gio, you literally stated that like it came down to it. Like, how do you deter? Like, how did you determine that? You said that you know that the universe has this particular purpose beyond the mechanistic, explanation as to why it exists, and that it exists for a specific reason. Okay, and you said you know this for a fact because God told you this. Now, Amy asked you a very important question, like how do you demarcate a difference between God, the voice you hear in your head, as far as your internal monologue, and the voice of God, and how do you know that the voice that your inner monologue, that you're not just ascribing a voice to it and calling that God? Like, how do you make that? By what methodology do you make that determination?
My own interpretation.
So it's your feelings.
Yeah.
Okay, so why would you expect anyone else, especially the people on this panel, to believe your feelings?
Because my intuition has been proven time and time again to be correct.
So is ours.
That's incorrect.
Really? My intuition has never been proven correct.
It's been proven incorrect. You're right. Wait, did you say your intuition has never been proven correct?
Example?
Well, you just made a claim about other
Wait, did
people.
you just say that your intuition has never been proven correct?
No, I'm just asking you. You made a claim about me.
Like you said
your intuition
I never
is
said
correct. So I said, why should we believe based on your feelings?
And I never said you. I said me. My intuition.
Okay, I know. No, I said, why should we believe you based solely on your feelings? And you said, because your intuition is not wrong. And I said, great. There are times in my life where my intuition is not wrong.
That's incorrect. You didn't say that. You said my intuition was never been proven correct.
I did not say that. I said my intuition. There are times when my intuition is not wrong either. Of course, there are times when my intuition is wrong.
Mine has never been wrong though. So
your intuition has never been wrong.
Nope.
That's a silly statement. I don't know what else to say to that.
I don't even know how to respond to that. That's just like beyond, because you're not omniscient, so your intuition is impossible for your intuition to always be correct.
That's not true, because I can make I can make educated guesses like by looking at the situation.
Yeah, but an educated guess is based upon based upon prior knowledge. It's not solely your intuition.
Yeah, wait. If I have prior knowledge, sometimes I will actually refer to my gut instinct if you make a decision.
Okay, so but gut instinct is not evidence. We don't put police officers on the stand in court and say, "What did your gut tell you?"
Yeah, we do actually.
No,
have you ever made a mistake?
Wait, that's not true. Actually, there's self-defense where people would say, "Is it reasonable by your gut instinct?"
Yes, but there's evidence that goes along with those. And here, Jack asked a good question. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. Have you ever made a mistake, Gio?
No.
About anything? No, you never made a
Oh,
mistake.
come.
Okay.
All right.
We're just talking to a crazy person.
Yeah, get him off. Get him off. He's either trolling or he's loonies.
But before we end, I just wanted to conclude, because if anyone was curious about the physics paper I was reading from, I can explain in just the briefest what it was talking about and read just the last paragraph, because it answers the question of how does time and space come out of this physical theory. Anybody want to hear that really quick?
Sure.
Okay, so if you want to look for the paper, once again, it's called The Spontaneous Creation of the Universe from Nothing. And the last paragraph is as follows. So he says, the authors say, in summary, we present a mathematical proof the universe can be spontaneously created from nothing. When a small true vacuum bubble is created by quantum fluctuations of the metastable false vacuum, it can expand exponentially. Thus we can, and there's some math, but thus we can conclude that the birth of the early universe is completely determined by the quantum mechanism. One may ask, and this is the question that anyone who's hearing this for the first time would ask, when and how space, time, and matter appear in the early universe from nothing? With the exponential expansion of the bubble, it is doubtless that space and time will emerge. Due to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which if anybody's not familiar, says basically that the more certainty you have over the energy of a particle, the less certainty you have over its position. In other words, it becomes very unstable in its position, and vice versa. If you know more about where it is, then you have less information about its energy. Okay. So the Heisenberg uncertainty principle predicts that there will be virtual particles, and we can measure them in various things like the Casimir effect, and pretty much all of the physical forces now are thought to be explained by the interaction of virtual particles that mediate between the particles that are stable. And these virtual particles creating and destroying themselves will annihilate soon after their birth, normally in pairs. But, and here's the magic part of the theory, two virtual particles from a pair could be separated immediately after or immediately before they are annihilated due to an exponentially expanding bubble in between them. Therefore, there would be a large amount of real particles created as vacuum bubbles expand exponentially. The virtual particles are unable to annihilate because they're separated by the expansion of space-time, and you get a universe of permanent particles as a result. So that's the theory. It actually kind of makes sense. And if you want to learn more about the theory and what's behind it, look up Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and the Casimir effect and how virtual particles are thought to explain most of quantum mechanics and particle interactions. And this theory is explaining that, and these virtual particles are observable in things like the vacuum pressure between two plates when they're pressed together being different than the vacuum pressure with a plate that has space on either side, because the amount of virtual particles pressing on the plate differs, and we can measure that. And so it's actually a pretty fascinating and plausible explanation.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I did want to say this, and going back to what Jack said, is like if his expectation was that he was going to convince any one of us, he was mistaken.
Well, here's a weird thing. If someone if someone read this paper out to me and I had never heard of it before, I would have asked questions. I wouldn't have just said no because blah, like out of hand. I would have said, "Can you explain that in more detail?" Right? But
Right.
I don't know. He didn't really seem interested in hearing the answer to his question. He seemed interested in dismissing it and trying to move on.
Well, yeah, that's why he just gave you the nuh-uh. That's why he's like, no, that's illogical. He didn't. I don't even think he understood half of it, and that's why he just read that's illogical because he didn't immediately get it. So, but
this stuff is super hard to understand.
Yeah, but riffing off of what he said that he's never made a mistake. Well, maybe this is his first one in his entire life. He thought that he was going to convince someone on this panel that he was right, and he was mistaken. So, there you go, bud. There's your first mistake. Enjoy it.
Hello, Theorist 92. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. By the way, I just want to say, science was invented by Christians. I don't know if you know, and Muslims too. So that's who you have to thank for that gay little paper of yours, buddy. Anyways,
The Roman Empire had no science. There were no other cultures that had science.
I need to.
No, there were pagans. They were religious though.
Theorists. Oftentimes, people create the tools of their own destruction.
So there was somebody on Clubhouse last week who said, "Read the pre-Socratics." But
you should.
Science was something that's been contributed by a lot of different people over the years in different societies.
Mm-hmm. A lot of different religious people.
And yes, a lot of religious people have contributed, but a lot of non-religious people have also contributed. So to say that science was invented by religious people is not a complete statement that I can fully agree with.
If you take it back in human history, like the Sumerians were doing science, dude. So technically,
were the Sumerians atheists?
No, they were polytheists. But when it comes down to it, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
When the further you go back in time, people believed in a lot of gods. Religions change over time, but guess what doesn't change? Guess what improves over time? Science improves over time. So, oftentimes, we tried if you can say that, like, religious people tried to, like, come up with ways to try and explain God or try to get, closer to God or understand the nature of God. And they wanted to use scientific methodology in order to get there. But then all of a sudden realized as we got further along in time that those scientific methodologies wound up pushing them further away because they explained why God is not necessary and God is imaginary. That happens sometimes. It's not the fault of science. And it's not the fault of the people that invented it trying to come up with a way to get closer to God and understand God by means that that we can understand. So human beings want to understand things. We want to derive sense out of chaos. If a God exists and we want to understand it, so we can because if we understand it better, we understand our relationship to it better. And so utilizing strict methodologies to try and do that, and all of a sudden we realize, oh wow. By doing this, by attempting to do this, we've eliminated it from contention. Welcome to what science does. Science eliminates things from contention, and that is what science has done. So, it may have started from a place of religiosity. We're like, hey, maybe we can do this so we can understand our role in this whole thing better. Oh, wait a minute. The further we get, we realize, it was all made up.
Another thing that helped is that over the course of religion, people were forced to donate stuff or money to their religion, which gave religion the sole opportunity to start schools and to start science in a decent way. That has nothing to do with whether or not a God exists. That's a human construct that makes you pay for your God, and then humans distribute the money. God doesn't.
I'd like to. Did you have one, theorist?
Yes, I do.
Go
Do
ahead.
you gentlemen and ladies, I don't know. No, do you guys know of the philosopher Norbert Wiener?
No, what's the argument?
The argument.
Did he invent the mobile? Sorry.
No, the mobile was invented by some other.
What was the argument? What's
You're thinking of the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
Get to the argument.
I was thinking of the Wienermobile.
Did he invent the hot dog?
Oh my God! Get to the argument.
You need to chillax, buddy. All right. I'm not gonna be able to talk to someone who's angry.
Stop speaking, or we're gonna mute you, or just get to the argument.
Wasn't he a mathematician, by the way?
Oh my God! Can we stop with all the irrelevant stuff, please? Oh my God!
The argument is that if systems exist, God has to exist.
No, they don't.
Why?
Problem solved.
What? That's not even logical. That's not even
why? Why? I want to know why. Just why?
Well, it's because all systems are open.
That's not a
and the
why.
universe is a system.
That's restating a claim.
No, that's incorrect. The universe is not an open system.
Yeah, explain why it has to. Why?
It's a brute fact.
No, the universe is not an open system. The Earth is an open system, but the universe in and of itself is an isolated system.
No, it's an open system.
No, it's not. Where's the energy coming into the universe?
From God.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that, please?
I think an a priori deduction
No.
is all
I'm
that's
asking
needed.
you to demonstrate it.
So his
You made a
feelings.
claim. In order to make a claim,
Yeah,
you need
I
to
know.
demonstrate that your claim is true. So, can you please demonstrate
yeah.
God providing energy into
Yeah, I think
the
an a
universe?
priori reduction is sufficient to prove it.
No, I want a demonstration. Can you demonstrate where or how God puts energy into the universe to back up your
I
claim?
think the James Webb Telescope provides images of this process.
What?
I'll try to
It
find
does.
them.
It doesn't. And I'm still asking you.
I
To
just
demonstrate
provided the empirical evidence.
No. You provided videos that you misinterpret. That has nothing to do with what I asked. I asked you to demonstrate.
What do you think the sun is, buddy?
A gas ball?
A
Yes.
gas giant. A gas giant.
That's reductive. Let me ask you this: is a human mind just a clump of brain cells? No, it isn't.
No,
Yeah,
the sun is a clump of physics reactions, and that is how we.
Everything's a clump of physics
theorists.
reactions.
I think this is a better way to look
That's
at this.
reductive.
So I think it's a better way to look at this. How about this?
It's reductive.
So we have the
Yeah.
universe. The universe itself, it is a closed system, or you could describe it as an isolated system as well. But the universe is a closed system. Energy doesn't come into it.
No, it isn't.
How about this? No. How about this? You're claiming that God puts energy in the universe, and the energy goes out. So the universe is an open system. That's what you're claiming, right?
Yeah.
Why does the evidence indicate that it's a closed system?
Oh yeah. Have you ever? I'll give an analogy if that's okay. Have you ever had?
I'd like to know why the evidence indicates the opposite.
Yeah,
I'm still
waiting for a demonstration because rephrasing.
Can you demonstrate that the laws of physics apply to the entire universe?
You
can't do
making
that,
a new claim, like saying what the sun is, doesn't give me a demonstration of how God would put energy into the sun. So, demonstrate how God puts energy into the universe. That was my question.
Yeah, I'm trying.
That you tried to keep derailing and deflecting from.
No.
So
start demonstrating.
Theorist, we can determine the difference between an open system. Theorist, we can determine the difference with evidence, the difference between an open system and a closed system. There's evidence that demarcates the two. The Earth is an open system because energy comes in from the sun, and then energy leaves the Earth through radiative cooling. Okay, but the universe in and of itself is defined as a closed system because energy doesn't come into the universe; energy is spreading out. So the question is, that's literally definition. But I'm granting the possibility of yours. So my curiosity is, if your position is true, why does the evidence, given the laws of thermodynamics and the laws of physics, why is it that the evidence indicates the opposite of what you're stating? If your God exists and this is the system, why doesn't the system reflect its existence?
Yeah. The answer is, well, there's two ways to prove it: anthropologically or via physics. And I presume you would prefer physics because you dispute the innate knowledge of the human subject.
No, I just want to know that why does the evidence indicate closed when you say it exists and therefore it exists and puts energy in, therefore it is open, but that would be a demonstrable effect. We would be able to tell the universe was an open system, that the energy was coming from somewhere. It doesn't mean it doesn't entail that we would know where it was coming from, but at least then you'd have an argument because we'd say energy's coming from somewhere, but we don't know. That could be your God. That could be your keyhole to a God. But that's not what the evidence entails. The evidence entails it's a closed system. The energy is not coming from it because there's no energy coming in. So why does the evidence indicate one thing when the God exists? Why does
the evidence doesn't indicate what you take it to indicate.
I do want to point out that I linked in Heathen chat a source from the International Council on Systems Engineering that it appears to be a closed system.
Yeah, appears to be to the silly observers such as any atheist.
Such as these engineers.
Engineers create things; they don't know things.
Wait, what is your background? Hold on, can I just ask, what's your academic background?
Yeah, I'm a systems theorist. That's what my name refers to. I'm a. Do you know what systems theory?
That's
No,
not.
I
That's
have
not,
a master's in information systems. That's why I don't understand when you say
You
there are
do?
no closed systems. Yes, I do.
Yeah, there are no closed systems. That's
Yeah,
exactly
that
correct.
is a
The universe is
factually
an example of
wrong
such.
claim. Like you're just now saying there are no closed systems, which is
There's only a
you're
closed
high school
system
science
based
project.
on a limited perspective. This is what you should know. The universe is evidently not a closed system because if it was, eventually everything would become cold and everyone would die.
Okay,
but that's
awesome.
not
How about
happening.
this? How about this theory? Well, yeah, that's actually the model. Eventually, we speed where we grow.
Oh yeah, in like a
Theorist.
incredible amount of
Theorist.
years.
That's actually the model. We
Unprovable.
eventually progress towards thermal equilibrium,
I know.
and there no more work can be done, and eventually matter can no longer sustain. So matter is swallowed up by black holes. Black holes evaporate, and then that's it. So, but here's
Which
what
doesn't make sense.
It does make sense, but given the expansion of the universe, but it doesn't matter. The point is, you are indicating what you're basically stating is that the universe is an open system, but what we're telling you, the evidence does not indicate
What evidence?
Wait, so you said there's no closed systems? You said that?
Yeah.
Is God a closed system?
No, he isn't.
So he's also open?
Mm-hmm.
So if every open system must have a cause, then God must have a cause?
Yeah, exactly. That cause is indeterminate though, as of present.
My God, there's a God's God. Now we need to get to this one.
So there's an infinite regress of gods?
That could be the case. I'm not sure.
Okay,
All I
so
can
it's
say is
unknown. It's unknown to me.
Okay, that seems like a rabbit hole, but I just got to ask. Given so you're claiming this. So we know what the difference between an open system and a closed system is. You're saying closed systems don't exist. My curiosity is this: why have you not published yet?
I have other views that have ruined my academic career, which I don't want to get into.
Well, it wouldn't really matter because, like,
it
John
does, buddy.
No, it wouldn't, because John Sanford, invented the gene gun, which is a pretty damn amazing invention. But he also believes in genetic entropy, which is flipping like insane. Okay, because he thinks like error catastrophe is a thing that actually exists, which is when it doesn't. But so it doesn't matter. You could still publish on this. You can be right about one thing and wrong about 100 things, but as long as you're right about that one thing, that's what we care about. So if you're right on this, why aren't you published?
Because that's not how academia works, bro. I don't know
Yes,
if
it
you've
does.
ever been
Yes, it
involved
does.
in the
You
field.
publish a paper. You compile your evidence. You do your work. You publish your paper. Your paper goes your paper goes to peer review. People replicate your findings, and then they select it for publication. So
yeah, I know that's how.
If you have all this evidence, why and it can be replicated, and other people can come to the same conclusions based on your evidence. Why aren't you published yet?
I already told you I've other views are not. I've been banned from academia for having. So
Are they degenerate views?
I don't know what that means.
Are you not allowed within 500 yards?
No, I would never do that. But
I'm just saying.
I'll just say
it doesn't matter your personal beliefs. Francis Collins was literally
yeah.
the
You don't know what
head
you're
of
talking about.
Theorist. Francis Collins.
Those people lived years ago.
Theorist, shut
those
up.
people lived years
Be
ago.
quiet.
Things are different these days.
Francis Collins was the head of the NIH of Bethesda for 16 years. Okay, and was the head of the Human Genome Project, and he is a devout Christian. Okay,
Christianity is not controversial.
It doesn't matter. But he's still a devout Christian.
Okay.
He's still a devout Christian, and he still holds to those positions, even though he has a fundamental understanding of evolution and abiogenesis. He understands these things implicitly, but he still holds these things, and he's not barred from. He knows they're irrational, and he's not barred from academia. There are other people who are devout Christians. Some of them are Catholics. Whatever flavor you want, and they are not barred from academia. They can hold their beliefs, and they can still talk about evidence. You can hold your God belief and still talk about evidence. You claim that
it's my political views.
That doesn't even matter because your political views won't be a part of the paper.
Yeah, but the people who I work with know about my views.
Theorists, nobody cares about your political views when what you're putting in the paper is evidence. No, they don't.
What world do you live in? Seriously.
So clearly, you don't
to a religious school?
So clearly, you don't understand how academic papers are published because they have this.
Well, it happened to me.
Shush. So there's this thing called double-blind peer review where you submit a paper and your name isn't on the paper. They can't see it. They don't know who is publishing it. So if you're being banned from academia because of your political views, you may not be getting jobs, but you can still publish papers, or you just don't understand how it works, how the process works.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah.
There's
someone in my live chat. Someone in my live chat brings up there are people who are on death row. Okay, death row that have published papers in academia because the only thing they have is time. So they sit down and they just study things. And there are people who have been on death row who have published academic papers.
Yeah, there's a concerted effort to get me off of academia.
That is an appeal to conspiracy. TJump.
No, it's a fact. I have evidence. There's litigation ongoing about it.
TJump just brought up a beautiful example: double-blind peer review, where the people who are reviewing your paper and replicating.
You're speaking of something you have no knowledge on.
Theorist.
My specific situation, you don't know why. Listen. As I said, there's a concerted effort to not have me publish anything because of my political views.
No, there isn't.
How would you know?
Because
how would you know?
There are journals called academic journals, and they are double-blind peer
It's not a
journals.
response?
Shush. Where every single paper submitted has no name on it, which means they can't make an active effort to hide you because your name can't be on the paper when you submit it. So no, they are not making a concerted effort because they can't make a concerted effort.
They are, and they can.
You're wrong. You're demonstrably
wrong.
wrong.
The possibility why people don't allow you in academia? Because about 15 to 20 minutes ago, I asked you to demonstrate how God is putting energy into the universe. All you have done so far is deflect and derail, and you've never addressed the question. If you're going to write a scientific paper saying God puts energy into the universe, and then in your paper you're not going to demonstrate how God does that, you're probably going to be thrown out.
Or even
that's not again. I said it's specifically because of my political views. There are people in academia who hold to my views.
I don't care.
A specific question, and I asked you to demonstrate your claim,
and I did.
And you didn't.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because
you didn't even try.
You didn't indicate how you can demonstrate that God is putting putting energy into the universe, and you didn't indicate how we can even possibly measure that. The whole point is, I don't care if you are a raging anti-Semitic neo-Nazi. Okay, if you know something true about the universe, then that needs to be published because that truth about the universe will help us to better understand both the universe and our place in it. That's the point.
I don't agree.
You can literally publish without sticking your name to it so that the people who are doing the peer review have no idea who they're peer reviewing. The reason they do that,
listen.
Theorists, stop. The reason they do this is because sometimes names can carry bias with them. And if somebody in the peer review knows who the person is or knows something about them, that can influence their decision. So they remove all the person's identity from it and say, here is the data, here's the conclusion, run with it. And so the peer review is done with no knowledge of who you are. And if it is sound and survives peer review, then you can get published. And given that there are safety mechanisms in place to protect people's names and identities and reputations through the process of peer review, you are safe from this. So you could literally do this under a pseudonym.
No, the people have developed algorithms and AIs to detect the way I write.
Okay, how about this, theorist? How about this?
This is not a joke.
Theorist,
first of all, I want to no, I'm not finished, Mr. Warren.
Mute him.
Mute me because you interrupted me.
Taco, mute him.
No.
You can just bounce him.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Kaczynski for calling our show.
Yeah, so I was going to go.
Getting a little wild.
Here's what's wild. He could literally give the information, everything he has, to someone else, and they can run it. Someone who is more like academically acceptable. So he can literally, and he'll still get credit. He's just giving it to another person to do all the submissions. He can do a partnership on that.
GL, it's not even necessary. I mean, we all know Oppenheimer was a Nazi. Guess who the Americans hired to have them made an atomic bomb? if your science is correct and people can use it, you will get hired, no matter what your political views are.
Yeah.
There's always groups out there that'll do it. It sounds like excuses not to publish. So,
They've made algorithms. They've made AIs that can search a paper with no name on it and identify him.
In fact, it's called the Terminator.
It's like
because the AI has been designed to detect my particular style of writing. It's like, give me a break, dude. Come on. And further down the conspiracy rabbit hole we go. What's up, El Whale?
Just a sec. We've got a comment in our live text chat from Beamsy saying this person was allowed to publish. David Irving was once treated with great respect for his historical tomes on World War II and Nazi Germany, but in recent years, the writer has become known as the world's most prominent Holocaust denier. Yeah, so there's people. The whole idea with science and peer review is that it's impartial to who's publishing. It's interested completely in the ideas.
And he's probably not the only one. There are probably tons of people with similar backgrounds still publishing in science.
Thank you, Beamsy, for that. And hello, L Whale-038. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
How you doing, Richard?
I'm Randolph, but I'm doing great. And how are you, sir?
Well, isn't it Randolph Richards, or is it just Richard
Randolph?
Randolph?
No, he's
Richard's
Richard's son. Richard was his dad.
Okay, well, I know you're the Canadian.
I made the same mistake. I thought his name was Richard as well. So.
You're close enough. That's fine. What can we do for you today?
Oh, I love all you guys as speakers. I usually hear you guys every Sunday, but I got a random question for all of you.
Sure, go for it.
Shoot. All right, I don't want to say question.
I'm going to go for it. He can shoot.
Okay. Okay, let's say that you guys are in a hypothetical universe, and you guys know for a fact that invisible lizard people jizz in your Krispy Kreme donuts every day. Now, how do you prove this to the rest of the world when they're invisible lizard people?
You don't.
I can give you an example. So in my country, shawarma is pretty popular, and the most used condiment on it is called shawarma sauce. And so the most popular shawarma business in the center of my country got investigated, and there were 24 different specimens of semen found in said sauce. So where they came from, we do not know, but we did find the evidence for the semen, and then it doesn't really matter where it came from, the guy where it came from. It matters that we can figure out that it's there and then close down the business, which we have.
Well, I think the way I use in the hypothetical, we can not even say that. Let's just say like estrogen or mind control stuff. Well, I'm trying to focus on the invisible lizard people that you believe in, and that sounds absolutely crazy.
What I'm saying is, if we have the semen, then we can figure out where the semen is, and we can detect it. We can identify it. We can even extract DNA from it. So that is what happened. If people want to Google it, it happened in the city of Apeldoorn in the Netherlands.
I don't think that's what he's asking.
But okay, I will go with this. But let's say like once it reaches our atmosphere and touches oxygen, it just turns into pure glucose.
What I'm saying is, if you have the semen and you have the DNA, then you can get to something.
El Whale, you said we know. You said we know that this happens, and you asked how do we
maybe believe?
What?
Maybe believe.
Stop. Okay, so we believe that this happens, and do we have any evidence or reason that we believe this happens?
No, but when you try to confirm it, you can prove it almost like every time. But then when you try to bring in scientific data,
wait. So
because you've seen it.
One sec. So we've seen it. So if we have some evidence that convinces us of this evidence we could then show to other people, right?
In fact, I would say, just like the last person we were talking to, how do we differentiate this from a hallucination?
That's a good question. You see, and that's a point I was trying to get at as well, is how do you differentiate between a hallucination, a belief, and an idea? And then how do you explain this to maybe a theist or an atheist, is what I was trying to get at.
Well, was it revelatory or was it completely intuitive on your part to come up with invisible lizard jizz? And that's a sentence I never thought I'd ever say in my life, but
Well, this isn't my argument, but since I just heard it, I thought it would be great for this discussion. We don't even have to say that. We could say like estrogen mind control juices.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm
It doesn't
fine,
matter.
I'm
It
fine with
literally
invisible
anything. It
lizard
applies
jizz.
to literally anything. Evidence is novel, testable predictions. So if you think there is something, no matter what it is, and you want to try to indicate that that thing is true, you have to make novel, testable predictions to confirm it, and that applies to everything. Doesn't matter what the thing is.
What if it's something that's untestable and you
have
just
no
see it
evidence,
and believe it?
Then you have no
Well,
evidence.
I would actually say if you just see it and there is no actually verifiable evidence, you should actually not believe in it.
But like in this hypothetical, you know for a fact that you've seen it and there's no other way to explain it.
There are
it's more
people
reasonable.
that live this way all day. They deal with mental delusions. They see things. They have gone to a doctor, and they have, through verifiable evidence, they have hopefully convinced themselves that these things are not real.
So you also said this, you said this thing that there's no other way to explain it. That's never the case. There is always other ways to explain things. It's called the problem of underdetermination. There's always infinitely many ways to explain things.
In this case, the most reasonable explanation is that you're part of the 0.3% that are schizophrenic and hallucinate. So it's more reasonable to conclude that than that there are actually lizard people jizzing in your cornflakes.
Indeed.
Well, the thing that I'm trying to get at, I don't know if I'm even making sense right now, is in this hypothetical universe, you've seen it and then you know this is to be true, and then you cannot prove it. There's like no way to really test it. So how do you then explain this without sounding like a crazy person? Like,
So
let's say that
Whale, what you really could have asked was, instead of coming up with all these weird things and having Peter ruin Schwarm for me forever, you literally could have just asked, how does a theist prove God to us?
I'll also answer that. How do you come off not sounding like a crazy person? I mean, not to be too on the nose, but like, that's kind of what we're getting at.
Yeah, God in and of itself. It's like they believe in God. Theists believe in God, or Christians believe in God, or whoever you want to say. But they believe in God. They claim that a God exists. They claim that they have knowledge of this, but they can't demonstrate it. They have no sufficient evidence to supply it, and anything they present is knocked down. It's either shown to be some sort of bias or fallacious reasoning, or something wrong is going in there. So the problem is, what you should be asking is, how can a theist convince us that a God exists? And the answer is, they can supply evidence. That's the whole point. Otherwise, their position is irrational. So until they can supply evidence that can back up their assertion, then there's no reason that we should believe it. Now, we're not saying
what if you get like multiple exegeses of people witnessing this lizard people doing this certain actions? Then how do you take that? When that become evidence then?
Okay, yeah. Well, a person's personal experience, because they experience something, is not sufficient evidence. Because we can't, because we still have to be able to rule out things like mental illness, drug inducement, something going on, something external affecting their bodies. Sure, a person can have an experience, but that does not logically entail that what they're experiencing is something that exists in reality. For example, a good example that I like to use is, if I was a Christian and I say hypothetically I'm a Christian, and prayer is a part of my daily thing. Prayer makes me feel calm. I feel closer to God. Blah blah blah. Then one day I'm in a horrific car accident. Okay, and I'm stuck in the car, and the firefighters are working to get me out. And while I'm stuck in the car, I pray. The prayer has a physiological effect on me. It lowers my blood pressure, keeps me calm, and because I don't panic, because the prayer keeps me calm, I conserve oxygen, and my survival odds go up. They managed to cut me out, and they saved my life. Because the prayer had a physiological response and saved my life, does that entail that God exists? The answer is no, it doesn't. It just means that I utilize something based upon a belief that has a physiological positive benefit, but that doesn't indicate that what I'm praying to, the kind of meditational foci that I'm praying to, exists in reality. Okay, it's just a concept. So the whole point is, do what?
You've repeated the same point 4 times again.
Anyway, Jill. I get what you're saying, but
right.
I still haven't worked out this hypothetical complete in my head. I heard the other day, and I just thought it'd be interesting to bring
Yeah,
up
it's
here.
just like just because you believe a thing,
Because
just because you experience something, doesn't entail that it exists. So until the sufficient evidence is presented, there's no reason that we should believe it. So the question is, what you should be asking is, how can a theist, how can a theist present this to or make us believe this? And that's by presenting evidence.
Yep. Okay, well, I appreciate talking to all you guys when you join my channels, and I see you on Discord. So I hope you guys all have a good day. I don't think I could go any farther with this, and I don't want to waste your guys' time.
Hey, thank you for joining us, and we had some interesting responses to lizards in our live chat as well, so you brought an interesting topic. Hello, Jason. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today? You'll need to unmute.
He's got worms.
Hi. How's it going?
Hey, got the worms out of your mic, did you?
Yeah, wormed it out.
Good response.
I wanted to actually, since only reason I accepted, I didn't raise my hand, by the way. I accepted an invite
You're
up
a friend
here.
of the show. You're always welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Unless you
Appreciate
start
that.
saying like really messed up stuff, in which case. But hopefully you don't.
Hey, I only match energy. But listen, the reptilian thing comes from when a person is so infested with, guess what, parasites. Their immune system starts to actually fight everything. And so you develop these irritations and rashes on your skin that it starts to peel and flake. I forget the name. I'll look up the name of the actual disease of this, but it's an immune response due to how many parasites you have, and you just start peeling. It's like shingles.
Shingles,
it's not
eczema,
psoriasis, is it?
Shingles,
It's
eczema, and
like psoriasis and shingles and those kind of reactions.
Shingles, psoriasis, and eczema have nothing to do with parasites.
Yeah, okay. It has a reaction. Your body has an immune system reaction. That's what's going on.
Jason, I just want to say, it's okay.
Yeah.
Just if you are gay, if you're trans, just
Why do
accept
you always
who
bring
you
this
are.
weird shit? Hey, man, listen, dude. I'm Jason family, man. I have a wife and kids. Don't talk to me like this.
Can we
Don't
get
talk
back on
to me
topic,
weird.
please?
told us-
On
No,
topic.
no, no.
On topic. Something on
Don't
topic.
come at me all weird, dude.
sorry,
I'm not trying to
but
hear.
when he
You know,
is talking
I didn't come
about
up here to talk about
parasites,
the gay things, okay?
Sure. So when he is
I wanted to
talking
talk about the
parasites,
reptilian thing that you guys had brought up. Another aspect is this: they have. I can show you the video. If you give me perms, I'll link it in the chat. They have this operation where this lady doctor is literally has a utensil down this woman's throat, and she's pulling the utensil out. It's like a long distance forceps, and she's pulling what looks to be a 2.5-foot snake out of this woman's esophagus. Yeah. And when she pulls the entire creature out, it coils back and looks like it's going to strike at her like a snake would. But that's actually a parasite she's retrieving from this woman's stomach that has
I don't want to hear
grown.
a story. What's the argument? What is the point of the story? What is the point?
I'm telling you, shut up.
I don't want to hear the
Don't interrupt
story.
me again.
I want to know the point.
Don't
of the
interrupt me
story.
again.
Don't
Don't
speak
interrupt
again.
me
Don't speak
again.
again. You do
Who
not
is
have
this?
control here at all.
Fuck you.
Get off the stage.
Dude, come on, man.
Also, once again, it was the topic. Anytime that these guys start talking about parasites, Jason Family Man, if you remember from last episode, is the guy who told us that semen was addictive. And so it really is, anytime they bring that up, I need to get that just cleared out of the air as much as he needs to get off Grindr.
Welcome, Become Ungovernable. How are you? And are you here to talk about lizards or something else? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Hold on, it's working. It's working.
Ah, we can hear you now.
Fine. Calm
Like your
down, it's
avatar
working.
picture, by the way.
Thank you. I love your face. Right, all right.
I couldn't hear what you said. Could you repeat that,
He
please?
said he loved your face.
Let's get on
Oh,
topic.
okay.
Right.
It must be the blondness that's getting to him. So, what can we do for you today, sir?
So the other day, God spoke to me, and he told me that I was going to come in this channel, and I was going to start speaking in tongues and put a curse on you. So I'm giving you 5 minutes to apologise to him. I'll be right here, and I'll be waiting.
Apologize to who?
Wow, what a weak-ass god. He can't do it himself? He has to pick you?
Curses would be great evidence. Can you curse me and have something happen? That would be phenomenal evidence.
Only start speaking in tongues.
Oh, he's laughing. He doesn't believe it. Yeah. I can hear you breaking before.
Okay,
your speaking in tongues needs work.
By the way,
believable.
I found the video that Jason was talking about. I know we bounced him from the stage and everything, but I actually found the video he was looking at. It wasn't that hard to find. And yes, it was an actual snake that was pulled out of a woman that that literally crawled into her while she was asleep. And it had to be medically extracted from her, and it wasn't too terribly. It was fairly large, but yeah, they actually pulled it out of her. So I have the video pulled up. I actually linked it. So
Jill, I am Dutch. I will now need clarification. When you say crawled into her, can you elaborate on? Sorry.
TJump.
This is great.
You are not the fun. TJump. You are not the fun police, man.
No. But yeah, let's not do that because we already ruined shawarma. So let's not ruin snakes for everybody.
I'm pretty sure he was trolling, but I just do want to point out, like someone said, actual tongues, it would be like mukata no bakapa. Just random sounds.
Yeah, I'm sure he was trolling. I responded about the blonde stuff. But speaking of fun police, Darth Erman, welcome. How are you doing? And what have you got for us today?
Hello. Well, I figured since this was the Theist Helpline,
we're here to help.
I would mention Ezekiel chapter 26, the failed prophecy of Tyre, just a bunch of shit that never happened.
Yes.
Most Christians don't know about it.
Yes.
Okay. And are you here to criticize religion, or are you challenging it, or do you have a challenge for us?
Oh, I don't know.
He's helping us. He's giving an example of a failed prophecy, so he's assisting.
Yeah, I was just giving you guys some ammunition. Nice
Do
to
you
meet
want
you,
to
TJump.
summarize
I'm a
it?
big fan.
So which section was that? Ezekiel what?
It's Ezekiel chapter 26. Basically, it's the entire chapter from beginning to end. It's a bunch of shit that never, ever happened.
Can you give us an example?
Yeah, it's about the destruction of Tyre and how God will make it so that Tyre will never rise again when they are currently digging up buildings from the time that was supposedly have happened. So yeah,
It still exists.
It still exists, and they find the buildings from that time in the same city. So yeah, it didn't really happen.
Right. For instance, verse 3 and 4 says, "Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus, and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her, and make her like the top of a rock." Never happened.
Yeah, correct. Tyre has existed ever since and still does.
Right.
Are you encountering some theists who are trying to use this stuff and think it's true? Or like, is this a common thing you encounter?
There are several apologetics about the whole thing. It's a different Tyre, and it's a Tyre used to be in a slightly different spot. So there's a lot of things how Christians will try and get around it.
There's Tyre, which is the main island city that the book of Ezekiel is talking about, and then there's Ushu, which is the peninsula like that Tyre is just off of, and they're both called Tyre. It's just one's Tyre Minor and Tyre Major. Similar to how you could have New York City, but then there's specifically Manhattan Island, right? So Tyre is to Ushu what Manhattan Island is to New York City. Like everybody would probably just call it New York City, but it's also technically called Manhattan Island. And Christians apologists anyways, will use these differences in the nomenclature for the area to try and exploit some ambiguity on the matter. Like, oh, well, Alexander the Great really did come and sack Ushu, and so did Nebuchadnezzar II. Yeah, well, they never sacked the island city. They were never capable of sieging it. So, I mean, the prophecy obviously failed. Nebuchadnezzar II did not siege this, but they'll pretend as though Ezekiel went from, because he'll say that Nebuchadnezzar II, he will come and take battering rams and knock down your gates and whatnot. And then in the latter half of I think it's verse 8, it switches the pronoun to they. referring obviously to the armies of Nebuchadnezzar II, but Christian apologists will try to argue that this refers to Alexander the Great's armies somehow, mysteriously.
Oh yeah, you would never infer that from the chapter that it's talking about Alexander.
Yeah, no.
I've actually not
it's a good
heard
example.
too many
Good
apologetics
example.
for this chapter before.
I've heard quite a bit, especially when you get into conversations with Christians who want to argue that, like, Daniel is fulfilled prophecy because of, the statue, gold, iron, bronze, and clay. So, I mean, it's pretty easy to know that these books were written posthumously, after the fact.
Hey, Darth Ehrman, I'm just curious. Have you ever spoken with Darth Dawkins? A number of us here have, including myself.
Yeah, I've tried to keep every interaction with Dawkins positive and entertaining. I just don't want to challenge his delusions. He's obviously really steeped into it for a number of years. But yeah, I've talked to him at extent. I showed him a video, like a live stream of Myth Vision podcasts with Derek Lambert, who has a lot of New Testament textual critical scholars on his show, on his YouTube channel. And Derek started talking a bunch of shit about Darth Dawkins, and I was like, oh, I bet Darth Dawkins would love this. I was actually able to interrupt Darth Dawkins' conversation, a feat not held by many, and circumvent the conversation towards how, someone's saying mean words about him.
Cool.
Oh, that always works.
Next. Who's next?
Yeah, I've
coming up.
I've had some interactions with him. They usually don't go well for most people. So hey, good on you having some progress there with him.
Thanks. I'm gonna head out, guys. Peace out.
Thanks for joining us and for bringing that to our attention. That is helpful information.
Do you want to do a shout out about your Discord server for people who want to learn more about like biblical criticism and this type of stuff?
He's
Do
already
you
out of here.
want to give a
but,
shout out for him?
Yeah, it's called the Bible Uncircumcised.
It's called the Bible Circumcised, where
Sorry, Bible Circumcised.
we peel back the foreskin of the Bible to see what we can find.
Hey, that sounds good because I'm
I already like it. I already like it.
Can you
The
post
link is in my my bio. You can
Okay, I'll
check
get
out
that
there.
posted in the chat for the YouTube as well. Thank you very much.
I'm going to. So
Oh,
later today, I'm going to do a show with Aaron Ra. I'm going to tell him now that his Bible show is misnamed. This would have been a much better.
Yeah, this
name.
was.
Hello.
So, Ehrman, if you're still listening, go check out my latest video. I finally did a response to Inspiring Philosophy. So,
Hello to Austin, the techno-againist. I hope I'm saying that right.
Yeah, Guyness, but I have a question.
Thank you.
I won't be responding to this question, but it's just hypothetical. So if atheists are wrong and there is a God, it could be Hellenic, whatever, whatever religion, what would you do about that? Because even though you might prove a lot of people wrong in debates that God is wrong, not true, etc.
I can answer that quite easily. I would do nothing about it because so far, and I turned 60 recently.
Right.
A God hasn't had any influence in my life whatsoever. So,
but what's the purpose of denying a God? What's the purpose?
No,
of,
hold on. I wasn't finished. So, if a God exists, then my circumstances wouldn't change a bit because he probably wouldn't interact with me anyway. So it to me, it doesn't matter if a God exists or not. It doesn't change my life in any way, shape, or form.
Right. Okay.
I don't necessarily agree with Peter on that.
Question.
I mean, depending on which God exists, I mean, it could be quite. Well, he left.
The point of debating God is to dethrone the religious people who impose religious sanctions on us without our consent. It's not about the belief in God. The reason we don't debate Zeus is because Zeus doesn't do anything. There are no religious zealots who believe in Zeus and are applying laws on us.
I mean, there probably are. They're just, not here, and they don't have any political power. But I was gonna say, like, it depends on which God exists. Like, obviously, there's nothing I could do about it. Like that question, what would you do about it if you're wrong? Well, nothing. I couldn't do anything about it. You know, what am I supposed to do against God?
Hello.
But as far as hold on a second, Clutch. But as far as like, if you know the Christian God existed, I mean, that would definitely change my behavior. If anything else, I would just start acting in my own self-interests to avoid an eternity of conscious torment and fire.
No, I wouldn't.
Not that it would
I
help,
wouldn't.
but
If he even if he existed, then he has to prove to me that whatever is in some book is correct. It wouldn't I wouldn't do anything. I would need something from him to make sure
fair enough.
that what the book says
all I'm
has any
well, Peter, all I'm saying is that I would have a different reaction, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I found out like with certainty that the Christian God or the Muslim God existed, my behavior would change, right? If anything else, just to avoid eternal conscious torment and fire.
No, it wouldn't, because the God hasn't laid down any claim.
Your behavior wouldn't, Peter. My behavior would. Please stop arguing with me over what my reaction would be.
I agree.
Let's continue on to Clutch now.
Okay.
Welcome, Clutch.
What's up? Clutch Storm, you know, I'm chilling.
What you got for us today?
So I don't know, because I'm conflicted, right? About like atheism, because like I believe God exists, right?
Okay. Are you
God,
are
like,
you
a great
are you part
life?
of are you a part of a particular denomination, or are you just spiritual? Or
Nah, that man just exists, you know?
Why? Why do you
It
believe
was
that?
like I've almost got hit by cars and shit, but like they barely missed me, right?
Me too.
Like, you know,
Okay,
I've
so you've
gotten
gotten
stabbed
okay,
before,
so you've
but
gotten
like
lucky.
I didn't get stabbed in like an
I-
important artery, you feel me? So like
I
I
got-
was very lucky.
I got hit by a car once, and I kicked the door in, and the airbags deployed, and then it was immobilized, and the police were there, and I was okay. I was fortunate. So, but I don't attribute that to God. I attribute that to defending myself against a car.
I don't know. We don't really train ourselves to defend a car often.
No. Well. How do you determine the difference between you got lucky, or there was excellent medical professionals around you that saved your life, and a God?
I don't know. I feel like God makes them like better doctors when they help you. You feel me?
So
what do you think is more?
God's great.
It wasn't the like 12 years of medical school.
That's a lot of years.
Yes.
Are you high?
You know, you have to go hard.
Are you
hardships,
high right
you know?
now? A little bit high right now. Are you?
It's so condescending. I mean, it's probably true, but still, it's so condescending. Come on.
Oh, Randolph,
Clutch.
quick tip: you might have to reboot because people in your chat can't
I'm
hear
faded that
everyone.
hoe right now.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. He's well. I guess come back when you sober up, because that'll really help.
Thanks,
What
Peter.
he's saying, though, even though that particular
Hey, how are y'all doing
person
today?
may have had trouble communicating it, is a very, very common thing you hear theists say about why they have faith when they can't like prove by evidence that God exists, but they'll say something similar, like something really important happened to me, and I'm so grateful to be alive, and I just know that God has a plan for me or protected me, et cetera, miracles are real because this unlikely thing happened.
At the beginning, he was talking about how he's conflicted about whether a God exists, and I was thinking that would go into him wondering if he should continue to be in the religion that he's in, because that's something that comes up quite a bit. People are kind of playing it safe in their view with Pascal's gambit, also known as Pascal's wager. But and I was hoping the conversation would get into that. Maybe he'll come back and we can explore further into these topics. Go ahead, Amy. Sorry.
Just ignores. I agree with everything you said, man. It just ignores that. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
So Zatkins, how's it going? What do you got for us today, bud?
I got a few things about the Bible I wanted to say. So, can you prove anything about the Bible to be true, or is it just a claim in you guys' ideals?
Well, some of the things in the Bible are historically accurate, like the Babylonian incursion of Jerusalem, the reigns of certain kings, the Roman occupation of Israel, so on and so forth.
We have
Most
independent
of the major
means.
claims.
Also,
most of the major claims, like the Exodus, the global flood, the annihilation of the Canaanites, those sorts of things are manifestly false.
I apologize. This is from just a minute ago, but it just because you are lucky doesn't mean that the person next to you didn't get hit by a car, and so that means that it wouldn't be. I guess you are in God's plan, but they weren't in God's plan. I'm sorry. Back to the topic at hand, Xerxes.
Yeah,
It's
I
okay.
want to add to this. You can prove things in different books. That doesn't mean that the entire book is true. A frequently used analogy is that London exists, so therefore Harry Potter exists because King's Cross Station exists. You can even go there and visit platform 9 3/4. It's there.
Or you can do the thing with Spider-Man. New York is a place that
Yeah.
exists. Spider-Man
Yeah,
is New York,
same thing.
so therefore Spider-Man exists. So, but Xerxes is right. There are the Bible in and of itself is a kind of like biased a biased version of history from the Jewish perspective, from how they interpreted things. There are events that did occur that are historically accurate. There are things that are patently false. There are things that are metaphorical. There are things that are anecdotal. They can't really be supported because of people's interpretation. There's a lot of stuff in there. Now, as far as it goes, like the major claims, like the big claims, like the things that are patently false, like the flood and like the 6-day creation and like the age of things. It's like obviously these things are like patently incorrect. So, where were you going with this?
Well, I just wanted to ask, like, from y'all's perspective, like, what can be proven in the Bible and what can't be proven, because like I can use Jesus's like resurrection
Well,
as an
with
example
with history. So in history, there's nothing that's ever proven. History is determined based on what most probably happened. And when you have a bunch of extant corroborating documents, papyri, manuscripts that all testify to particular events, even if they're slightly conflicting on the nature of those events, we can at least understand that, yeah, the event probably happened. The exact course of that event is up for some debate. But we can rule certain things out, because if we're determining what happened in history based on what is the most probable case, well, then things like resurrections and miracles, they're always at the bottom of the list, because they are always the least likely explanation of any given instance, right? A miracle is by definition the least likely occurrence. If miracles happened all the time, or they were a banality, we wouldn't call them miracles in the first place. So Jesus resurrecting is obviously the least likely explanation for the Gospels, but it is an explanation, and it is the one that Christians obviously believe. Like, I mean, it's requisite to believe in that to be a Christian. So,
Anecdotes by
did it
themselves.
happen? Well,
Anecdotes by
probably
themselves.
not. No.
Yeah, anecdotes by themselves are pretty tough, or like really bad. But like historical anecdotes that entail like a break in the laws of reality, like a suspension in the laws of reality, then yeah, that would be pretty far at the bottom.
Also, if you're let me just say, if you're bringing up the resurrection of Jesus as like an example of an event that you think is hard to say didn't happen, which is a very, very common focus for a lot of Christians as their foundation of their belief, and that's a reasonable place to start. And I understand why you would be convinced about it. However, most of the arguments about this are bad.
No, I believe that Jesus resurrected. Sorry if I made that clear.
Sorry,
I was just asking if there's like a way to prove that y'all's viewpoint.
Well, there's a pretty good book on the subject. Yeah, it's called Doubting Jesus' Resurrection, and it goes into pretty good detail on all the kinds of claims people make and what kinds of actual plausibility they have, and it does a pretty good job of just demolishing all of them.
Okay. Well, even if the resurrection happened, no, there would be no way to prove it, right? This is why, I mean, even in the Bible, you have certain passages where it says things like, blessed are you because you believe because you have seen. Blessed are those who believe without seeing, right? Because so the authors of this text knew that people were going to be skeptical or dubious of the claims, and so they incorporate these fail-safes in the doctrine that you are blessed for believing in it even without having any kind of evidence, right? Like, what is the path of salvation in the Bible? If you read Romans 10:9 or Romans 4:5, Ephesians 1:11, so on and so forth, it says outright, if you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus is resurrected and is your Savior, then you will be saved. Right? It's all about what you're convinced of. It's not about what you can actually demonstrate is true.
Yeah, and also you can't really even put Jesus's like part in that, because some people think Jesus died on the cross. Some people thought Jesus was like not even there. Some people thought another person was on the cross. Like you can't even prove where Jesus was in all this.
Well, those are Muslim arguments, right? Because Muslims believe that Jesus was like a divine prophet of God, right? So they can't they can't adopt the more reasonable explanations, which is that he really did die and he was just tossed in a mass grave, or perhaps he wasn't even really who he said he was, and there's just a legend. Like they can't accept the more plausible alternatives, so they have to make up some pretty extraneous ones, because they have to simultaneously believe that A, Jesus was a real person who was a prophet of God, and B, that he did not resurrect from the dead. So they have some weird ideas which are really easily combated by Christian apologists. But
Agreed.
as far as like secular historians who major in this field, I mean they pretty much all agree that the most likely explanation is that there was this guy named Jesus of Nazareth who pissed off Rome for talking about a kingdom that was not Rome, and he was crucified as a traitor or seditious, and then he was tossed into a mass grave, and then his followers sort of made up this story that they saw him rise from the dead.
All right. I'm not going to waste any of y'all's time anymore. I think I'm going to take my leave, but I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you for joining us. Appreciate your question.
Yeah, I was just curious. I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic. So I was just wondering you guys' viewpoints, and I'm glad I got some understanding.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. You guys have a good day.
Thank you. Next up is Mystery. Who I think is a Muslim.
Oh, hello. So I have to click accept. All right.
Hello, Mystery. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask what you guys mean when you say God.
Like an omniscient, omnipresent creator of the universe.
I always go with the definition of the person that I'm talking to, because that avoids straw manning people. So I don't have a set definition of a God. I usually ask the people that I'm talking to who believe in a God to define theirs. So then at least we can talk about the same concept.
Yeah, and I typically use the word deity because it's a sex-neutral term for goddesses and gods. But generally there are some kind of supernatural characteristics about it, such as omniscience and omnipotence and omnipresence and whatnot.
I guess the thing is, though, that if we talk broadly, then there's a lot of different definitions for God that can be like...
And goddess.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different definitions. So I guess for you to believe, if we just say that a God is like an omnipresent force that had some kind of input in the creation of the universe, right? You guys obviously don't believe that God would exist or exists.
An intentional input, that one I don't hold a belief in that for sure, and I think most people in the panel here don't.
Can I ask, what is your criteria for proof? Like, what is the evidence that you would need in order to believe in that?
Novel testable predictions.
I don't know. What do you got?
Just about to quote TJump. He's like, TJump, you want to take that? He's right. Novel testable
I
predictions.
would say most of us like and prefer science and empirical evidence and what J.O. Warren and TJump were
science
saying,
isn't always right, is it?
But we're also open to what you got.
Science is just man's knowledge, right? That's what science means.
It's the best. It is the only reliable source of knowledge that can differentiate.
We used to think that the Earth was flat.
Stop. Science is the best, most reliable, only way that can accurately differentiate imagination from reality. There isn't a better way. So everything else can be more wrong than science. Science is the least wrong of everything.
Okay, but science is not always correct.
Sure, but it's the least wrong of everything.
And when you say like science, you mean like in what way? Like what would literally
the method
be
of
an
investigation
evidence?
by which the method of investigation by which we come to conclusions regarding the natural world.
The rigid and strict methodologies by which we determine the difference between what is real and what is imaginary.
I guess I know what you're saying, but the thing is that if the concept of God is that he can't be physically manifested, does that mean that you won't believe in him?
No,
I mean,
you
if you're
have
going, if you're
indirect
going,
observations. So,
well,
like,
regardless, hold on a second, TJump. If you're going to define God in such a way that he shares all the same characteristics as a thing that doesn't exist at all, how am I supposed to distinguish between a thing that doesn't exist and a thing that has the characteristics of something that doesn't exist?
Because you can observe the effect of something that exists in order to scientifically determine that it exists. It doesn't need to, like, physically manifest,
Okay.
right?
Can you produce something, an effect that you believe is both positively indicative of and exclusively concordant with God as the explanation for it over any other
What
explanation?
about Thomas Aquinas, the evidence, logic,
About
inference, scientific method? About
Are
the
you
kind of
talking-
the idea that things cannot go to infinite regress, that there had to be a beginning
Well,
to the
he's
first,
wrong.
thing.
He's wrong.
Yeah, so first and foremost, he's just
But that's a
wrong. Secondly,
scientific
like,
method, right?
hold on, no.
No,
First
no,
and foremost, he's
Aquinas
just
was
wrong.
not
There's nothing
using
in
the scientific method.
There's nothing in the scientific method that forbids infinite regress, right? The only problem with infinite regress is
There
that
is.
it's intuitively
No, there's not.
absurd to human beings. There is no logical contradiction or mathematical problem with
There
infinite
is.
regress. It
There's
is
not.
literally just intuitive.
So
Please identify the
infinite.
logical contradiction in
Okay,
infinite
the
regress.
logical contradiction is that if everything requires if everything requires actuation from something else, then
doesn't.
the first thing.
We don't know that
Well,
it
it
does.
does. Scientifically, it does.
Well, no,
because
you don't.
every,
You don't.
every
You don't. No, you don't.
everything
You don't get
we
to just
can
make claims
observe.
like that.
Okay, well,
Mystery.
you're going against
I
science now.
assure you. No, I'm not. I assure you, if you want to go down this sort of Kalam style route with asserting that everything requires some sort of antecedent deficient cause, you're going to get in trouble if you're going to start trying to incorporate God into that list because
Okay,
God
can I ask?
has an explanation. Hold on.
Can you
I'm not done.
prove to me that
Hold on.
Mr.
Hold on. I'm not done. Okay. God as an explanation is always going to violate the rules that you use to get to him in the first place. So if I were to even just grant what you're saying, okay, infinite regress is impossible. Okay, whatever. All right. And everything needs a cause. Okay, all right, whatever. All right. Now we say, okay, so God is the thing that caused everything else, but he exists infinitely and he himself doesn't need a cause. So right out of the gate, we've already violated the very rules that we set forth to get to him.
No,
So
you're
you're
jumping
already
ahead.
creating a special pleading fallacy. No. It doesn't matter if I'm jumping ahead or not. We do not have a reliable method of arriving at God through reason that does not require that we create special pleading fallacies or exempt God in some way from the rules of inference that we use to get to him in the first place.
Okay,
Is
can you
Xerxes really quiet for anybody else?
Can you? No, he's fine. Can you scientifically prove that there is something that exists that doesn't require a cause?
What do you mean by cause?
Something else to actuate it.
Okay, so if we want to do this, like we say, like, okay, no, I'm not aware of anything, at least in my physical experience, that doesn't have an efficient and a material cause. Sure, but if you want to go that route, right, then I can just flip it back on you, and I can ask you, can you prove there's anything in reality that does not have an efficient and a material cause? Because if you believe in God, you would probably be believing in creation ex nihilo.
But the point that I'm making is that according to science, right, everything that we can observe, everything that we can test, right, does require a cause according to logic and all of the properties. Right.
Our observations tell us that
science tells
material
us
things. Okay, that's poorly worded, but things, physical objects, material objects have both a material and an efficient cause. Okay, the universe is a compository of physical objects, and you might say that the universe requires an efficient cause because everything else in the universe also requires an efficient cause. But if you were to make that argument, I would say that it would equally need to require a material cause. And if the universe requires a material cause, well, it can't have been created because the universe is the totality of material. So there can't be
How do you know
material
that?
before the existence of material.
How
Because
do you
that's the
know that?
definition of the universe.
Okay, so what if there was something outside of the definition of the universe that created the universe?
Well, that's just moving the goalpost. Hold on.
But there is.
Do you
There is
believe?
evidence of that.
No, Mystery. Do you believe that material
in the
has
own
always
question.
existed? Mystery has material always existed?
I can't prove if it has or hasn't, but
Well, okay. Well,
I know
if it
that all
has,
material
hold on.
requires a cause, so it can't go to infinite regress. So no.
Okay. Well, if your answer is no, then there was a state of affairs wherein there was no material that existed. Okay.
Yes.
Meaning that when that state of affairs transitioned into a state of affairs wherein there was material, that state of affairs was devoid of a material cause. But everything
Yes.
we've ever observed tells us that anything that has an efficient cause has a material cause, and vice versa. So if you believe the universe has an efficient cause, you must use the same reasoning consistently to arrive at the conclusion that the universe
No,
requires
because
a
I do
material
not believe
cause.
that God is material.
Okay,
Doesn't
so then
matter.
you're just cherry picking. You are
No.
jettisoning out this particular aspect. You have no
No.
evidence that no.
I
Stop
define
just
God
saying
as
no.
immaterial.
Okay, yeah, that's the problem. Okay, if
Why?
you believe that because we've ever observed has an efficient cause, that the universe therefore
Can I
has an
try?
efficient cause, then you have to equally believe that everything because everything we've ever observed has a material cause, that the universe also has a
No,
material
because
cause.
we haven't
If you
observed
don't,
God.
Can I try?
hold on, no, hold on. So, mystery, have we ever observed anything in existence that does not have a material cause?
No.
So, using your same reasoning, if everything in existence has a material cause, then the universe itself must also have a material cause.
Yeah, but we haven't observed God.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So,
It
do you
does.
agree
So can
that
I
based
try,
on that line of
please?
reasoning, no, T-Jump, stop.
You're
Based
explaining
on
this
that line of
badly.
reasoning, do based on that line of reasoning, okay, please stop interrupting my train of thought, T-Jump. Please stop. Mystery, your claim is everything we've ever observed in the universe has an efficient cause, therefore the universe itself has an efficient cause, and you believe this to be God. Okay, but everything we've observed in the universe also has a material cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nothing that doesn't have a material cause has an efficient cause that we've ever observed. So if a thing has an efficient cause, it would follow that it also has a material cause. But you're cherry picking that reasoning and saying that the universe does not require an efficient cause. So if you
No, I
can do
didn't say
that, I
that.
can do that and say that the universe doesn't require any cause at all.
No, I'm saying no. What I'm saying is, you guys said that you don't believe you believe that the way to prove God is through science because it's the best thing we have. According to science,
That's not what we're talking about right now, Mystery.
I know,
Mystery,
but
that's not what we're talking about.
you're
Mystery,
missing
mystery,
the point though.
mystery, mystery.
You're missing the
Focus on
point.
the argument at hand. Okay.
I'm
You
focusing
made
on
the
it,
claim. You
but now
made
you're
the
interrupting
claim.
me.
Mystery. You
I'm trying
made
to
the claim
respond.
that it is reasonable to believe the universe has an efficient cause because everything in the universe has an efficient cause. But everything in the
Right.
universe also has a
Because the
material
universe
cause.
is everything
So
in the universe.
okay, so then it would follow that the universe would also have a material
The
cause. If this
universe
line of
itself
reasoning
is
is
not an
valid,
entity. The universe is a collection of entities,
mystery,
right?
mystery, mystery. Just answer the question. If this line of reasoning follows, right, does the universe also have a material cause?
The universe is not an entity itself.
Okay.
It's a collection
Premise
of
one,
entities.
hold on. Premise one, everything which begins to exist has a cause. Premise two, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, therefore, the universe is a cause. Do you agree with that?
Say that again.
Premise one, everything which begins to exist has a cause. Premise two, the universe
Right.
began to exist. Conclusion, therefore, the universe has a cause. Is that what you're arguing? Is that something you agree with?
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially.
Now, what if I modified that first premise to everything which begins to exist ex materia has a cause, the universe began to exist ex nihilo, therefore the universe has a cause. Is that a valid argument?
Explain what you mean by ex nihilo and the other thing you said.
Ex materia meaning coming from something other, like some other materials. Everything we've ever observed in the universe that begins to exist came from some pre-existing material. So you,
Yeah.
me,
Correct.
rocks, trees, guitars, all of that stuff is
Yeah.
composed of material that was assembled into that object. But it didn't
Yeah.
just pop into existence out of nothing. According
Yeah.
to
Right.
theism, God created the entire universe out of nothing. There was no thing for him to
Right.
affect or interact with, and he somehow facilitated the
Yeah.
transition of existence for material objects. Okay,
Yeah.
so theists believe in creatio ex nihilo, right, which is that the
Right.
universe came into existence out of nothing. This is not a process that we've ever observed. It's pure speculation. We
Yeah.
don't know the rules of this
Can I
process.
please try
But
to
it's
All we know the rules of.
it's
Hold on,
logically
hold on,
inferred.
hold on. All we know the rules of is ex materia causation. We know that things which have a material cause, or things that begin to exist, from material, require an efficient cause as well. This
Okay.
we can justify intuitively and observationally, but we
Yeah.
cannot justify that anything which begins to exist out of nothingness requires an efficient cause.
But the
So
problem with lacking something that creates ex nihilo, right, is that there's an infinite regress of requirement of material. which isn't possible logically. If there is an infinite requirement, then nothing would exist.
Mystery, you're not paying attention. Mystery, you're
I
not
am paying attention. I'm responding
No,
to
you're not.
exactly what you just
No,
said.
you're not.
Yes, I am.
If all we're going by are the rules of the inference that you have presented in this.
Yeah, but you're
this
creating a
conversation.
system where there's
No,
an infinite
Mystery,
requirement.
Ignore that for a minute. Just quit
But that's my
trying
whole
to
point.
skip ahead of yourself. It doesn't fucking matter. You don't understand the subject as nearly as well
I
as
do
you think
understand
you
what
do.
you're saying.
And what I'm trying to illustrate to you here is just a complete breakdown of the argument itself. The rules don't work. Even if you arrive at God, God himself is infinite. God himself is an infinite regress. He's a conscious thinking agent with an infinite series of past mental states. So you still arrive.
I know
at an
you're
infinite
adding
regress
more
no matter what you
properties
do.
to God, but we haven't even agreed on the first premise, which is that there is a requirement for something that creates without causation. Otherwise, there's an infinite
there's
requirement.
not a requirement for that.
There is.
Can I please have a turn
There
now?
literally is.
Can you not making progress? May I please try to explain this?
Go ahead, whatever.
Okay, so all of the natural things in the world we see, they are all contingent. We all see them made. There's no infinites to them, right?
Right.
But what about things we don't know about? Could there be unknown parts of the material world we don't know about?
Yes.
And they could be infinite because we don't have any evidence for them, right?
True.
All right, and we don't have any evidence for God, right? He could be infinite. We don't have evidence of him either, right?
I don't know what you mean by evidence.
The same kind, like the evidence we see about the material world, we can see it and interact with it. We don't
Yeah,
have
but God
that.
isn't material.
Right.
So
So we don't have any of that for God, and we don't have any of that for the unknown material stuff, right?
I don't know. I believe that we have evidence for God based on this premise
No,
that
no,
there
I
has
don't
to
care.
be
Okay,
some
so
kind of
the
original
physical
cause.
stuff that we see. So we see the
Okay,
material
we
world.
can't put God in a test tube.
I don't care.
Correct.
I don't care. That's not what I'm saying. So the material stuff we see, all of the stuff we see, all of the evidence we have of the material world, whatever means we use to do that, we don't have any of that for God, right?
We can't touch, hear, smell, see God.
This is
No.
a yes or no question. We don't have any of the sensory stuff for material for God.
Yes, we don't.
Okay. So we have nothing of the sensory stuff that tells us anything about the unknown material stuff. We don't know anything about the unknown material stuff, and we don't know anything about God from this means, right?
Right.
So there's an equal % chance that in the unknown material stuff, there could be an infinite material, just like there's a % chance of the unknown God stuff, there could be an infinite.
Okay.
So that means that there could be an infinite material, just like there could be an infinite God.
And there could be God, right? So why are you an atheist?
Because there's no evidence of God and there's lots of evidence of material.
But there's an evidence that there's a requirement for an initial cause.
No.
There is, though.
No. What is that?
Because everything requires to be actuated by something else. So there's either an infinite requirement, or there's something that did not. There's something or some things that do not fit the properties of requiring a cause. So they're
either
infinite.
there was an infinite thing or there was an infinite past. Both of those are possibilities, and both of those could be not God.
And they could be God.
Sure.
If you define God as something infinite that didn't require a cause, that led to the cause of everything else, then God must
Define
exist.
God as my cat, all of a sudden he exists.
No,
Right,
but
so I define,
if you do, that's true. But
I define
but we're
God as
talking
a
about this.
mind that created all non-created things, and I think no such thing exists.
But why?
Wait, Mystery, are you essentially arguing that the only thing there could be an infinite regress for is God, because there cannot be an infinite regress for anything else?
I'm saying that no. What I'm saying is that there has to be something that doesn't require causation.
Well, so there's two things there I wanted to bring up. One is that your definition of a God seems to not entail a mind. Are you saying the universe, quantum fields could be God?
I'm saying that no. I'm just talking about one of the properties of God.
Okay, so
he could have a mind. He could not in this theoretical example.
Right. So quantum
I'm just
fields
talking about something that
quantum field
doesn't
could be the
require
necessary thing, right? The quantum fields could be the foundation of all reality. That's the ultimate beginning, and you don't need a God for that.
If they fit the properties then of not requiring a cause, and they've existed before the start of the universe, then potentially.
Sure. So that's one possibility. There's another possibility where there is no such thing and there is an infinite regression. Now that's the thing you seem to be arguing against. Why do you think there can't be an infinite regression?
Because it's logically impossible.
What's the logical contradiction?
Okay, so if you have like a line of dominoes and they got knocked over, there has to be a beginning force that caused the dominoes to knock over.
Only
Nothing would
if-
happen if it has infinite requirement.
That's
You
only
can't go into an infinite chain of requirements.
So that's only the case if the domino that's knocked over can only be knocked over by the previous domino. Suppose there's a stick and the stick falls in the middle of the dominoes. Now, even though there's infinitely many
Yeah, but
dominoes,
some
before
force
it,
had to cause the stick to fall.
Yes, and that's fine. It's not one of the dominoes. So if there could be other forces other than time that can cause present moments, right? And if there are, then they can knock over a bunch of different dominoes. There can be many different present moments. And of
So then
those
the stick
present
is your
moments,
god.
no, because it doesn't have a mind, but it does
Doesn't have
exist.
to.
That's fine. So if you want to define God as just the foundational nature of reality, which is infinite past, you can do that.
But I don't believe in infinite past.
That's fine. It's not a
Then you
logical
don't believe in
contradiction.
God.
You can't prove that infinite past exists.
I can prove
So
it's
why do you
not
believe in it?
logically
Mystery.
impossible. So all I have to do is prove it's
I-
not
either-
logically impossible.
Either you have an infinite series of past events, or you have an infinite God. Either way, you are stuck with infinity.
Okay, so if there's a requirement for an initial cause that is infinite, that seems to indicate to me that there is a god.
Okay, mystery. Let's break this down for a second. Let's say there's a state of affairs, okay, wherein the universe does not exist yet, and it's just God. God exists in this state of affairs. There's nothing for him to interact with, nothing for him to affect. It's just him. Okay. Now let's also suppose that he has the magical powers to affect nothing at all and somehow generate an effect, ignoring
Right.
the obvious logical contradiction that causes. Okay. What facilitates God's action to transition those two states of affairs?
It's that God has properties that nothing else has, right? Otherwise, so
Well,
the material world that we observe is only created
Mystery,
because of
mystery,
the powers
mystery.
that God possesses.
God went from a state of affairs of no universe to a state of affairs of universe.
Yeah.
How? What did he do?
He used his power.
Okay. And why did he use his power?
I don't know, but now we're going into the why question, which is a bit harder to talk about.
Stop. Okay.
Because he willed to.
Hold on. So he willed to. So he made the choice to do this.
Yeah.
So there was a state of affairs prior to God making the choice to create the universe. Okay.
What do you mean there was a state of affairs?
There was a state of affairs when the universe did not exist. You believe the universe came into existence at some point. Okay.
Yeah.
So prior to that point, chronologically or causally, take your pick, there was a state of affairs when the universe didn't exist, and God acted upon nothingness to facilitate a transition. So it went from no universe to universe, and the reason why is because God chose for this to be the case.
Yeah.
All right. So at what point did he desire to make that choice?
I don't know. We can't even estimate that.
Regardless of the case, you have now trapped yourself into another infinite regress because God now has an infinite series of mental thoughts leading up to the choice to create the universe.
Yeah, but God is the only thing. The whole what I define God as is something that doesn't require anything else, right?
I'm not talking about whether God needed a cause. Stop trying to predict.
Why are you
where my
saying that
argument
God
is
has
going
an
and listen
infinite
to it.
regress?
Because he's a conscious thinking agent, and he had an infinite series of mental thoughts leading up to the point where he created the universe or decided to create the universe.
What if God exists outside of time? Infinite doesn't matter.
Well, if he exists outside of time, he doesn't change, and therefore never arrives at a choice to to create the universe. A thing that doesn't change can't will anything into existence. That's a
Yeah,
contradiction.
but time is part of is one of the laws of this universe that he created. We don't know what the laws were, if any existed before.
Time is just a measurement of change. A timeless state is a state devoid of change. If there is
what
no
if God doesn't change?
Then he never goes from a state of not creating the universe to creating the universe, and the universe never exists.
But we're applying laws that we observe in the universe to something outside the universe, which doesn't make sense.
Mystery. Bink, you got it. You are using inferences about the way in which we observe nature operating in its local environment and then extrapolating from that and applying it to the whole of reality without modification. So your argument that because we observe things in the universe requiring causes in some sort of hierarchical fashion, therefore requires that the universe itself or reality itself requires such a cause, is special pleading. You don't have any basis to make that argument. It is completely invalid. Hence the fact that you have to keep exonerating God from the same rules that you're using to get to him. So
No, I'm not
at no point
exonerating
is this
God.
ever reasonable.
I'm creating a theoretical argument based on certain properties of why this
Everything needs a
specific
cause, not
God can
God.
exist. There's a requirement for God to exist, and
Infinite
then
regress is impossible, but not for God. You're just
Yeah.
making shit up, dude.
yeah, no, that's correct. What you just said.
No, so that's what I was asking previously,
You're
Mystery.
just
That's
making
literally what
shit
I
up.
asked. I said, you're arguing for that the only thing that there can be an infinite regress for is God. And then an infinite regress cannot exist for material causes.
Yeah, that's based on science.
Okay. Well, here's the question that I think TJump and Xerxes, a number of people, we've asked other people before who've come up on the stage. Where is the logical contradiction in an infinite regress of material states?
Everything requires a cause, right? So if everything requires a cause, what was the first thing, and how did it get created?
It also means
Mystery,
God
that
would
very
require a
question-
cause.
That very question is
But
incoherent.
God, that's the whole explanation. The explanation is, if everything requires a cause, either we have an infinite requirement, which is not logical, or there was something at the beginning that didn't require.
No, mystery.
It's illogical. I'm going to answer your question.
Mystery. You
It's
just
illogical
glossed over
because
it.
it's
You just glossed
impossible.
over it. You just glossed over it. If everything that exists, everything that begins to exist, has a cause
In the universe.
Okay, so where's the logical contradiction in an infinite regress? Tell
I'm
us
just
where.
about to explain it.
Tell us where the logical contradiction is, because you just keep stating that it is.
An infinite regress is a logical contradiction because it's an infinite set of requirements in order for something to exist. If you have an infinite set of requirements in order for something to exist, then that thing would not come into existence because it can't fill infinite requirements.
Okay, you are incorrect on that, and it has been explained on this stage prior to you coming up here why you're incorrect on that. And the person who
Why
can
is
do
that?
it best, and I'll acquiesce. The person who can do that best and has explained it best is TJump. So I will, if he wants to pick that up and explain again to someone else why you're wrong on that assertion, he can. I don't know if he's still there.
After that, I'd have a question for Mystery as well.
Then I have a question as well.
TJump, are you there?
Well,
Okay.
Mystery,
TJump isn't yet. I have one quick question, Mystery. So there was a point where the universe wasn't created, and then there was a point where the universe was created, and you say that required an uncaused cause, and that cause is God. Am I correct?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay. What caused God to decide to create the universe?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
We
Because
can't-
if there wasn't a cause,
I can't
if
answer
there
that.
wasn't a cause for God to create the universe, then there wouldn't be a universe.
Why?
There's another way of wording this as well, Mystery. which
Oh no,
is-
hold on, Xerxes. First, let him address this, please.
I can't answer that question, and I don't need to.
Yes, you
It's
do,
not-
because
it's not
I'm
a
asking
requirement.
you. Because I'm asking you.
I don't know the answer, and I
So-
don't. And it doesn't disprove my point.
Yeah, it does, because there would have been a cause for God to create the universe,
Why?
right? Because if there wasn't, he wouldn't have created the
No,
universe.
'cause he's not in the universe.
Because as you stated earlier, God doesn't need anything, so he didn't need the universe. There has to have been a cause for God to create the universe
okay.
that he
His
doesn't
will.
need.
His will.
Doesn't need.
His will.
That's not a cause.
He decided to do it.
Even if
What was the cause? What was the cause of him deciding that he needed to create a universe?
I don't know. We can't answer that question.
So there is a cause within God that you can't or won't address, which means that
It's not a
God
cause.
your God isn't uncaused, because
No.
you can't even come up with a cause for God to create anything.
If God has a cause, then he isn't God. The whole
Let me-
the whole point is
if
that
God doesn't
require
have a cause, he would never have created a universe.
And
What-
it
and
would be not one type of God. There are other types of gods.
Yeah, and there's no there's no reason to ascribe an inherent meaning to life if God created the universe without a purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Well,
this
here's
is
another
not
question, Mystery.
the point.
I have a question for you. Okay, So going back to that state of affairs hypothetical that I was giving you, let's say God exists and the universe does not exist yet, and then the state of affairs transition into a state of affairs wherein the universe does exist. Okay, now how do you tell the difference between a state of affairs? So let's say scenario A, God is the efficient cause of that transition. He made it be the case that the universe came into existence, versus scenario B, wherein he was just merely present for the random existence of the universe. The universe just randomly came into existence, uncaused. It was just a brute contingency, so to speak. It just happened, and God did not facilitate that, but he was just there. He was just present for the event. How do you tell the difference between those two situations?
Can you refine the question?
Sure. So scenario one, God causes the universe to exist. God makes a decision that generates an effect wherein it goes from a state of affairs of the universe not existing to a state of affairs when the universe does exist. Scenario B is God exists in a situation or a state of affairs wherein the universe does not exist, and then without God's choice or influence on the matter, the universe just starts existing. How do you know the difference between those two situations?
The difference is that the universe is a collection of entities, and from everything we can observe within the universe that we're in, everything requires a cause. So the first thing that existed within the universe needed to have a cause as well.
When we say
Based on
everything
science.
required a cause, when we say everything requires a cause, what we are saying by that is that everything that we've ever physically observed is made up of something, and some antecedent entity interacted with that something to reassemble it into the current status. So
Right.
take a table, for instance. When I say a table has a cause, okay, a carpenter or the act of carpentry would be the efficient cause of the table, but then
Yeah.
the wood, glue, lacquer, and nails would be the material cause of the table. Okay.
Yeah.
And so what the carpenter did was he took the wood, glue, lacquer, and nails and he reassembled them to become the table. Do you agree
Yeah.
with that?
Yeah.
Okay. But the carpenter did not do anything to the table prior to its existence. You can't affect a thing that doesn't exist. That is a logical contradiction.
Right.
Things that don't exist can't be interacted with. So what was God interacting with when he created the universe? What did God transpose into the universe?
Nothing. He created it from nothing. That's the whole point.
That right there, mystery, is a logical
No, it's not a logical contradiction because
Yes,
you're
it is.
applying laws of the creation on the creator. The whole point is
Oh
that
my God,
in order
mystery.
for anything to exist, the thing you're not able to distinguish is that what I'm saying is that all of these laws, we're talking about a table and everything that exists in this universe, have these specific laws where they require causation. But in order for that to
Mystery.
actually
Okay,
be realized,
I'm
there
done
had
now.
to be
Mystery, I'm
something
done.
that
Stop
didn't
talking.
require that.
This is what you're
Oh,
doing.
so you're gonna
taking the
interrupt
rules
me?
and
Okay.
laws of our reality and extrapolating them to get to a conclusion that does not fit within the rules and laws of our reality.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then accusing me of some sort
That's
of
the point.
intellectual folly when I do the same. I'm sorry, that's
But there's a
invalid reasoning. You're
requirement for
being
something
dishonest. If
that
the rules and
doesn't
inferences
fit the
that I
laws of the
make about
reality.
reality are contradictory to the existence of a God, then I can't make rules and inferences that get me to God. God is therefore beyond the capacity of reason. So you cannot use these sorts of arguments to get
No,
to him in
he's
the first place. This is
no.
flagrantly invalid reasoning.
You're just
If I can't
misunderstanding,
use the
or you're
laws
just
and,
like
and laws
rejecting
and
what I'm
inferences
saying.
Well, we
to
get first
demonstrate that
cause
God is
arguments a lot.
that is not the case, then you can't use these rules and inferences to demonstrate that God is the case, because per your own admission, he is beyond these rules and inferences. The same laws that apply to our reality do not apply to God, and
But there's
therefore
a
you don't get to
requirement
use
for
the
God.
laws. No, there's
There
not a
isn't.
requirement for God.
There is.
The only way that you can get to that requirement is by taking the laws of our reality that we observe and the behaviors and applying them to God. If you don't apply them to God, there is no requirement for God.
No, because the God. No.
The only
In
way
order
that
for our
you can
reality
say
to
that is if
exist, there
God
has to
falls
be
into the
something
cosmic
that doesn't
paradigm.
fit into the laws of this reality.
No, there doesn't have to be. That's
Yes,
your
it does.
pea-brained, idiotic position because you're a narcissist who needs to believe that there is some all-powerful, intelligent creator looking out
Why
for
are
you
you
personally.
going ad hominem now?
Well, in mystery, this is
Because
why.
you're just ignoring, flat out ignoring
No, you're
the very
ignoring what
problems
I'm
of your own
saying.
reasoning. You're taking the rules and inferences of our reality, applying them to the whole of reality without modification, and then saying this gets us to God. And then when I do the exact same thing in the reverse, you're saying you can't use those rules and inferences to to make that conclusion because it doesn't apply.
Yeah,
That's
God does. No.
bullshit.
You're missing. Okay,
Your
this is what
argument
you mean.
is
I know what you're
fallacious and it
saying
is
now.
debunked.
I get what you're saying now. So you're saying that I'm using the laws of this reality to prove the existence of God, but then when you use the laws of reality to disprove it, I'm rejecting it. And the thing is, you're not understanding is that the God doesn't fit.
I'm not.
Hang on. Let me explain because I listened to what you said. God doesn't fit the laws of this reality. God must exist because
Yeah,
of
you're
the
just making shit up. It's
requirements
ad
of the
hoc. It's ad
laws of
hoc
this
bullshit.
reality.
Shut the fuck
You're
up.
interrupting
You
me
are not
because you don't want
making
me
an
to
argument
speak
here.
because you
You
know
are
what
just
I'm saying is
inventing
true.
shit. You are
Okay.
fabricating. You are not
No,
going down
I'm
lines
not.
of reasoning.
I'm
You're not
making an
showing
argument. You're
premise after premise
interrupting
after
me.
Can I
premise.
because
interject
you're-
both here for a second?
Easy, guys, easy.
I
One
just
at a
want
time.
to, Mystery, when we hear first cause arguments, they're always going to come off as special pleading to us. In fact, I used the same word last time. It sounds like a plot device. God basically exists to make us. He has basically no other purpose but to make us. That's his thing.
This is wild,
But
incredibly
but
arrogant
you
position in
guys
the world.
are
But mystery.
you guys are
I
missing
got
the
a point.
point.
No mystery. Stop. At
And
this
then
point
after
right
that, I'd
now,
like to series of questions.
Amy is correct. Amy is correct. She nailed it on the friggin' head. Okay, it's literally we hear first cause arguments all the time.
But you don't listen to them.
But there's a problem with this. There's really a major thing that this issue that you have is that you stated that the laws of reality, okay, by which this universe, by which we understand this universe operates, don't apply to God. You stated
Yes.
that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So I just have to ask, and I think Xerxes knows where I'm going with this. Do the laws of logic, the classical laws of logic, the law of identity, non-contradiction, and excludability, do these apply to God?
Yes.
They do apply to God.
Well, then God can't do things.
The
that are
only way
logically
that we can
contradictory, like
comprehend
creating
God is
something out
by
of nothing.
using logic.
Okay, no, hang on a second. No, mystery. That's not what I asked. I asked you, do the laws of logic apply to God, or do they not?
It's a very difficult question, but
No, it's not. It's a yes or no.
No, because it's implying a lot of different things. It's not a simple
It's
question.
not
You're
an
asking-
No. Each
Okay,
answer
can we get
does
rid of
have
this
its own.
slime ball, please?
If we're unable, okay.
Hang on a sec. Each answer, if you answer yes, that implies that entails certain things. If you answer no, that entails other things.
What are
But
the
the
laws of
answer is
logic?
a yes or no. What do you believe? Do the laws of logic apply to God?
What are the
Everything
laws
that
of logic?
is, everything that isn't, and you can't be and not be at the same time.
Identity,
What are the laws of
non-contradiction, and
okay?
excluded middle.
The only way that we can comprehend God is with logic.
Identity, mystery, identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle, meaning that God is himself. He can't be not himself, and he either exists or he doesn't. He can't do both. Similarly, God cannot instantiate into reality things that are logically contradictory. I'm sure you've heard this little paradox before. Can God create a stone so heavy he himself cannot lift it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What would be your answer to that? Yes or no?
No,
Why can't God create something so heavy he can't lift it?
because one of his properties is all powerful, so he can't limit his power.
Okay, so the rock that's so heavy God can't lift it is a thing which is logically incoherent. Would you agree with that?
What do you mean? He can't create something he can't do.
Okay.
It goes against his properties.
But
Do you
mystery is a
understand what it-
weakness
okay,
either
yes, hold on,
way.
stop. Yes, okay, stop. That is what a logical contradiction is. When a thing goes against its own properties, or a situation defies its own properties. So it's basically just saying this thing is
It's
not
not a
itself.
logical contradiction.
So there is no such thing, like logically. There's. No
I never
such thing as
said
a
God
rock
can
that
do
God could-
everything. God can't do
well,
everything.
hold on, mystery. That's fine. Okay, there's no such thing as a rock so heavy that God can't lift it. Just like there's no such thing as a square circle or a one-ended stick or a married
Right.
bachelor. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the same principles that we're applying to identify those objects as logically incoherent also identifies the process of creatio ex nihilo as logically incoherent.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, get rid of him. Get rid of him.
I wanted to talk a little bit. Hold on.
Ridiculous.
Oh my
This
God.
is just over and over and over again. He will not
was
fucking
saying
listen.
that given the known laws of physics, there is nothing in the known laws of physics that can account for the fundamental nature of reality. That is true. There is nothing about that implies that a God is required. Could there be
But there
more?
is.
Oh, no, there could be more unknown laws of physics that allow for an infinite past regress of material things. There could just be an unknown law of physics that does that. No problem. It doesn't need to be a god.
Yeah, okay, but science hasn't discovered it yet. So
Correct.
you're
It
just
hasn't discovered it.
that's
It
your
also
god.
hasn't. Wait, it
That's
hasn't.
your
Wait,
god.
stop. It hasn't discovered anything about the fundamental nature of reality. So nothing about the fundamental nature of reality is discovered by science yet. We don't have that. We don't know what it is. That
Okay,
does
but
not
those
mean
laws
it's a
of
god.
physics
No.
are your god.
No.
Yeah.
Laws of physics are just another material thing. There's nothing about them that's ultimate or eternal. There could be
If
more
they
things.
explain the causation problem, then that is what you
No, it
believe is the
doesn't.
creator.
No, it doesn't.
Because if they don't require a cause and they caused everything else, then that is your god.
No, it doesn't. So again,
It
there's
does.
multiple solutions. That is wrong. There could be things that are uncreated that didn't create anything else. They just affect things like the law of gravity or something. It could be there.
All
It didn't
Mystery is
create
doing
it.
is saying that he's just going to arbitrarily assign the label God to
Yes.
anything that happens to be the antecedent efficient.
That's what we defined God as in the beginning. I defined it in this whole theoretical scenario
Does
as
God have a
something that
mind?
doesn't require a cause.
That's one of my
That's. I
questions.
mean, I
Does
did
he
bring
have
this
a
up like
mind?
half an hour ago. That's what was the point. But we can definitely move on now. So we've gotten to the point where no, that's not God. It can just be quantum.
And can I ask you, Mystery? So you said that God made things out of nothing. What's the difference between that and magic?
What do you mean?
You said that God created the universe out of nothing. There was no universe, and then he created the universe out of nothing. Ex nihilo, as Xerxes said.
Yeah.
Well, how is that different from magic?
What do you mean by magic? That's such a abstract word.
Like, poof, I don't know how to do it, so we're just gonna say that it was just magical, mystical.
You could define it in that way, but it's a very abstract word.
Oh, I agree. But you're pulling things out of nothing, or apparently God is.
Well, God has the properties to do so. That's why we require God. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here in the first place.
But that's why we call him a magical, at least him in this context, a magical being, and these magical beings do not exist. They have no reason to. First cause arguments are not given as far as we can tell in physics. You can put them forward, but...
Mystery, is it a contradiction to say that John ran for no distance?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that a contradiction?
Because running is a state of movement which requires travel, right?
Yeah. I
So
would
if
argue
you go
that causation is a state of affectation. There needs to be an interaction, a relationship between two or more extant things. If God in any state of affairs is the only thing that exists, causation cannot occur because God does not have anything to interact with to generate an effect. Because
According
cause
to
and
what though?
effect
What are you
isn't-
basing that on? Laws of this reality, which God created, which He doesn't have a part, which He's
I'm
not
done.
part of.
I'm done.
Yeah, can we move
I'm done.
on?
I'm done.
Because I've
This
already.
guy
You
is
obviously
not-
don't
he's
understand.
not-
You don't
he's not
understand the
honest. This guy
concept
is a
of God.
complete flagrant fucking liar.
You
Get rid
obviously
of him.
just don't
My
understand the
questions,
concept
too.
of God, right? That's the problem.
No, like all you do is go ahead, Amy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're trying to force God into the laws of reality.
Yeah, all he's doing is nut-eyeing everything he's hearing. And like I said, if you'd been listening before on the stage, TJump did an excellent explanation before as to why an infinite rate, there's no logical contradiction imposed by an infinite regress of material states. Xerxes has gone through this a number of times trying to do it. All of us have taken a stab at this. First cause arguments are nothing new to us. Okay, we've been down this road a lot, and we were trying to give you the leeway on that. But you don't rebut with evidence. You simply say nuh-uh. Like if TJump explained to you mystery, if TJump sat there and explained to you exactly why we know an infinite regress entails no logical contradiction, the expectation would be you would have evidence to counter his explanation, but you don't have that. You just nuh-uh him.
Yes, I do.
We can move on now. We can move on.
We're going to move on.
Get rid of him, please. What a fucking idiot.
Thank you for coming up. We've got Governor up next. He's been in queue for quite a while.
Oh, this is going to be hilarious.
No, Governor.
I was gonna do the exact same thing.
Great minds.
Governor. So my greatest argument is the cosmological principle.
What about it?
Do you guys believe in the cosmological principle?
You mean
what is the cosmological principle?
Which one?
This is what you guys do. This is
What
why
is? Can you maybe explain what the cosmological principle is? Because I don't understand what you mean, and there's probably people in the audience who would like to know as well.
Yeah, so when you think about the largest scales of the universe, you make two fundamental assumptions. One is the homogeneity of the universe, and the second is the isotropy. So this is, on the largest of scales, that the universe has the same physical properties everywhere, i.e. mass, density, expansion rate, visible versus dark matter. And the second assumption is that the universe looks exactly the same in any direction you look at it. Do you guys believe in this principle?
No, but that's not the
I mean,
cosmological principle.
That's the cosmological principle. That
No.
the laws of the universe apply no matter where you are.
So there's evidence from
the
Redshift
case.
that this isn't the case, yeah.
Yeah, so the problem with the last part of what you said, Governor, is that if we look at the universe in any direction, it always looks the same. We look at it in different directions, and we see it looks different depending which way we're looking. So right away, that statement falls apart, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
Well, the
So
cosmological
are the
principle
constants-
is
are the constants
one
of
sec, let me
nature-
just clarify.
are the constants
one
of
sec,
nature the same
Governor, shut up,
everywhere
please.
you are?
Shut up. So the cosmological principle states that an observer's view of the universe depends neither on the direction in which they look nor his location. That's what it states.
Okay, so the fundamental laws of the universe, the constants of nature, are they the same everywhere you are in the universe?
No.
They're not.
Well, what if we answered yes? How does that get to God?
So are the conditions for life the same everywhere?
Well,
no.
That would be a no, because we don't know that only carbon is is carbon the only element that's capable of producing living?
Is this what you
biological
guys do? You
organisms
just
that are
deny
It
reality.
appears that
So
most
do you
of the
need water
universe
to
is
survive?
actually freezing or on fire.
Whoa! Chill, Jesus. Governor, when it comes to life, we know that carbon-based life follows a very specific series of causal events, but we don't know that carbon is the only capable element of producing self-replicating organisms. So I don't know that the answer to that is yes. But as far as like the laws of physics and nature, I mean, if the answer is yes, how does that get us to God?
Because all of the odds are stacked against the possibility of life being possible. When you consider the odds,
wait. All of the odds, by what probability functions are what probability functions are you utilizing in order to derive odds from a sample size of 1?
Yeah,
because all of the other possible realities did not result in life.
Do you
Only
have
this
access
reality.
do you have access to these other realities?
We don't.
Okay, so we have a sample size of 1. So
Exactly.
by what probability functions are you deriving odds from a sample size of 1?
Because if it was any other way, even if it was only slightly in any other way, we wouldn't be here having this conversation now. Everything had to be perfectly aligned.
Governor, that argument only works if you accept naturalism. If you believe in theism, believe in the existence of God, that argument is false. An omnipotent being could have created
that's your modern view. That's your modern view of design.
Hold on, stop. If an omnipotent being could have created the world in any way he wanted to, there's no expectation of any particular arrangement of physical affairs under theism. God can create the world however he wants. He does not give a shit about how many electrons are in a neutron or whatever the hell. He doesn't care about any of that. The universe does not have to obey any set series of uniformity or laws. God could have created it completely chaotic, following no apparent pattern, and he could have created living organisms to be able to sustain themselves in literally any environment. But instead, he chooses willingly to create a state of affairs wherein biological organisms are only capable of inhabiting a very small, tiny space on a rock orbiting an ember in the vast ocean of the universe.
Not
Really,
only
that was his optimal model? That's absurd.
If life is carbon-based, it means it took billions of years until any forms of life actually evolved, and thus it was just a universe of hydrogen, helium, lithium.
Let me ask you a question.
Hang on a second.
I want to ask Governor just one question before we continue, because I think I can expose the innate duplicity of this argument. Governor, if the situation that we observed was exactly the opposite, and the universe was absolutely teeming with life everywhere on every celestial body, would that be evidence for or against God?
Probably against, because if he was
Wait,
if
wait,
it
wait.
was
So
so
hold
rare,
on.
if it was so rare for intelligent
Wait,
life
Governor.
to emerge, why has it emerged so easily?
Okay, hold on. Wait. Rarity being like not a problem here. Is God capable of creating a universe wherein life is abundant and everywhere?
Yes.
Okay, and he's equally capable of creating a universe wherein life is only sustainable on one tiny little speck of dust in one solar system in one galaxy. He's capable of both of those scenarios, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why would either of those scenarios be positively indicative of God, one over the other?
Because if it follows that the properties for intelligent life to emerge are so rare, and the fact that they've emerged in this specific point in space and time can only be indicative of the fact that its rareness has to exist for a reason.
Okay, the rarity of an occurrence does not in any way hearken to intent or will behind it. Rare things happen all the time. As a matter of fact, you could go outside and watch a leaf fall from your tree and see it hit the ground. And the odds that it would happen at that exact time, at that exact day, while you happen to walk outside and watch it, and it would land in the exact spot that it did, you could add in a billion variables to that probability and make it, mathematically impossible. But it happened. Do you
Yeah,
think God is behind leaves falling from trees?
Rarity is
That's
not
your
a
objection of the modern design concept. However, there is
hold
a
on, Governor. Does
pragmatic
God
view of
personally
religion as well.
does God personally influence every statistically improbable thing that happens?
Yes.
Okay, so God personally influences a leaf randomly falling from a tree.
Yes.
Could God also personally influence every statistically probable thing that will happen?
Yes.
I mean, if we're being consistent here, if God exists, then the prior probability of anything happening is 100% because God can just do whatever He wants. So this would be a
Exactly.
method. This would be a matter of underdeterminism.
Can we just
No
ask?
matter
I just
what-
want to ask: how does something improbable evidence of God did it?
Yeah, I want to just point out rarity is not the hallmark of
Wait, well, let's
design.
ask him. Ask him. How does something improbable indicate a God did it?
It's the fact that when you're debating against people and you're thinking about the probabilities of things happening, the odds are very stacked against you.
You
When
can't derive those odds, Governor. Governor, I've already explained.
I want an answer. I want an answer. How does
Okay.
something being improbable indicate it was done by a God?
Because we are the people who are here to observe God. Without us observing God, then God's power is diminished because He requires people inferior to Him to observe His greatness.
I have no
That
idea
is
what you
why
just
we
said.
exist.
Absolutely none of that made sense. So I'm not following why, if we see a really improbable event, like let's say I throw 1,000 dice, anything it lands on is going to be improbable, right?
It's way less probable than that. It's
I don't
more
care. I
there's
don't
a
care what the
one
number
that-
is. I don't care. How does me throwing 1 billion dice and them all landing sixes indicate a God did it?
It's even less
I
probable
don't care.
than that.
How does me throwing 1 billion dice and them all landing sixes indicate a God did it? I don't care what you
Look,
think the number is.
if I make a claim and I say to you that I did this with your sister or your mom, you're going to say, I don't believe you. Most people are going to say, I don't believe you because you're in Britain. How did you get all the way across this pond to do that? There's a probability of it not happening.
I
So
don't
people
care.
look at the probability of it not happening, and there's a consensus agreement that we all believe that this
Just
doesn't
show
happen.
TJump the causal link between
So,
him rolling a billion
but it's not.
dice
It's the
roll landing
fact that
six.
when there
That means
when
God.
there is an entire society that requires ethics to survive, and they
this
all
is
agree
fucking
with
This is a
consensus.
completely different
wait,
argument.
stop. So
Listen,
Taco,
listen, I'm
Taco,
moving
Taco,
on.
can you mute
I'm
him?
moving on because
Taco,
you
mute
guys
him for a
lost that
second.
Completely different argument,
You
Taco,
lost that. You lost that
no,
argument. So I'm moving
Taco,
on.
can you please mute him for a second? Okay, so you were running off on major rabbit trails here, Governor. The question at hand that TJump is proposing: if he rolls 1 billion dice all at once, and every one of those dice come up 6, is that a possible thing that can occur? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if it is possible that he could do this, roll 1 billion dice, even though the odds are very, very small, How do you get from that, the possibility that it could just happen, how do you get from that to God? Because even though the odds are so small, how do you get from that to God?
So it's an argument that I have for the existence of God. It's not just one argument, it's multiple arguments. That's just one thing that I've brought up. I want to bring up another point now.
Before you go on to another point, I want to address.
Look, I know you guys really want to believe in God.
Well,
and I know
I've
you
been
do,
trying.
I really do.
I've-
But I'm not going to make you change your lives in one
That's
instant.
cool. But
okay?
can I
I've
actually
given you
address
an
your point, if
You're
you don't
also
mind,
now-
Governor? If you
you're
don't mind. I know
He got proven wrong, and now
Okay,
he's just pissy.
so,
And
I just want to point out that rarity is not the hallmark of design. We see iPhones all the time, and they seem to be doing just fine. It would also go then towards Xerxes' point if you are saying that our minds are here to be for his glory or whatever the hell he's got going on, then a creator would want more life. By definition, then, more life, more to give to him. And so what you are making is a giant puddle argument. You are making a giant, wow, we're here, and isn't it so neat? It must be for a reason, because why else? And so it is. We're here because of carbon and liquid water. We're here because we're in the circumstellar habitable zone. There are numerous biological, chemistry, and physics reasons to why life did not just arrive by random chance, but it actually arose because carbon, liquid water, and not being on fire or freezing tends to be good for life.
Governor, just one quick point. You're saying that we all want to believe in God. I have no interest in believing in God. I'm more interested in believing in a goddess, but I still just am not convinced in either case.
And Governor, it's gotta be pointed out, you're using the term rarely inappropriately. You can't. There exists no probability functions to derive the odds you're talking about from a sample size of one. One universe exists that we can test, and life exists in this universe, which is us. Literally, the odds are 1 to 1. So the universe exists, life exists within it. But here's the problem, Governor. Stop.
Then we can look at pragmatic
Governor, I'm
reasons
not
as to why
finished.
people
I'm
need
not
to believe in God.
finished. Governor, I'm not finished. You're using the odds inappropriately. We have a sample size of 1. That's it. We have one universe that we can test, and we have life in it. That's a 1-to-1 ratio. That is it. Okay.
How do you know that there's one universe? How do you know that
Governor,
there's one? Hang on. How do you know that there's one universe?
I said there's one
Have you
universe
seen
that we
it
can
as a universe?
test. Governor, I said there's one that we can test. We're not going to derive tests on universes that we can't observe and are not accessible. Okay? We're not going to make assumptions just so we can validate a particular fucking narrative. That's not the way it works. Okay, secondly, okay, take the odds thing and set that aside. When you state that this universe has to be this perfect way for life to exist, no, you're missing a fundamental part of that, and that is this universe exists this way and life exists this way because this universe exists this way. Okay? If the universe was fundamentally different, if you switched over the kind of fundamental forces of the universe, switched them to a degree, yes, you are correct. Life as we know it on this planet, looking like us, would not exist because our form and function is dependent upon the way the universe is now. Okay? The way the universe is structurally set out. So in that respect, if you change these things, you can still get life, because when you change the fundamental forces, you fundamentally change things like chemistry and other things in the universe. Life is still possible. It just won't look like us. Okay?
Okay.
That's the fundamental thing.
That's the objective reality, is the fact that it's extremely rare for us to be in this position that we're in. The fact that we have
No,
life
it's
on
not.
Earth.
It's a 1-to-1.
It's not a 1-to-1.
Yes, it is.
It's a 1 in impossible. Okay.
No, it's
a
not.
miracle.
No, it is not, Governor, because life exists.
Even Einstein,
Governor, life exists. There is
shout
one
over
universe.
people and then ask people to mute the person when the person hasn't even spoken. Okay. Einstein said that everything, all animals, plant, and fungi within the universe dances to the same tune, the same rhythm. That's because everything in the universe follows the law of nature, no matter where you are in the universe. Okay, that's the cosmological principle.
That's why
It's the fact
Einstein
that
wasn't a biologist,
the
but a
odds of this
cosmologist, and made a
happening are
stupid
so
claim
rare
about
that
something that wasn't his
if
field.
you go to orbit,
Quote
okay,
someone,
you're not going to
quote
have the
someone
conditions you require to survive. If you go without water, you're not going to have the conditions you require to survive. If you go without God,
This
you're not
is
going to have the
irrelevant. This is
Now, let's
irrelevant.
move on to
Governor,
the-
no. Governor, stop.
you-
This is irrelevant.
if you
Governor,
organize a
how many
society
universes?
without
Governor,
any
Governor,
ethics,
stop it, or we're
you're
just going
going
to
to
boot you.
have
We're just going to
a
kick you if you don't
society.
shut up. Governor, Stop ignoring what I put out and stop saying just nuh-uh. How many universes do we have access to test? One. How many universes exist that have life in them?
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
We can test other universes?
Every single person has their own subjective experience of the universe. So,
but we're all interpreting the same universe, dude.
How is somebody's subjective experience inferior to your objective view of reality?
When we test the universe, we're all testing the same universe. Okay?
No, we're
it
not.
doesn't matter what you perceive.
Some people do not occupy the same space in time.
I don't give a shit about people's fucking magical thinking, dude. We exist in one universe.
So you don't care about so
Governor,
you don't care about people's subjective experience. So you don't care about the existential experience of a person.
No, I care about what they can know. No, Governor, I care about what they can demonstrate. Governor, you can ask me a question and let me answer.
This is what you guys do. You just shout over people. The atheist argument is that
Taco, can you mute him,
we
please?
don't want to believe in God because
you can ask me a question and you're not going to let me answer. No, I don't care about people's subjective interpretations of phenomena. I care about what can be demonstrated, not what they think or they feel a thing means or whatever their personal intuition as to the value of it is to themselves. That is irrelevant. What is relevant is what can be demonstrated to be true. What is relevant is evidence, novel testable predictions, to quote TJump on that, is so often. We have one universe that we can test. As a species, one universe we can test, life exists in the universe, the odds are 1 to 1. The probability of life in a universe is 100% as far as we can tell, given the current state of the universe. That universe can be changed at its fundamental level and just means life that exists right now would not exist, but life would exist somehow else. It would look like something else. It would be a different element that it's based upon. Because when you fuck with the fundamental forces, the reactivity of certain elements changes. So it wouldn't be carbon, it could be silicone. Who knows? But when it comes down to it, the universe, by virtue of just like the way it is, the way light works, this universe could be teeming with life, and we could never know it because it's so far away from us that the light wouldn't reach us to indicate it. So there could be literally an advanced civilization out there that is living on a planet somewhere, but because we're 250 million light years away, they view our planet and they see freaking dinosaurs. Okay? And then we view, so that's what happens. Okay, the universe could be teeming with life. There could be millions, hundreds of millions of civilizations out there, and we can. That's the mathematics of the universe. You can't just discount that. The mathematics of the universe that virtually guarantee that we are not alone, but they also virtually guarantee that we will never encounter them, because they'll either be long extinct before we ever get there, or we will be long extinct before they find us. Okay, you keep trying to add things to the equation that are unjustified. You keep trying to say that, it's this, and you can't derive any of these conclusions logically.
It's a constant of nature that no matter where you are, you're going to require the same conditions for life. It's also a requirement for an organized society to have ethics in order to survive. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted and then muted. Because
these points are irrelevant, Governor. They're irrelevant to the original state.
When you do not have religion,
they're irrelevant to your original point.
Why are you skipping to ethics, dude? We're still questioning your metaphysics, man.
On the same point. I want to talk about 100
It's not the same point. You're skipping over to ethics. Yeah. We haven't even settled the metaphysics of your
Governor. You literally jumped. Governor, you literally jumped from cosmology. You literally jumped from cosmology and physics. Governor, you jumped from cosmology. You started at cosmology.
I'm not going to solve it in one VC, okay? We're not going to get to the bottom of that argument.
You started at cosmology and physics, and when you got trounced, you tried to jump to philosophy.
Okay, so the pragmatic view of society is that we require religion in order to have ethics, because if people do not fear,
you're just dropping the metaphysical argument.
They're going to not behave, and people that do not have a great
empathy is something.
Hey, Governor, they're wanting to move on.
We evolved empathy. We understand this for social animals. We don't need a God for it.
We're about marriage. We're about the sanctity of marriage and what it means.
Okay, I was going to give you like a minute, but
emotional appeal.
Baked Alaska, you're up next.
Just in time. I was hungry.
You still killed shawarma for me.
Now, is Baked Alaska referring to the dessert, or is it just a stone guy in Alaska?
If it helps, Gail, If it
Why
helps,
not
yeah.
both?
I just saw an
Yeah.
article on Twitter where it says that there's a substance in semen that
Stop, man. Come on, man. Come on,
Hey,
Jake.
let's end that. Hey, Baked Alaska, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hey guys. So I just wanted to pick up on some of the points in the prior conversations.
Oh, sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Your volume is kind of low. If you could increase it about 20-30%, that'd be a big help.
Okay, sure. Let me try to do that. Is that any better?
We'll listen quietly. We'll do our best. Maybe if you speak closer to the mic, it might help.
I'll try to.
I turned his volume up on my end, so you can like increase his volume to 200% if you just right click his name.
It doesn't come through on YouTube though.
Did you want to talk more about like the cosmological or anthropic principles and arguments based on those?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are good arguments. I mean, I kind of wanted to just zoom back a little bit because what I'm sensing in some of these conversations is the disconnect between believers and non-believers, and I think most of the people calling and all you guys are being intellectually honest in how you're approaching it. I think there's definitely a disconnect, and the way I look at it is when you're asking for evidence of something of this nature, you're going to end up getting sort of circumstantial evidence. I think the best analogy is like if somebody was to say like, what evidence do you have that another person loves you, right? Like there's no scientific way of establishing whether another person loves you.
Behavioral evidence.
Yeah, there is.
Right.
Behavioral evidence, which is not conclusive, and it's
But there's also neurochemical evidence as well.
Correct.
It's a false analogy fallacy.
There's that, but that's also speculation.
No, it's not.
We
No,
don't
it's
have
not
this-
speculation.
We don't
We can
have an
we can actually induce it in human beings.
We do not have
Right,
a scientifically
Alaska.
established, proven theory of the love chemical. There's just
Yes, we
Okay,
do.
hold on.
Yes, we do.
no. We don't.
Ala-
Okay, then cite it. And who got the Nobel Prize for that?
It's
Phenylethylamine.
oxytocin. It's oxytocin.
No, you're confusing correlation with causation.
Nope.
Just
that's,
because some chemical.
Okay, one second. I just want to jump in. So this is a false analogy fallacy. It's common among
Yeah.
theists to try to compare like the reliability of science to this alternate realm of nonsense religious claims. All we need for evidence is something that can differentiate imagination from reality. Do we have that for love? Yes. Do we have that for neurochemistry? Yes. Do we have that for everything in science? Yes. Do we have that for religion? No. So I don't want any false analogies between science or scientific claims or anything about empirical reality because we already have ways to show those are real. We don't have any of that for a God. Zero of that.
Okay, I disagree because I disagree with your ontology. Okay, you're trying basically what you just said with imagination is you're basically arguing that there's an ontology to love and ethics and behavioral things that we put these labels on. You have no basis
that's
to
just to clarify, that's not the claim. So the claim here is that those have a methodological basis to show that they are not imaginary. Whether or not you accept that methodological basis, I don't care. The difference is that you don't have a methodological basis for God. That's the claim. There's a different.
Okay, I get it. I get it. I got the claim, but I would say that's false because there's abductive reasoning that the same abductive reasoning that is used in science can be used to draw a metaphysical hypothesis that God exists.
Well, it's not just
right?
abductive reasoning. So you only have abductive reasoning, which is affirming the consequent fallacy, by the way, for God, whereas science has abductive reasoning of empirically verifiable testable predictions. So we have the abductive reasoning, the philosophy part, plus actual real hard evidence, and you have just the abduction part, and you're trying to equate those two.
But you only have those for things that are subject to the scientific method.
Is that a little bit better, Skooma?
What?
So there are truths that are not subject to the scientific method. You have logical truths, ethical truths, aesthetic truths that you can't use the scientific method and abductive reasoning to prove are true.
Right. And the consensus in pretty much every academic field is those are not true.
What are not?
There is no
what are
objective
not
beauty.
true?
There is no objective aesthetics. Those are subjective opinion statements. That's the consensus among biology, psychology, neurology, cognitive science, et cetera, et cetera. So those things that you're asserting are things that have not been accepted are real in any academic sense.
But then I feel like you're pushing it off into whether it's something subjective cannot be true, and I don't think
Something
that's
subjective cannot be objectively true.
okay. But my point is that it doesn't need to be objectively true to be true.
What do you
Like
mean by
you can
true?
have something that comports with reality.
So,
Okay.
so
So
if
it's a
something is
value that you hold.
Hold on.
That
Hold
doesn't
on.
make it true.
well, I want to
You
clarify.
can
If
say,
something is
wait, wait, wait,
subjectively
wait.
true, that means it's true based on your opinion. So if you want to say God exists truly based on an opinion, I would agree,
No,
just like Harry Potter
no,
does.
no. What I'm saying is there are certain truths that have a basis in So, for example, if I was like, it's my opinion that 2 + 2 = 6, that just because I subjectively have that opinion doesn't make it true.
Sure.
But then there's other claims where, like, because you just said some of these things, like there's no consensus that these things are objective.
No, there's
And my
consensus
point,
that they're not. There is a consensus they are
right,
not objective.
right. So exactly. And what I meant by the subjective truth was that in relation to some of those claims, that it's not like 2 + 2 = 6, and I'm like, subjectively, I think 2 + 2 = 6, and therefore it's true. It's in another category. And you
I
can't
think what you're
just say,
saying is that the person who would say that this value they hold is of supreme value to them is accurately reflecting what value they hold, not that it's universally true for everybody that would agree the same way.
no, I think
You're
I was
just saying that a person has like privileged access to their own thoughts and opinions
no,
and
no,
what
no,
they
no.
value.
No, I was responding to Tom's point that there is consensus that certain truths are not objective,
So
right?
you think that like all people who like pineapple on pizza are either right or wrong?
No.
Okay.
What I'm
So
saying
what are you
is,
talking about?
I
There's
guess what I'm
nuance to that.
saying is, yeah, I mean, I guess what
Very
I'm saying is,
specifically, they're wrong. Just
hey,
All right,
pineapple
let
on
me
pizza
ask
can be
you. Hold on, Alaska. Let me ask you a question. Here's a proposition. Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh is painting in the world. Is that a truth proposition?
is a what it cut out. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh is the best painting in the world. Is that a truth proposition?
No, I don't think that's a truth. I don't think that is a truth proposition.
Okay. Can you give me an example of what you think is a truth proposition that is not, or like that's in this sort of abstract category that you're describing that is not something that we can evaluate using the scientific method?
Whether I love someone.
Okay, so if I were to say I love my sister, you believe that's a truth proposition?
Yes.
Okay. And so how would we determine whether or not it comports to reality that I love my sister?
I'm not sure how we could determine something. I mean, I'm not sure how you could objectively determine something like that. That's my whole point,
Well,
right?
what do we mean by love then? Like what's the definition of love? What does it mean to love somebody?
I think we have a common understanding of what that means, right? It might be difficult to define, but it means sort of that you care about them at a certain requisite level that goes beyond, mere affection. So it's a stronger.
So well, okay, so when people care about certain things or they intensely value them,
Mhm.
that's coupled with certain behaviors that we can predict. So we have predictions. If I love my sister, then I will do certain things on behalf of my sister that I would not do for other people. And we can measure whether or not I consistently behave in a way that would comport with, having a feeling of love for my sister or my
No, but
brother or my
there's going
father
to
or anybody.
there's going to be counterexamples where people act inconsistently with how they really feel. That's the problem. Like, sure, maybe 8 out of 10
They
times.
won't there won't be, so like if I were to say I love my sister,
Mhm.
and then, or let me say a different one. Let's say I love my girlfriend, but then I routinely beat the shit out of my girlfriend, right? This sort of behavior would demonstrate that I do not in fact love my girlfriend, that whatever affectation I feel for her cannot be qualified as love, because love would preclude this sort of behavior by definition. So unless
In
you
that,
want to create like a sloppy, inconsistent definition of love that doesn't immediately mitigate acts like, physically harming the people that you love maliciously, then I don't I mean, I just wouldn't use that definition of love.
No, I don't think. Sure, I agree with what you just said, but what I'm saying is that I don't think you could reduce it behaviorally because there's going to be cases where somebody acts inconsistent. Murder is not like a good example, but what I'm saying
It's
is
not a
if they
perfect
act.
science, my guy. I'm just saying that there is a predictive method to determine whether or not the statement "I love X person" is truthful, right? We can approximate the truth of that. Does it comport with reality? If I say I love my girlfriend and I beat her to death because she burned my food, most people are going to extrapolate from that I did not in fact love my girlfriend.
Right, but this is missing the forest for the trees. Like, the issue isn't whether we could use the tools of science to draw inferences that will point us in the right direction, right? Like, I'm a poker player, so poker is
So am
where
I.
you have. Oh, you are?
Yeah.
You play
Been
No Limit
semi-pro for
Hold'em?
about 8 years.
You've been
No
a
Limit
pro for
Hold'em and
8.
PLO. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Semi-pro for about 8 years. Yeah.
Oh, then I actually admire you even more now. Um, but like, so take poker as an example. Like, there's game theory optimal, right? Like, people play GTO and then people play exploitative styles of poker. Um, just because you have that doesn't mean that there's some objectively right way to play. It's not like chess, where in chess, like, there's an objectively right move, but in poker, there's no necessary.
So it's not that it's objectively right or objectively wrong, but there are plays that are objectively better and objectively
Sure,
worse. Like it's an
sure,
objectively worse play to call a cold 4-bet with 6-4 offsuit, right?
sure.
Like that's an objectively worse play than folding.
Correct.
Like
But there's certain,
the reason there is
certain.
no objectively right or wrong plays is because you can get results oriented in poker. Like you flop a full house with 6-4 offsuit, all of a sudden you're a genius, right? But
Right.
we don't evaluate that because in poker we calculate gains and equity on the long term. How many big blinds are you winning over a certain period of time? And there are methods of playing poker that are better for long term returns objectively than other methods, right? A
Yeah.
GTO is better for long-term returns, objectively speaking. Just because, like in a given instance, it may be, suspicious whether or not you want to call with a particular hand or raise with a particular hand. You know, that's a matter of debate. But if you apply a consistent method that returns consistent results, even though like the actual objectivity of the matter is in question, as whether there's right or wrong, like those are like kind of silly words to use in a chance context anyway.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, sure, like, in certain spots there are moves that, because or else you wouldn't have game theory, like you wouldn't have those decision trees. But there's also like exploitative play, and there's many spots where there isn't you can't just put it. I guess what I'm saying is, like, chess is something that there's chess engines, and you could run those moves
Play
through a
that
chess
too.
engine. Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're great strategy games. Um, So yeah, I gotta get your username so we could play some chess.
It's just Xerxes. Just add me as a friend. We'll play some chess
Oh, okay,
sometime.
cool. On
You play on
chess.com, right?
Lichess or chess.com?
Chess.com.
Lichess
I
is
play on
better.
Lichess.
He's a heretic. Get him off the channel. Just kidding.
But I want to
I
like.
play on Lichess.
Can I ask
So
about
I
this
don't
whole
really know
love
how
thing?
the
So
ratings correspond to chess.com because I don't play that often. But I'm like a 1900 on.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
I'm 2000 on Lichess.
You got
Shut up.
Thomas? Wow. You guys
I'm actually a
are
paid chess coach, so I'm
Oh
Are you
god, just
really?
get on camera and whip them out, you fuckers. Swear to God.
That's awesome.
Can
But-
I bring up a response to something that someone said earlier? I'm not
well,
sure.
I
it might have
wanted
been
to talk
Jake.
about this love thing. So, do you have an example of something? Because love, I think, is something pretty much everybody on the stage thinks we have full scientific access to. Everything, most scientists think we have scientific access to. Is there something else that isn't something that we scientifically have a consensus on, can be demonstrated scientifically, that you think is of this new category that you're describing?
Moral truths.
Okay. And so,
Right,
of
like-
that,
Okay, this will be a fun topic.
so of moral truths,
TJump, I'm going to politely request that I get to take this moral
right, go ahead.
conversation because you take most of them.
Sure.
Okay. So, what do you mean when you say a particular thing is morally right? What are you describing about it? Like, obviously, we're talking about behaviors, right? We wouldn't diagnose inanimate
Yeah.
objects.
Yeah.
So, we're specifically talking about the context of a particular behavior and insofar as it affects other people, because generally we also don't really diagnose behaviors that don't affect other people.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like
So I
one person might be able to say like me smoking, which I'm trying to quit actually. I haven't smoked in about a week. Props to me. Me smoking is an unhealthy thing for me to do. But it's not an immoral thing to do so long as I'm not like actively blowing smoke in the face of babies. That would be an immoral thing to do because I'm affecting another person based on my bad. So what are you describing about a thing when you say that the behavior in question is morally right? What are you telling me about that behavior?
Well, so I mean, I think the sort of the theistic answer is that like God is the good, and that things that are good are basically like that flow from God's goodness and are consistent with God's goodness, and sort of and evil is like the absence of that good.
Well, let's. The reason why we need to understand what we mean by goodness, because if we say that God is the goodness and goodness is God, well, then that's tautological and uninformative. So let's enter the Euthyphro dilemma. Are things good because God commands them, or does God command He is good?
I think
well, because they are good, the things that He's commanding.
I think it's neither of those. I think that's a fault. I think that dilemma has been, pretty much like gone over.
So it hasn't been. So my suspicion is that you're going to try and create the third option, which is that, like similar to what you said earlier, that God's nature is goodness.
Correct.
But that's not informative. So like, let's take honesty for instance. Do you believe that God is honest?
Yeah.
Do you believe that God's nature is fundamentally honest?
Yes.
Okay. So is honesty good because it's an aspect of the nature of God, or is God's nature good because it's honest?
No, I think I think basically what it is, and maybe you're I understand like why you're trying to get like a deeper explanation for it, but I think at a certain point, like you can't get beyond a certain description of something that's fundamental. Like you just reach that point where you can't. It would be like me saying like, what is energy, or like what is a quark or something.
So, Baked, if we don't hash this out, then the model of morality proposing is going to be functionally useless, right?
It might
So,
be, but it's the ontology is what I'm concerned
let,
about.
let me try to put this into other terms. Like if I were to say that, murder is immoral, okay,
Mm.
and what is murder? Murder is the act of, non-consensually terminating the life of a being outside the context of things like war, the death penalty, or self-defense. Okay, so those would be the only exceptions to the rule. So if I just wantonly, stab my neighbor in the chest because I don't, like how high they built their fence, right? That would be immoral. Why I would consider that immoral is because my definition of immoral is a particular action or behavior which promotes unnecessary suffering or harm or diminishes human well-being, health, or happiness. Now, if your definition of immoral is that which does not conform to the nature of God, well, we hit a little bit of a snag there. Depending on which God you believe, perfectly conformable with the nature of God, kill people just irritating you.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, but that's why we have like I think that's like there's moral epistemology and moral ontology, and I think how we come to know what is moral like is a very complex thing, and we have society and we have this system in democratic societies, where we could reach
Do you
consensus
believe in the
on.
Christian God?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go through a syllogism. Premise one, you tell me where you disagree. Premise one, morality is that which conforms with the nature of God.
I agree.
Premise two, God's actions always conform with his nature.
I agree.
Premise three, from one and two, God's actions are always moral.
Yes.
Premise four, God killed 42 children for making fun of baldness.
I'm not familiar with that fact.
Okay. Let's go a different route then. God killed the firstborn children of Egypt because Pharaoh refused to release slaves.
Okay.
Okay. So, conclusion, therefore, it is moral to kill children of a particular nation whose leader refuses to release slaves.
No, I wouldn't draw the conclusion that way. I would say that God must have had morally justifiable reasons to do that.
Whoa. That doesn't work. Hold on. That doesn't work. Because if God has morally justifiable reasons, then he's appealing to some external source than his own nature, right? But based on the nature argument, whatever God does is de facto good by definition, right? So if for any reason God can morally do something that we can't do, well, it then necessarily follows that what's moral for us to do to one another is not
Right.
predicated on God's nature.
But what I guess what I'm saying is we might not be able to see, like, it would be like saying like pain is bad, but it's like no, but some pain is good. Like if you go to the dentist and you experience pain, in that context, pain is actually good for you, and it's clear to us because we know we can understand. Like this is a dentist visit.
If you noticed my definition of morality earlier, it incorporated unnecessary suffering. And if a God exists, then by definition, all suffering is unnecessary because God could have done otherwise. He's not compelled to behave any particular way. So God could have, released the Israelites from slavery without killing innocent children. God could have quelled the wickedness of Sodom and Gomorrah without destroying every person who inhabited the city. God could have found a different way to keep his chosen people, the Israelites, from complaining without, opening up the ground and swallowing those who protested or allowing the camp to be infested by venomous snakes to kill tens of thousands of them. So there's plenty of ways God could have gone about doing certain things that would have been optimal. I mean, he's omnipotent. So unless you're going to argue that it's logically impossible for God to have released the slaves from Israel or the Israelite slaves from Egypt without slaughtering the firstborn children of every household in Egypt from the lowest of servants to the highest of lords, that's a pretty heavy burden, my friend.
Yeah, well, it is a big burden, but I mean, I think what it is that like we don't know, like we have limited knowledge of the world and the events in the world, and God is constrained by doing, like you said, only the logically possible things. And if he's created a world where we're free and people are free to do horrible things,
that's not necessarily a given. But what I'm getting at here, saying that morality, what is moral, predicated on the nature of God. Okay, using that system, anything God does is definitionally moral. But if I do the same things God does and it's not moral all of a sudden, then human morality is not predicated on the nature of God. There is a different moral ontology for our moral basis. Take, for instance, a judge, right? A judge has the power endowed unto them by the Constitution of the United States to sentence people to death. But human beings can't just randomly kill people that they believe committed certain crimes. And this is because while judges and citizens both adhere to the same laws of the United States Constitution, what citizens are allowed to do to each other is not predicated on what judges do. But what you're arguing is that what is morally permissible for humans to do to one another is predicated on what God does. And that's clearly incoherent and would not work.
why is it incoherent though?
Because I just gave you an example of a situation wherein God does something that you did not believe would be, repeated by a human being. Let's go back to the initial example, the story of Elisha. Elisha's leaving the town of Bethel. While he's leaving that town, a bunch of children come out and like mock him for being bald, saying, "Get out of here, baldy, get out of here." And then Elijah turns around to them and curses them in the name of the Lord, at which point God sends 2 bears to rip them apart. 42 of the children were mauled to death of the town.
Mm-hmm.
So you could go a couple different. He did it because they were making fun of baldness, or he did it because they were making fun of a prophet, whatever the case. But if I can't kill 42 children for making fun of baldness or making fun of a prophet, then what is moral for me to do is not predicated on God's moral nature. Because it is according to the nature of God to do that, but it's not okay for me to do it. So obviously there's a different standard at play here.
Yeah, there is a different standard, but isn't that sort of consistent with like your judge example? Because like if you're not similarly situated,
No, because this would be the second horn of the Euthyphro dilemma, right? If this was the case, then there would be some objective Platonic morals out there that God is aware of, and He's merely relaying them to us. And there's a different set of rules for Him than there is for us. But if our moral behavior is predicated on His own nature, then anything He does is definitionally moral, and therefore if we did it, it would also be moral. If it's not moral when we do it, but is moral when God does it, using His nature as the standard for what is moral for us to do. Just like we do not use what judges do standard for human beings.
Just quickly interject. Sorry, we have a...
Hold on.
Go ahead, yeah.
Just to wrap it up, what is legal for a United States citizen to do is based on the U.S. Constitution, not the actions or natures of judges. Judges also adhere to the United States Constitution. They just have slightly different power than we do.
There's just one question in our YouTube audience from Lorraine Drosfila. She's asking, why is God assumed to be moral?
Well, that's just a definitional thing. So, like, they take the word morality and they just redefine to mean that which is accordant with the nature of God, right? So like the word moral doesn't mean anything in itself. It's just an arbitrary string of consonant letters. That's all it means. It's just a word. It's a sound. And then we attach a concept to that sound. When I say a particular thing is moral, what I mean by that is it promotes human well-being, health, or happiness, or diminishes. What Alaska means by moral is that it conforms in some way to the nature of God, but his method of defining morality is inconsistent and inapplicable to day-to-day life, because there are plenty of things which are conformant with the nature of God that would not be moral if we were to do them.
I guess what like so this is where I was seeing the disconnect. Like if God, like for example with the children, and I know there's like things in the Old Testament where like there are these sort of things that we look at as sort of almost moral abominations in a way. But so one way that theists go to try to explain them is like God is the giver of life and that he could take life because he's
well
was
so Alaska, pause. I'm not evaluating whether or not what actually doing is moral. That's not my claim here. It's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say that God is baldness. I can make that argument, but that's not what I'm doing now. What I'm illustrating now is that if morality is in fact predicated on the nature and therefore character or acts of God, anything God does would be also moral for us to do. But because they're not, we know necessarily that what is moral for human beings to do is not predicated on God's nature. It could be perfectly fine. It's moral for God to kill 42 children for making fun of baldness and not moral for us to do that. Fine. But that would not be the system that you are describing wherein morality is predicated on God's nature.
But why do you say that anything that God does, that if we do it, it's also moral, when my whole point is that we're not the same as God?
Well, then that's just moot at that point. Like if we're not the same as God, then saying that our morality is predicated on the nature of God is just silly, right? If God's nature endows him, because if God's nature endows him with the moral things that we can't do, where are we getting our morals from? Clearly, it's not the nature of God, because what you're basically saying here, the active, so
it's just derivative.
Let's rework.
It's
Hold
just
on.
derivative from him.
No. Let's rework the syllogism, for instance. Okay, so premise one, morality is that which conforms to the nature of God. Premise two, God's actions always conform to his nature. Premise three, God's actions are always moral. Premise four, God killed 42 children for making fun of baldness. Conclusion, it is moral to kill children for making fun of baldness. Okay, that follows. That's a logical syllogism. For you to disagree with that conclusion, you have to disagree with one of the premises. And so, unless you want to say the Bible is wrong, you can't.
I think the first premise. I think I disagree with the first one. What was your first premise?
That morality is that which conforms to the nature of God, which was your.
Oh yeah, no. Yes, that's true. But I guess what I'm saying is like it could conform. Like what we do has to conform, but that doesn't mean like it's identical to. It's just conformity with. So his morality could sort of be broader than ours. So like he could do things we cannot. If we did that thing.
Okay, so no, that doesn't work, because if I were to say something like, all right, so it is moral to kill children for making fun of baldness, right? That conclusion comes from the prior premises. So you have to disagree with one of the premises. If I were to say like, it's moral when God does it, but not moral when, okay, then the standard of morality is not God's actions and therefore not God's. So when God does something that we're not morally likely to do, that is a definitive example of morality being extant to the nature of God for human beings. What I am allowed to do to you is not predicated on what God is allowed. But if we're all operating according to his nature, that wouldn't be the case. It would be completely incoherent to say something like, it conforms to the nature of God for God to do X, but not for humans to do X. How could it not conform with the nature of God for humans to do X when the nature of God is not the nature of humans? Like, that doesn't even make sense. So the argument just falls apart already. So in either capacity, we're not predicating our moral decisions or our moral diagnoses on God's nature. So when I say, it's immoral for me to murder Jack because he, made fun of baldness, right? The reason why it's immoral for me to do that is not because it doesn't conform with God's nature. It very clearly does conform with God's nature to murder a person for making fun of baldness. So what is the fact of the matter that makes it immoral for me to do that?
Well, look, I think this is obviously a complex like discussion on morality. I think we're just not seeing eye to eye on the fact that when we're talking about like conforming our whether something is moral based on its conformity with God's actions, or maybe a better way of putting it is it needs to conform with God's goodness. Like it's just
saying
because
it conforms with God's goodness is uninformative. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, goodness is that which emulates from God according to your worldview. So saying God is good is just saying that God is Himself.
Yeah.
That doesn't inform us that, like, I have no way of knowing what is or isn't morally correct in that situation because the God of the Bible is undoubtedly capricious. He
no,
changes his
I
mind
agree
quite a
with
bit.
that. I agree with that, and that's why I'm saying like I think the moral epistemology question is a challenging one for the theist, but because there's not a lot of answers there. But
Let's make this a little bit more grounded. So you're arguing that in order to come to like valid or consistent moral conclusions, that we have to believe in a God of some sort. That this is the best way of coming to this conclusion. Would you agree with that?
no, I'm not arguing it from like a practical. Yes, I do generally agree because I think there's problems with any moral framework like where.
So, well,
but
here's a hot topic, Alaska. It is beyond reasonable dispute that the Bible overtly endorses and condones the institution of slavery. God clearly permits humans to own one another as property. But this is something that the overwhelming majority of the modern West has completely abolished. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. Is it moral to own a human being as a piece of property?
No, it's not.
Okay, God clearly allows for this and even commands the Israelites to participate in this institution in certain instances, like in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. So if morality comes from the nature of God and God's nature permits the ownership of human beings as property, where are you getting the information that it is immoral to own human beings? Clearly, it's not from God or the Bible.
That this is actually an area of I'm not very well versed in like the Bible, but this is an area that like I was planning on getting more familiar with because I think there is debate like in terms of what was really sanctioned there in the Bible. Was it really more like an indentured servitude type
No.
thing?
So there's two different kinds of slavery that are listed
I
in
don't
the
know.
Bible. There is indentured servitude, right? That is one of the types of slavery. But there's also chattel slavery, just like what we saw in the antebellum. Okay. Leviticus 25:44 through 46 explicitly states in juxtaposition to how you're allowed to treat Hebrew servants. Like the antecedent passage 39 through 43 says, you're not allowed to keep the Israelites as slaves. They are my servants whom I brought out of Egypt. You will not treat them as slaves. But then the very next verse, 44 in Leviticus 25 says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, they are to be bought from the nations around you. From them you may purchase male and female slaves, and you may treat them as your property. You may bequeath them to your children as inheritable possessions, and you may make them slaves for life. But over your fellow Israelites you will not rule over harshly this way. Deuteronomy 20:10 through 18 gives a much more harsher example of this, where it says, when you draw near to a city to fight against it, first offer them terms of peace, and if they accept and surrender and open their gates to you, then all the people therein will serve you as forced laborers. They will become your slaves. If they do not accept your terms of peace, then you will lay siege and you will put every male to the sword. You will kill every man, and you will take the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city as plunder, and you may enjoy the spoils of your enemy.
Right.
Like this is completely indistinct from any of the other barbaric Canaanite war gods that were predominant in the region, right? You're allowed to treat these other people this way, but you're not allowed to treat each other this way. This is just basic tribal in-group 101. The God of the Bible very clearly allows for the Israelites to own human beings as property and even slaughter faraway nations, because that passage from Deuteronomy is referring to faraway nations. The nations that are close to you within the promised land, you will not let anything that breathes remain alive. You will annihilate them. The Jebusites and the Parasites, the Hivites and the Hittites, the Amorites and the Canaanites, Philistines, all of them. You will purge them from the land. Everything, the livestock, the children, the women, the men, everybody. So the people who got to be slaves were the ones from faraway nations. So these Israelites are not acting in self-defense. This is not some self-defense war style. They are actively going out to other nations, other cities, conquering them and taking the women and children and men in slaves, or killing the men if they fight back. So there are no prisoner of war slaves. And the only type of indentured servitude that's allowed is when a Hebrew becomes so poor that they have to sell themselves into servitude. And there's even a loophole to keep them slaves, right? If it says in Exodus 21, if a man comes in by himself, he goes out by himself. If he comes in without a wife and his master gives him a wife, she bears him sons or daughters, then the wife and the children, the woman and the children will remain the master's property, and he shall go out by himself. So not only were children born into the institution of slavery, but the only way that a Hebrew indentured servant could remain with his family is if he became a permanent chattel slave of his master, at which point his ear would be pierced in front of the priests, and he would have to devote himself to his master for the rest of his life. That's the only way he could stay with his family. So even like the minor protections that the Hebrew indentured servants received was not that great. This was not distinct in any way from slavery or even Roman slavery or any of the other slavery of the Near East. So your intuition, for whatever reason, that slavery is immoral, very clearly does not come from God or the Bible.
Well, it doesn't come from the Bible because I'm not well versed in the Bible. I mean, look, I would say a couple of things. Number one, there may be interpretive ways of reading those provisions, those texts, in a way that sort of squares the circle. I don't know. I'm not making that claim. The other point I would raise is that something that I've heard. Again, I'm not a historian, but like
Why do you assume that though? Wait a minute, Alaska. Why do you assume that there's some other way of reading that so that it doesn't come off sounding as atrocious as just a plain reading of the text?
Well, because like for example, and it was going to lead into my next point, which was like many of the people who fought in the Civil War in our country were Christians, so they must have. I mean, yes, some of them were in the South, but some of them were in the North as well. So,
the slave laws of the South, like take the Louisiana slave laws, were literally word for word from the Bible. You take a passage like Exodus 21:20, where it says that if a man beats his male or female slave with a rod and he dies at his hand, then the slave master will be fined or punished. And if he doesn't die and gets up after a day or two, then no punishment because the slave is his property. Louisiana Articles of Slavery, Article 173 from the 1847 slavery laws, states exactly the same thing. A slave is completely subject to the will of his master, who may discipline or chastise him, though not through unusual rigor, nor so as to maim him or cause his death. Right? The passage I quoted you earlier about, a woman and children remaining in captivity, children are born in slavery. It says the same thing in Louisiana Slave Article 181. It says that children born unto a mother who is a slave inherit the condition of their mother and are therefore slaves.
I guess what I'm saying is like, and this is one way I think Christianity differs from Islam, which is there are elements within the Quran which basically say like this has to be interpreted literally. Like there's going to be people who come and tell you this means something else than what it says, and those people have been corrupted. There's nothing like that in Christianity. So there's, I think, room for the person interpreting the Bible. Either one, there could be mistaken verses in the Bible, or they're not to be interpreted literally. And I think the religion has that flexibility. But it's hard for me to.
Xerxes, do you mind if I ask a question real quick, Baked?
Go ahead,
Given jumping around in this whole I have to ask in this topic of morality. Do you believe that human beings that morality is contingent upon a god, or morality is contingent on a god existing?
Ontologically, I think it is, because I think the alternative. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe that without a god, if no god existed, morality could not exist.
I think without a god, like morality would just be like basically what there's like a famous line with I think Michael Roos, who basically says that like morality is just like no different than our hands and our feet. Like it's just a biological adaptation for survival. We're just using the word morality, but it's not. There's just
even
so
with God though, even with God though, like God doesn't solve that problem. Right? Because as you were just very dutifully pointing out a minute ago, Christians can constantly reinterpret the Bible to mean whatever they want it to mean. right?
Right.
Morality is just equally as subjective. I have had personal conversations recorded on my YouTube channel of Christians saying things to me like, it is moral to have sex with children as long as you're married to them, or God allows little children to be raped because he's punishing them for sin, right? So clearly Christians can come to some extremely depraved moral understandings, right? There's also like the issue of homosexuality. I would argue that a lot of modern Christians don't have a problem with that, but there are still some who do. And they reinterpret the Bible to accommodate their lack of a problem. Things like, well, Leviticus actually refers to pederasty, very clearly doesn't. Or that, Corinthians refers to pederasty. Again, it does not. So they'll reinterpret the Bible not to condemn homosexuality, but rather to condemn something that they already morally condemn themselves. What they're doing is shoehorning the Bible into their own moral codex, which I think is what you're doing, because you think that there's some way of harmonizing the Bible so it doesn't support the institution of slavery, because you personally don't support the institution of slavery, and you have created a moral system of morals in your mind that you think if a God exists, he would have to emulate these moral beliefs. That's putting the cart before the horse, my friend.
Yeah, no, I mean, on some level, practically speaking, I might be doing that. I mean, I'm just looking at it more philosophically. Like when we say that that something is, I think we experience morals. I know some people don't even think we do, but I think we experience them, and we have a sense that something is wrong.
That's where I was going with that, Big. Sorry to interrupt, but to kind of finish the point that I was getting to is like, so human beings can make moral determinations. All right. So we know that we can make moral determinations, and we have an evidentiary, an evidence-backed foundation for why we are able to do that. Okay. So human beings ourselves, we have the capacity for empathy. So now it's varied because the traits, the alleles that allow for the trait of empathy to be expressed by the brain is different for everybody. It's a very wide spectrum. Some people have a whole lot of empathy. Some people have very little empathy. Some people have none. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
But human beings are capable of empathy. Empathy is a trait that we evolved. Okay. And we see empathy in many, many other social species. Okay. We see empathy in other primates. We see empathy in the other great apes, the other members of the Homo genus. We see empathy in cetaceans. And there's many species out there that have empathy for each other. All right. Cool. So we have the ability to empathize with the other person. Evolutionary game theory, the field of evolutionary game theory, in the sense that we understood that cooperative action leads to more positive results long-term, selfish action leads to positive results in the short term for the individual, but negative results or disastrous results for the group in the long term. Coupled with our empathy and evolutionary game theory, our empathy allowed us to survive because we did not do things that eliminated unnecessarily individuals from the gene pool, because we need genetic diversity in order to maintain our cohesion as a species. So our empathy, those individuals who survived, their empathy was selected for through natural selection pressures. The natural selection pressures allowed us to survive, so empathy was selected for by nature. Now, those who have no empathy are selected against, because typically they're ostracized from the group. 100,000 years ago, we just leave them out in the wilderness and they would just die. We wouldn't allow them in the group because they're harmful. So empathy was selected for. And then over time, as more and more people survive who have empathetic traits and have strong empathetic traits, you're still going to get the zero empathy or the very little empathy, but we have ways of dealing with that. We put them in jail. We put them in asylums. We kill them, whatever. But in that respect, empathy was selected for. From that empathy, we derive our moral distinctions, what we should do, what we ought to do, what we can do, what we should never do, what we shouldn't allow. And from those, the ability to make those distinctions, we develop systems of rules. Okay, those like you should do this, you should not do this if you want to live in this society. From those rules come laws, and then in order to reinforce those into society, because the more people you get, the bigger your society gets, the more argumentation you're going to have. So you need a way to kind of instantiate them from a universal perspective. These are universal laws that you cannot disagree with, right?
I don't want to interrupt and derail too much, but somebody pinged me and then DM'd me saying that the reason why God allowed things like, murder and slavery was because it was necessary given the economical conditions. But that's not true because one, God is omnipotent.
So
To prevent these moral atrocities. But not only that, God explicitly says he'll do this in the Bible. In Deuteronomy 15, he explicitly tells the Israelites, do not be afraid that because the year of remission is approaching, i.e. the 7th year, to lend to your neighbor, right? Because don't be afraid that you're not going to get the debt repaid. If you give freely, I will provide, right? God is telling them he's going to supernaturally intervene and bless them so that they will not be in need. So don't hold out on your neighbor because he will intervene in the natural course of events to prevent you from becoming destitute or poor. So no matter how economically devastating the decision to lend money or to your neighbor is, in that particular instance, God will supernaturally intervene and prevent the consequences from happening. So no, the Israelites did not need to go around.
TJump, you're hot micing, dude.
Oh, really? I see.
Yeah, so God is omnipotent. He can control nature. He does not need to let his people go around murder, rape, and that's not necessary. But that's the whole point. None of it is necessary. All suffering which occurs is unnecessary if an omnipotent God exists. And so, by that understanding, God imposes unnecessary suffering on us needlessly, and would, by any definition of that, be immoral.